Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and before we begin, I'd love to know where you're listening from. Please tell me in the comments. I want to see how far these stories have traveled around the world. And how are you feeling today? Has work been tiring? Has life brought you stress, sadness, or worries that have been difficult to put down? Whatever you're carrying tonight, I hope Chilly Midnight can be a quiet place where you feel comforted, less alone, and able to rest for a while. Now, get comfortable. Take a slow breath, and let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. The first lamp failed while Rafael Moura was standing beneath the fifth star. It was an old mercury fixture, round and clouded, mounted above the exhibition hall, where photographs of Brazil's victories had been arranged in a shining procession. When Rafael cut power to the circuit, the room should have fallen evenly dark. Instead, the four lamps around him faded at once, while the one above the fifth gold star remained lit for several seconds longer, glowing with a weak green pulse. Then it went out. Rafael waited on the ladder, one hand gripping the rail. The hall smelled of hot dust, old varnish, and the metallic breath of wiring that had been sealed inside concrete since before he was born. Beyond the locked glass doors, the stadium lay empty under renovation tarps. The seats rose in pale rings, stripped of flags and bodies, and the field was a rectangle of black earth waiting for new grass. Bad ballast, he said aloud. His voice traveled too far. For 28 years, Rafael had repaired things in the Estádio da Guanabara Velha: floodlights, pumps, turnstiles, emergency speakers, the motors that rolled the old scoreboard shutters into place. He trusted faults that could be touched. A scorched cable had a smell. A corroded relay left powder on the fingers. Even the stadium's oldest systems, built by men who had died without labeling their work, eventually confessed if he opened enough panels. He climbed down and moved the ladder aside. The replacement project had exposed a strip of wall behind the victory display. 5 brass stars were fixed above framed photographs from the national team's championship years. The curators had removed the lowest panels that afternoon, leaving pale rectangles in the dust and a section of rough concrete no visitor had seen in decades. Rafael noticed the carving because his work light caught its edge. At first he thought it was a mason's mark. He crouched and wiped the wall with his glove. A curved line appeared. Then another. Dust filled the grooves, softening their shape. But when he brushed harder, the outline became unmistakable. A star, not brass, not decorative, cut directly into the concrete beneath the 5 displayed above it. Rafael leaned closer. The 6th star was smaller than his open hand and much older than the exhibition. Its lines had been hacked in with a narrow chisel, deep enough that the center remained black. Below it were letters. He cleaned them one by one. Amilcar Vaz, Bento Lemos, Joaquim Neri, Dario Salgado, Luis Aranha. 5 names. No dates. No club badges. No explanation. He knew enough football history to recognize what he did not know. The Stadium Museum employed 3 researchers who could recite reserve squads from forgotten friendlies. Rafael himself had spent years listening to his father name players from grainy photographs. None of these names belonged beneath championship stars. A vibration passed through the floor. Rafael stood. The main scoreboard was on the far side of the stadium, beyond the open mouth of the players' tunnel. Its power had been disconnected for 6 days. He knew because he had removed the fuses himself and locked them in the electrical office. A shutter clattered in the darkness outside, then another across the empty stands. The scoreboard awakened panel by panel. Pale bulbs formed letters against the night. Final. Brazil won. The opposing team's line remained blank. Rafael walked toward the glass doors. His work shoes clicked across the exhibition floor. As he reached for the handle, the stadium speakers released a low breath of static. A choir began singing the national anthem. Not a recording he recognized. It sounded like a full crowd. Tens of thousands of voices filling every tier. But the words were stretched unnaturally. Each syllable held until the singers seemed close to running out of air. The anthem moved at half its proper speed. Rafael unlocked the door and stepped into the seating bowl. The sound stopped. The scoreboard went dark except for a narrow strip usually reserved for the name of the scorer. One name remained illuminated there. Amilcar Vaz. Behind Rafael. Inside the locked exhibition hall, something scraped slowly across the concrete wall. The scraping stopped before Rafael could return to the exhibition hall. He searched the exposed concrete with his flashlight, expecting to find fresh dust beneath the carved star. Nothing had changed. The 5 names remained where he had uncovered them, their grooves dull and packed with age. The 6th star seemed no deeper than before. By morning, Rafael had almost convinced himself that the sound had come from a loose display panel settling against the wall. He did not report the scoreboard. The renovation schedule was already behind, and the stadium administration had begun treating every electrical problem as a personal failure. Reporting an impossible display would lead to inspections, delays, and questions about why Rafael had been working alone after the curators left. More importantly, it would invite someone else to open the wall. He covered the carving with a sheet of insulation board and placed 2 tool cases in front of it. Then he drove home. Rafael lived with his son in a narrow apartment overlooking a training field squeezed between 2 rows of concrete buildings. By the time he arrived, Tiago was already outside. Moving through cones, Rafael had arranged the previous evening at 17. Tiago had the long, balanced stride Rafael had once believed belonged to him. He could receive the ball with either foot, turn without looking down, and accelerate through spaces that seemed closed until he entered them. Coaches called it instinct. Rafael called it preparation. Again, he said from behind the fence. Tiago stopped the ball beneath his boot. Sweat darkened his yellow training shirt. I've done it 20 times. You slowed before the 4th cone. I didn't. You did. Tiago stared at him, then reset the ball. The national youth selectors were expected at the regional academy in 3 days. 2 players would be invited to a final training camp. Rafael had spoken of little else for weeks. He checked Tiago's boots for worn studs, changed his meals, watched recordings of opposing defenders and corrected movements no one else seemed to notice. He told himself this was what a father did when his son had been given a chance. He did not think of the old photograph inside his bedroom drawer. In it, Rafael was 16 and wearing a white club jersey, 2 sizes too large. His left hand rested on a football. His right knee, still uninjured, was angled toward the camera. Behind him stood his father, Osvaldo, wearing the gray maintenance uniform of the stadium. 3 months after the photograph was taken, Rafael tore the ligaments in that knee during a match on a flooded training ground. He never played competitively again. His father had told him that football took something from every family that loved it. Raphael had hated him for saying it. "Keep your shoulders open," he called. Tiago moved through the cones again. Faster this time. At the last marker, he struck the ball into the small goal. It hit the net with a clean snap. Raphael felt pride first, then relief. The feeling embarrassed him. Relief suggested that something had nearly been lost. Tiago retrieved the ball and approached the fence. "Coach Afonso says I shouldn't train tonight." Coach Afonso doesn't know how the selectors think. He played professionally. For 6 matches, Tiago's expression tightened. Not everyone who stops playing becomes nothing. Raphael looked away. On the apartment balcony above them, a radio broadcast, a discussion about Brazil's next generation. The commentators spoke of gifted young players as if talent appeared naturally, like rain or sunlight. One voice mentioned the country's 5 championship stars. 5. Raphael heard the word clearly, despite the traffic. For a moment, he saw the hidden carving again. Tiago followed his gaze toward the apartment. "You were late," he said. "Something happened at the stadium? Old wiring." "Isn't it always?" Raphael forced a smile. "That's why they keep me." That evening, after Tiago fell asleep, Raphael removed the photograph from his drawer. He studied his younger face, searching for some trace of the bitterness that had followed. He remembered how his father had arranged the trial at the stadium academy, how quickly the invitation had come, and how Osvaldo had refused to explain whom he had spoken to. Behind them in the photograph, part of the exhibition hall was visible. Raphael brought the picture closer to the lamp. The victory display had not yet been built, but the concrete wall was bare and clearly visible, beneath a row of 5 temporary flags. Someone had drawn a star in white chalk, a 6th star. Raphael turned the photograph over. His father's handwriting covered the back. "Every gift enters through a name. Every debt leaves through one." Below the sentence was a list of 5 names, the same 5 Raphael had uncovered in the stadium. There was also a 6th line. It had been left blank when the photograph was taken. Now, in handwriting that looked newly pressed into the paper, the empty line contained 2 words: Thiago Moura. Raphael did not sleep. He placed the photograph on the kitchen table beneath the brightest lamp and examined the 6th line until dawn began whitening the apartment windows. The ink spelling Tiago's name looked darker than his father's faded writing, but the pressure marks had sunk into the old paper as though the words had always been there. He tried rubbing one corner with a damp cloth. The ink did not smear. When Tiago entered the kitchen, Raphael had already hidden the photograph inside his work bag. "You're leaving early," Tiago said. "There's an inspection. You said the inspectors weren't coming until Friday. They changed it." Tiago opened the refrigerator and stood looking inside without taking anything. His shoulders seemed heavier than they had during training. "Did you hear singing last night?" Raphael stopped fastening his bag. "From where?" "I don't know. I dreamed there was a match outside, but everyone was singing too slowly." Tiago closed the refrigerator. "You were in the stands with Grandpa." Raphael forced himself to check his phone as though the remark meant nothing. "Eat before training." At the stadium, the exhibition hall remained undisturbed. The insulation board still concealed the carving, and the tools Raphael had placed before it had not moved. He removed the covering only long enough to confirm that Tiago's name had not appeared beneath the 5 others. The 6th line was absent. That should have comforted him. Instead, It made the photograph feel like a warning that had not yet reached the wall. Raphael went to the stadium archive shortly after opening. The archive occupied 2 climate-controlled rooms behind the museum offices, where old match programs, contracts, photographs, and newspaper clippings were stored in gray boxes. Helena Prado, the senior archivist, sat beneath a humming fluorescent tube, repairing a torn team sheet with a brush and transparent paper. "I need 5 names checked," Raphael said. Helena adjusted her glasses. "Players? I think so." He handed her the list without explaining where he had found it. She searched the digital catalog first. Nothing appeared. Then she opened scanned registration records from regional clubs, amateur leagues, and former academy squads. The names produced no profiles, no transfer records, no disciplinary notices, no photographs, common surnames. She said, perhaps they were supporters or workers. They were carved beneath the championship display. Her fingers stopped above the keyboard. Carved behind one of the panels. Helena looked toward the archive door before lowering her voice. "You should report that to Director Valenza. After I know what it is." She hesitated, then led him to a shelf containing bound registration indexes from the decades before records were computerized. The books smelled of glue and damp cloth. Raphael searched while Helena compared years and club districts. The gaps appeared gradually. A page listing academy players jumped from registration 42 to 48. But the paper had not been torn. The numbers had simply been printed that way. In another volume, the alphabetical sequence moved from Amilcar Tavares to Amilcar Vieira, leaving a faint rectangular discoloration where another line should have been. Bento Lemos appeared in a newspaper's match report only as an empty space between 2 commas. Joaquim Neri's school team photograph showed 10 boys and an unexplained gap in the back row. Dario Salgado's club had recorded a goal in a youth final, but no scorer. Luis Aranja had received a red card in a referee's report signed by everyone except the player who had supposedly committed the offense. They were not missing from history in the ordinary way. History had shaped itself around their absence. Helena closed the final ledger. Someone removed them. "No," Raphael said, looking at the untouched bindings. Someone removed the places where they should have been. A deep electrical thud passed through the archive walls. The fluorescent tube went dark. From beyond the museum offices came the heavy mechanical clatter of the scoreboard shutters opening. Raphael ran. He crossed the exhibition hall and entered the empty seating bowl as thousands of dead bulbs brightened across the far structure. Helena followed only as far as the doorway. The scoreboard displayed a date several years in the future. Beneath it appeared a title, World Cup Final, Brazil 2. The opposing line was blank. A final score glowed beside the empty space. 1. No country. No flag. No name. Then a scorer's list formed beneath Brazil's result. The first goal belonged to a player Raphael did not recognize. The second belonged to Thiago Moura. Raphael gripped the railing until rust pressed into his palm. A final line illuminated at the bottom of the board. Attendance. None remembered. Behind him, Helena whispered, "Raphael, who is Thiago Moura?" He turned toward her. She was staring at the scoreboard with genuine confusion. And although she had attended 3 of Thiago's academy matches, there was no recognition in her face at all. Helena remembered Thiago again before Raphael reached her. The confusion vanished from her face so abruptly that he almost doubted it had been there. "Your son," she said. Of course. The Academy winger. Raphael searched her expression for any sign of performance. Helena only frowned at him, embarrassed by her own hesitation. I must be more tired than I thought. The scoreboard darkened before either of them could photograph it. Raphael spent the remainder of the day dismantling the system. The old board was built into a concrete tower behind the northern stands. Inside, narrow steel stairs climbed through a body of cables. Relay cabinets and mechanical shutters. Dust covered every surface except the places Raphael's tools touched. The air smelled of burnt insulation, pigeon feathers and rust, warmed by the afternoon sun. He began at the main distribution cabinet. The incoming supply was dead. He tested each phase twice, then checked the meter against a known live circuit. The instrument worked correctly. No current entered the scoreboard tower. The fuses remained locked in the electrical office exactly where Raphael had left them. He opened the relay banks. The contact points were cold. No arcs had marked them. The heavy switching arms had not moved in days. He disconnected the backup generator cable, removed the control boards, and physically separated the display circuits from the building. By late afternoon, several essential components lay tagged on the floor around him. The scoreboard could not illuminate. It could not even receive instructions. Raphael stood among the dismantled equipment and listened to the tower creak in the cooling air. From somewhere below came a faint scraping sound. Metal against concrete. He followed it down one level, but found only a shutter linkage shifting in the wind. That explanation satisfied him until sunset. He was replacing the cover on an empty junction box when pale light entered through the tower vents. At first, he mistook it for the last reflection of the sky. Then the light strengthened, steady and greenish, pulsing against the inner walls. Raphael climbed to the inspection opening. Across the rear of the structure, thousands of disconnected bulbs were glowing, not all at once. They lit in expanding groups, beginning at the center and spreading outward like an infection traveling through tissue. The display formed a single word: final. Raphael looked down at the components scattered around his boots. The controller responsible for generating letters lay open beside him, its circuit boards disconnected and wrapped in cloth. The stadium speakers exhaled static. He expected the slow anthem. Instead, a crowd began counting. The voices were too numerous to distinguish, but they spoke with exhausted precision, pausing between each number as though waiting for someone to answer. Raphael heard 5 numbers, then silence. The 6th was never spoken. The bulbs went dark. Raphael remained inside the tower until the emergency lights came on elsewhere in the stadium. He photographed every disconnected cable and every removed component. He sealed the cabinet doors with dated maintenance tape and signed across the joints so that any movement would be visible. Then he went to the security office. The night supervisor, Celso Barata, was eating from a plastic container while watching 4 silent monitors. "I need footage from the exhibition hall," Raphael said. Celso glanced at the clock above the desk. "Renovation damage, possibly. How far back?" "5 nights. Celso Siged wiped his fingers and opened the archive system. The hallway camera showed workers removing display panels, curators carrying framed photographs, and Raphael passing through with his ladder. Nothing appeared unusual. They moved backward through the recordings. On the 3rd night before Raphael discovered the carving, the exhibition hall was empty after closing. The victory display remained intact. No concrete had been exposed. Then a figure entered the frame. Raphael recognized his own walk before he saw the face. The man wore Raphael's gray maintenance uniform and carried Raphael's work light. He approached the wall beneath the fifth star and stood facing it for several minutes. "That's you," Celso said. Raphael did not answer. According to his phone records, he had been at home that night, reviewing training footage with Tiago. On the screen, the other Raphael lifted one hand and pressed his palm against the covered wall. His head tilted as though he were listening to someone on the other side. The recording distorted. Thin bands of static crossed the image. When they cleared, the figure had turned toward the camera. His face was Raphael's, but older. The cheeks were hollow, and white dust coated his mouth. He raised one finger to his lips. Then the display panel behind him moved outward. A narrow darkness opened where no door existed. 5 hands emerged from the gap and closed around his shoulders before they pulled him inside. The older Raphael looked directly into the camera and mouthed 2 words. Celso replayed the frame. Raphael understood the warning on the second viewing. "Not your son." Tiago forgot Matthias during breakfast. He was scrolling through messages from the academy when he frowned at a photograph on his phone. 6 boys stood outside the training center with their arms linked across one another's shoulders. Tiago was in the middle. Beside him, Matthias Braga grinned with his mouth open. One hand raised behind Tiago's head. "Who's that?" Tiago asked. Raphael looked up from his coffee. "Mateus." Tiago waited. "You've trained with him for 3 years." "No, I haven't." Raphael took the phone. The image was clear. He remembered taking it after a regional final. Remembered Matthias complaining that Raphael had cut off the trophy in the first attempt. He remembered driving both boys home while they argued over who had created the winning goal. "Call him," Raphael said. Tiago gave a small laugh. "I don't have his number. You were at his mother's birthday dinner last month." "Whose mother?" Raphael opened Tiago's contacts himself. There was no Matthias Braga. He searched the message history. Several conversations contained gaps where replies should have appeared. Tiago had sent jokes, questions, and training schedules into empty space, receiving answers from no visible account. At the academy, Coach Afonso listened with growing irritation. There is no Matthias Braga in this squad. Raphael stood beside the touchline while players warmed up behind them. "I've watched him play here. You're confusing him with someone else. He scored against San Cristóbal. That goal was Tiago's." Raphael looked toward his son. Tiago was moving through passing drills with unusual ease, receiving every ball as though he knew where it would arrive before the other player touched it. His first turn carried him through 2 defenders. His second ended with a shot into the top corner. The coaches applauded. Raphael remembered Matthias making that exact turn. Not something similar. The same movement, the slight drag of the left foot, the drop of the shoulder, the delayed acceleration that made the defender commit too early. Tiago had never moved that way before. Raphael crossed the field and caught his son by the arm. "Where did you learn that?" Tiago pulled free. "Learn what?" "That turn. I've always done it." Coach Afonso approached. "Raphael, let him work." "What happened to Matthias?" The coach's face emptied of patience. "You need to leave." Raphael named 2 other boys he had seen in earlier academy squads. One had shared a locker with Tiago. The other had broken his wrist during a tournament. Neither coach recognized the names. Tiago did not recognize them either. By the time Rafael reached the stadium, he could no longer remember the injured boy's face. He still remembered the wrist cast, covered in signatures. He remembered the boy standing beside Tiago in a cafeteria line. But whenever he tried to picture the face above the cast, his thoughts slid away from it. Inside the exhibition hall, the insulation board had fallen forward. It lay flat on the floor despite the tool cases Rafael had placed against it. The 5 carved names were exposed. Fine gray dust had collected beneath them in narrow piles. Rafael knelt. A fresh line had appeared under Luis Aranja. At first it was only a vertical groove, bright against the older concrete. As Rafael watched, a second cut formed beside it. No blade touched the wall. The surface opened slowly with a dry grinding sound. Powder spilled from the line as an unseen point moved downward. Then turned. The first letter became a T. Rafael pressed both hands against the concrete. The vibration entered his wrists and climbed into his elbows. Somewhere inside the wall, something scratched with patient force. He struck the carving with the heel of his tool. A fragment of concrete broke away. Behind it was not brick, wiring, or reinforcement mesh. There was dark soil. It smelled wet and sweet, like earth opened above an old grave. Rafael widened a hole with his chisel. A strip of yellow fabric appeared beneath the dirt. He pulled until a small football jersey came free, stiff with age and stained brown along the collar. A paper label had been sewn inside. The ink had faded, but the name remained readable. Amilcar Vaz. The wall shuddered beneath Rafael's hand. Another groove appeared beside the T. Then another. The second letter was completed before he could step back. I. From the stadium beyond the hall came the sound of a ball being kicked once across the empty field. Then a boy's voice called from the darkness. Father? It was Tiago's voice. Rafael turned toward the glass doors. His son was still at the academy. Behind him, the carving continued. The voice called again. Father? Rafael stood at the edge of the seating bowl, looking across rows of empty chairs toward the field. The sound had come from beneath him, not from the tunnel or the pitch. He returned to the exhibition hall. The new letter remained unfinished. Only the left side of the A had been carved before the scratching stopped. Beneath the opening in the wall, the old yellow jersey lay across the dust like something recently removed from a body. Rafael forced himself to examine the cavity. Behind the layer of soil, a ceramic conduit descended at an angle. It was wide enough to carry the heavy cables once used for the stadium's earliest lighting system. But no active wiring remained inside. The conduit continued downward into darkness. He fetched the original construction plans from the maintenance office. The modern diagrams showed service ducts beneath the exhibition hall, all narrow and accounted for. The oldest blueprint was different. A line marked primary illumination descended from the hall and ended beneath a blank rectangle with no room number or description. Someone had drawn a star inside the rectangle. Rafael took a flashlight, pry bar, and coil of rope. The conduit entered the floor behind a removable stone base beneath the victory display. Rafael had passed it hundreds of times without recognizing the seam. After loosening 2 corroded bolts, he pulled the base forward and exposed a square opening. Cold air rose from below. The smell was the same as the soil inside the wall, damp earth mixed with burnt dust. A fixed iron ladder descended beside the dead conduits. Raphael climbed down slowly, testing each rung. The stadium noises faded above him until he could hear only his breathing and the soft movement of cables against one another. The shaft ended in a low brick passage. Old ceramic pipes ran along the ceiling, converging toward a steel door sealed with layers of paint. The door had no handle on Raphael's side. 5 shallow stars had been pressed into the metal around its lock. A 6th space remained empty. Raphael wedged the pry bar into the frame. The paint cracked reluctantly. When the seal broke, air rushed through the gap with the force of an exhalation. The chamber beyond was circular. Shelves followed the curved walls from floor to ceiling. On them rested rows of football boots in children's and youth sizes. Some were split along the soles. Others had studs torn away or leather cut open across the toes. Every pair was tied together with faded thread. At the center stood a stone table. Dozens of clay stars covered its surface. 5 had been painted gold. The rest remained gray, each bearing a thumbprint in its center. Raphael moved his flashlight over the walls. Registration photographs had been pinned between the shelves. Boys stood in club jerseys, school uniforms, and borrowed training clothes. Some looked confident. Others stared at the camera with the frightened seriousness of children being told their lives were about to change. The faces had been scratched away, not the names. Each photograph carried one of the 5 names carved above the chamber. Amilcar Vaz appeared at several ages. Bento Limos smiled beside a coach whose face remained intact. Joaquim Neri held a ball beneath one arm. Dario Salgado stood on a rain-soaked field. Luis Aranja wore goalkeeper gloves too large for his hands. Beside every photograph was a later image from the national team. Different players, different decades. The poses matched: a raised shoulder, a bent wrist, the angle of a foot resting on a ball. Expressions repeated across generations as though copied from one body into another. Raphael felt his stomach tighten. On a lower shelf lay a pair of modern boots. Thiago's boots. The blue pair Raphael had repaired 2 weeks earlier after a stud tore loose. He lifted them. The soles were cold and packed with the same dark soil hidden inside the wall. A heavy book rested beneath them. Its cover was cracked black leather. Embossed with 6 empty stars, Raphael opened it carefully. The first pages contained lists of stadium directors, federation officials, coaches, doctors, and maintenance supervisors. Each generation had signed the same declaration. What the nation forgets, the field will remember. What the field remembers, the gifted shall inherit. Farther into the ledger, the handwriting changed. Ceremonial instructions described the binding of a player's name to the stadium foundations. Boots carried movement. Photographs carried form. Public silence removed the person. The clay stars stored what remained. Raphael turned another page. His father's signature appeared beneath a date from Raphael's 16th year. Below it was a sentence written in Osvaldo's hand: "The 5th generation weakens. A 6th vessel must be prepared from the guardian's blood." Raphael's own name appeared beneath the sentence. It had been crossed out. Thiago's had been written below it. From somewhere deeper in the chamber came the faint click of studs against stone. Raphael raised his flashlight. Behind the central table, 5 boys stood between the shelves. Their faces were still scratched away. One of them held the unfinished clay star. And in Thiago's voice, he said, "You brought us the wrong Mora." The 5 boys vanished when Raphael moved the flashlight. Only the shelves remained, crowded with ruined boots and photographs whose faces had been scraped into pale wounds. The unfinished clay star lay on the floor behind the table. A narrow crack ran through its center. Raphael picked it up, and a voice whispered from somewhere inside the clay, "Play it." He turned toward the shelves. Beneath a row of registration photographs stood an old portable tape recorder. Its plastic casing had yellowed, and a Federation inventory label covered the battery compartment. A cassette was already inside. Raphael pressed the button. For several seconds, there was only static and the distant sound of a crowd. Then a man began speaking. "This record is for the Guardians who come after us." Raphael recognized Director Valence's predecessor, a Federation official whose portrait still hung in the administrative corridor. The chosen must possess unusual ability but insufficient protection. Poverty is preferable. Distance from influential clubs is useful. The public must have no reason to ask where the boy went. Another voice interrupted. "What if the family continues searching? They will remember losing someone. They will not remember whom." Paper shifted near the microphone. The recording continued with clinical calm. 5 young players had been selected across several decades. Each had shown qualities officials believed the national game required: Amilcar's balance, Bento's vision, Joaquim's endurance, Dario's finishing instinct, and Louis' anticipation. None had reached the senior level. Their registrations were withdrawn. Coaches were paid or promoted. Photographs were altered. Families were encouraged to move, then gradually forgot the details that might have led them back. The ritual did not transfer the boys' existing skill. It transferred what they might have become. Their unrealized years were divided among players chosen by the Federation, first at youth academies, then among senior squads. One stolen future could pass through several generations, appearing as instinct in bodies that had never earned it. Raphael looked at the paired photographs. The repeated poses were not imitation. They were inheritance. A new speaker entered the recording. Osvaldo Moura. Raphael almost dropped the machine. His father sounded younger, but the tired patience in his voice was unchanged. The chamber must remain beneath the exhibition hall. The nation must celebrate above what it has buried. That is the binding. "And if the names return?" someone asked. "Then the gifts return with them. To the dead, to whoever is still owed." The tape clicked. A later recording began. Osvaldo's breathing was heavier now. "The 5th binding is failing. The names are appearing in maintenance records. I have hidden the original files in the Western storage room. They must not be destroyed. Without the files, there will be no proof when repayment begins." Raphael closed his eyes. The Western storage room. He remembered the renovation 12 years earlier. Mold had spread through cabinets after a drainage pipe burst. Raphael had been ordered to clear everything before inspectors arrived. His father had already been dead for 3 years. Director Valenza had stood in the doorway, pointing toward water-damaged boxes. "None of that is catalogued," he had said. "Dispose of it." Raphael remembered carrying the boxes to the service yard. Youth registration forms, match reports, photographs stuck together by dampness. Several folders bore names he had not bothered to read. He had fed them into an industrial furnace used for contaminated materials. One folder had fallen open. A boy in an old goalkeeper's jersey stared from the first page. Raphael had paused because the boy's hands resembled Tiago's long fingers. Narrow wrists. Then Valenza had called his name. Raphael had thrown the folder into the flames. The tape continued. Osvaldo spoke directly now, as if he knew who would eventually listen. Raphael, maintenance is not innocence. A man who keeps a machine working becomes responsible for what it produces. Raphael sat beside the stone table. The chamber had not chosen Tiago only because of blood. Raphael had completed the erasure himself. By destroying the surviving files, he had removed the final path through which the 5 boys could be remembered. He had protected the ritual without knowing its name. Or perhaps some part of him had known enough not to ask. The cassette reached its final passage. If the 6th star begins forming, the debt can still be interrupted. The discarded names must be spoken where victory is displayed. But understand this: talent already transferred cannot be returned gently. The vessel will lose everything the dead placed inside him. The recorder stopped. From above came a roar so powerful that dust fell from the chamber ceiling. The empty stadium was cheering. Raphael opened the ledger to Tiago's page. New writing appeared beneath his son's name. Vessel accepted. Trial begins tomorrow. Below it, another line slowly formed. Guardian Raphael Mora present at the first burning. The first burning was not in Raphael's memory until the ledger named it. Then the smoke returned. He was 16 again, standing beside his father in the service yard behind the western stands. Rain had darkened the concrete. A metal drum burned beneath a corrugated roof, and Osvaldo fed papers into it one handful at a time. Raphael remembered asking what they were. Old registrations, his father had said. He remembered watching names blacken and curl. He remembered Osvaldo removing one file before the flames reached it, pressing it beneath his jacket and whispering. 5 were taken. There must not be a 6th. Raphael had forgotten all of it. The chamber had not hidden the memory. It had waited until forgetting became useful. Above him, the cheering continued. Although the stadium remained empty, the sound rolled through the foundations in waves. Each roar ended with the same 6 slow claps. Raphael carried the ledger and tape recorder back into the exhibition hall. The carving had advanced. T-I-A-G-O. His son's first name was complete. Beneath the letters, the 6th star had begun filling with a pale gold stain that spread through the concrete as if the wall were absorbing light. Raphael opened the ledger on the floor. Pages that had been blank in the chamber now contained diagrams of the ritual. 5 stars formed a circle around a 6th. Lines connected each stolen player to qualities written in the margins. Balance, vision, endurance, finishing, to anticipation. At the center was a single word, Vessel. Tiago had never possessed one extraordinary gift. He possessed fragments of all 5. Raphael thought of the movements appearing in training. Matthias's turn. The injured boy's balance. Techniques Tiago insisted he had always known. Those forgotten teammates had not merely vanished. Their abilities had been absorbed as the ritual concentrated itself, stripping talent from lesser vessels and gathering it into the final one. The 6th star was not another layer added to the country's glory. It was an account being closed. A folded page near the back of the ledger bore Osvaldo's handwriting. The first 5 stars mark victories already purchased. The 6th marks the final withdrawal. When it is filled, no future remains to borrow. The nation receives one last triumph, and the vessel is collected as repayment. Raphael read the sentence twice. The scoreboard had not shown a prediction. It had shown a receipt. Brazil would win the final displayed there. Tiago would score. The opposing nation remained blank because it did not matter. The ritual was not shaping a match against another team. It was spending the last of the stolen futures to manufacture an outcome. And afterward, Tiago would be taken from memory as completely as the 5 boys before him. The attendance line returned to Raphael. None remembered. Not because the stadium would be empty, because no one would remember the people whose lives had purchased the celebration. His phone vibrated. Coach Afonso's name appeared on the screen. Raphael answered. "Your son has been selected for the final trial," the coach said. His voice trembled with excitement. "The scouts changed their schedule. They want him at the stadium tonight. Not the academy. They requested the main ground." Raphael. "I've never seen anything like this." They reviewed his footage and said he may be the most complete youth player in the country. From the field outside came the sound of a whistle. Raphael walked to the glass doors. Tiago stood alone near the center circle in his academy uniform. He should not have been there yet. He lifted one hand toward Raphael, but his face showed no recognition. Then 5 other boys appeared around him. Amilcar stood behind his left shoulder. Bento waited to his right. Joachim, Dario, and Luis formed a wider circle. Their scratched faces turned toward the stands. The stadium lights ignited without power. Gold light poured over the field. The scoreboard opened. World Cup Final. Brazil 2. Blank 1. Beneath the score, Tiago's name appeared beside the winning goal. The slow anthem began. Raphael pushed through the doors and ran toward the pitch. With every step, the 5 boys moved closer to Tiago. Their bodies overlapped his one by one, first shoulders, then legs, then hands, until 6 shadows occupied the same place. Tiago looked down at his boots. When he raised his head again, his expression belonged to no one Raphael knew. A voice came from him in 5 different tones. "We were not chosen to make him great." The 6th star above the exhibition hall turned completely gold. "We were saved to make him disappear." The 5 voices inside Tiago continued speaking after his mouth closed. They came from the stadium speakers now, whispering through static in different ages and accents, repeating the same sentence from every section of the empty stands. "We were saved to make him disappear." Raphael reached the center circle. Tiago stood motionless beneath the gold floodlights. His pupils were so wide that his eyes seemed black. Around him, the 5 overlapping shadows stretched in different directions, ignoring the angle of the lamps. Raphael seized his shoulders. "Tiago." His son blinked. For 1 second, Raphael saw recognition. Pi. Then the scoreboard shutters slammed open. The future final spread across the display again. But this time it did not remain confined to the old board. The score appeared on renovation monitors, emergency signs, ticket screens, and the small digital clocks inside the executive boxes. Brazil 2. The opponent's name remained empty. 1. On every screen, a progress line appeared beneath the result. 6th withdrawal, 91%. Raphael pulled Tiago toward the player's tunnel. The boy resisted without seeming to move. His boots remained planted on the grass, while Raphael felt the weight of several bodies pressing back through him. "You can't take the vessel away," said Amilcar's voice. "The trial has already begun," said Bento. At the tunnel entrance, Coach Afonso and 3 Federation scouts appeared. They walked onto the field smiling, apparently deaf to the voices surrounding them. "There he is," Afonso called. Let them see what you can do. Rafael stepped in front of Tiago. The trial is canceled. One of the scouts frowned. This isn't your decision. Rafael held up the ledger. It was decided before any of us were born. They looked at the book, then at one another. No curiosity, no alarm, only irritation. Director Valença entered behind them. Unlike the others, he stared directly at the ledger. "Give me that," he said. Rafael understood then that Valença knew, perhaps not every detail, but enough to recognize what had been removed from the chamber. "You ordered me to burn the files. They were damaged. You knew their names." Valença's gaze moved toward Tiago. "Your son is about to receive everything you wanted for him. No, he's about to pay for it." Valença lowered his voice. "Do you think people care where greatness comes from? They care that it arrives." The scoreboard changed. Sixth withdrawal, 94%. Tiago bent forward suddenly, clutching his head. When he cried out, 5 other voices broke through the sound. Rafael ran for the broadcast room beneath the western stand. Valença followed. The corridor lights switched on ahead of Rafael one by one. Although he knew the circuits were disconnected, through every wall came the slow anthem, swelling as if crowds were gathering inside the concrete. Rafael reached the control room and locked the door behind him. The emergency microphone stood beside an obsolete mixing console. It had once been used for evacuation announcements, but its cables still connected to the stadium speaker network. He switched it on. The red indicator remained dark. Rafael spoke anyway. "My name is Rafael Moura." His voice exploded across the stadium. The anthem stopped. Outside the control room window, every screen went blank. Rafael opened the ledger. These names were removed from football history. They belonged to boys whose futures were stolen because powerful men believed their lives were worth less than victory. Valença struck the door from the corridor. "Turn it off." Rafael read the first name. Amilcar Vaz. The scoreboard illuminated his name. A photograph appeared beneath it, a thin boy standing with one foot on a ball. His face restored. Bento Lemos. A second photograph emerged. Joaquim Neri. The lights above the field flickered. Dario Salgado. The concrete walls groaned. Luis Aranha. The 5 names filled the scoreboard together. Across the stadium, unseen spectators began inhaling as one. Rafael heard Tiago scream. He gripped the microphone. One name remained. To speak, it would expose the final vessel. It would destroy the career Tiago had worked for. Return whatever talent had been borrowed and condemn his son to a life shaped by loss. To remain silent would preserve the victory. It would also erase him. Valença broke through the door. Rafael raised the microphone before the director could reach him. "The 6th name," he said, "is Thiago Moura." The scoreboard flashed white. For the first time, the empty line beside Brazil filled with an opponent. It did not contain the name of another country. It contained a single word, the forgotten. Then the final began. The final lasted less than a minute. No players ran onto the field. No referee appeared. The ball remained motionless on the center spot while the scoreboard counted backward from Brazil's 2 goals. The first vanished without sound, then the second. The gold lights above the stadium dimmed to a sickly white, and the impossible score changed. Brazil 0, the forgotten 0. The word final broke apart letter by letter. Tiago collapsed. Rafael dropped the microphone and ran from the broadcast room, leaving Valença pressed against the wall with both hands over his ears. The corridor had filled with voices not cheering now, but names spoken by hundreds of people who sounded surprised to remember them. Amilcar Vaz, Bento Lemos, Joaquim Neri, Dario Salgado, Luis Aranha. The names traveled through the stadium, out through the open gates and into the streets beyond. By the time Rafael reached the field, the 5 shadows had separated from Tiago. They stood around him once more, but their faces were no longer scratched away. Amilcar looked younger than Rafael had imagined. Bento had a narrow scar beside his eyebrow. Joaquim was missing one front tooth. Dario's expression carried the impatience of a boy who hated standing still for photographs. Luis wore his oversized goalkeeper gloves. They did not look grateful. They looked tired. Rafael knelt beside his son. Tiago was breathing, but his body had gone slack. His eyes opened slowly. Where am I? The stadium. Why? Rafael helped him sit. Tiago stared at the ball on the center spot. There was no hunger in his expression, no instinctive calculation of distance or angle. When Rafael rolled the ball toward him, it struck Tiago's ankle and continued past. Tiago watched it go. I don't know what to do with it, he whispered. The 5 boys turned toward the northern stands. For an instant, every seat appeared occupied by families holding old photographs, registration papers and children's boots. Then the floodlights flickered, and the stands were empty again. The boys walked toward the players' tunnel. They disappeared one by one. When Luis reached the entrance, he looked back at Rafael. The debt is not only his own. The earth beneath the field opened. A crack traveled from the center circle to the exhibition hall, splitting tiles and lifting sections of concrete. From below came the sound of the ceremonial chamber collapsing. Clay stars shattered beneath the foundations. Rafael understood what remained. The names had returned. Tiago had been released. But the ritual had been maintained for generations by guardians who preserved the stadium, destroyed evidence and accepted silence as ordinary work. Someone still had to carry the years stolen by that silence. Rafael kissed Tiago's forehead. Go through the tunnel. What about you? I have to shut down the lights. Tiago caught his sleeve. I'll come with you. Rafael gently removed his hand. No, this part was never yours. He walked toward the exhibition hall as the stadium darkened around him. Behind the fallen victory display, the 6th star had cracked open. The 5 older names remained visible. Tiago's name was fading. Beneath them, new grooves formed. Rafael Moura. He placed his palm against the wall. The concrete softened like wet earth. Cold hands closed around his wrist. But Rafael did not pull away. The last thing he heard outside was Tiago calling for him. Then the wall sealed. In the weeks that followed, newspapers published the recovered stories of 5 young footballers whose disappearances had been concealed across decades. Families remembered sons, brothers and uncles they had mourned without names. Photographs changed. Match reports filled their empty spaces. Officials denied knowledge until surviving recordings and ledgers appeared anonymously in the Federation archives. The future championship shown by the scoreboard never occurred. Tiago left the academy without the stolen gifts. He was an ordinary player with poor balance and an uncertain first touch. For a while, he could not watch football at all. He remembered that someone had taken him to the stadium as a child. He remembered a man repairing his boots, but he could not remember the man's face or name. Years later, Tiago returned during the stadium's reopening. The exhibition displayed 6 stars, 5 gold for the celebrated victories, and 1 gray star dedicated to the players whose futures had been stolen. As the ceremony ended, the staff switched off the lights for a moment. Current moved through circuits that had been disconnected for decades. A man's voice whispered from inside the walls. "Check the 5th lamp. It always stays on too long." Tiago stopped beneath the darkened display. Above him, the 5th lamp glowed green for several seconds. Then it went out. Some victories are remembered so brightly that no one asks what had to be buried beneath them. Raphael believed maintenance was neutral, that keeping the lights on did not make him responsible for what they illuminated. But silence can also be a form of labor. And forgetting often survives because ordinary people continue repairing the systems built around it. Tiago lives, but he loses both his borrowed greatness and the father who saved him. Perhaps that is the story's smallest redemption. Not that the debt disappears, but that the forgotten finally receive their names back. What would you sacrifice to preserve a victory everyone else believed they deserved? Story 2. The invitation arrived in a plain gray envelope with no crest, no return address, and Lucas Adler's name typed slightly too low on the paper. He almost threw it away. For 3 years, every official letter had meant another request to revisit the same evening, a documentary producer asking for an interview, a sports psychologist offering a public rehabilitation, a lawyer forwarding fresh abuse from someone who still believed a goalkeeper's mistake could be prosecuted like fraud. Lucas had stopped opening most of them. He lived alone outside Castle, repaired old projectors for private collectors, and avoided any room where a television might be showing football. Inside the envelope was a single sheet. The National Football Archive requested his assistance with the restoration of a nitrate film recovered from a decommissioned training facility near Robbenfeld. The film was unstable. Its match could not be identified. Its goalkeeper could not be identified. Because of Lucas's experience with pre-war projection systems, his presence was considered essential. At the bottom, beneath the director's signature, someone had added a sentence by hand. "You will recognize the save." The archive occupied a low concrete building behind the newer Federation offices. Beyond a security barrier and a row of leafless poplars, it was colder inside than the November air. Fluorescent tubes shone without flickering, giving the corridors the clean, depthless color of refrigerated rooms. Dr. Miriam Voss met him at reception. She was small, silver-haired, and wore white cotton gloves, though there was nothing fragile near her. "Thank you for coming. Mr. Adler, you said the film came from Rabenfeld." "The old National Training Center. I know what it was." Her expression did not change. Everyone in football knew Rabenfeld had been abandoned after subsidence opened cracks beneath the western pitch. Lucas had trained there once as a teenager. He remembered the dormitory windows, the smell of wet grass in the medical wing, and a penalty coach who told boys that history never remembered the shot, only the man who failed to stop it. Dr. Voss led him down 2 levels to a restoration room with no windows. A film canister waited on a steel table. It was black, unmarked, and filmed with a pale dust that looked almost like frost. "We tried the catalog," she said. There is no corresponding fixture. Teams? Unknown. Date? Unknown. Then how do you know it's a final? For the first time, she hesitated. The crowd behaves as if something is ending. Lucas put on gloves. The metal canister was so cold that it ached through the fabric. When he lifted the lid, a smell of vinegar and damp wool escaped. The reel inside was wound tightly around a brass core. Along the leader, written in grease pencil, were 3 words. The last final. That title isn't in the archive index. Dr. Voss said. Neither is the handwriting, Lucas replied, though it was familiar in a way he could not place. They threaded the film through a hand-cranked inspection viewer. At first, there was only gray leader, scratches, and pulses of white light. Then a stadium emerged. It was enormous, roofless, and packed with spectators who remained perfectly still. Snow lay along the touchlines, but none fell through the floodlights. The teams wore dark shirts without badges. Their faces had been overexposed into pale blanks. Only the goalkeeper could be seen clearly. He stood alone beneath a square wooden crossbar. His shirt was black. His gloves were white. Behind him, instead of advertising boards, a mechanical clock stretched across the terrace. Its hands did not mark minutes. Around its face were decades, counting backward toward the present. Lucas leaned closer. The goalkeeper bounced once on his heels. It was a movement Lucas knew intimately. Left foot first, shoulders loose. Right, glove opening and closing twice. He had done it before every penalty since childhood. Stop the film, he said. Dr. Voss did not touch the crank. A player placed the ball on the spot. The crowd opened its mouths in silence. The goalkeeper raised his head toward the camera. The face on the screen was Lucas's own, not as he looked now. Older, hollow-cheeked, exhausted, and wearing the pair of white gloves Lucas had burned the morning after he lost the final. For several seconds, Lucas could not move. The gloves on the screen were unmistakable. White, latex palms, black stitching at the thumbs, and a gray strip across each wrist where he had once written his initials. After the final, he had carried them home, poured lighter fluid over them behind his apartment building, and watched the fingers curl inward as they burned. Dr. Voss stopped the viewer. The emulsion predates your career, she said. Lucas looked at her. You knew. I knew the goalkeeper resembled you. You wrote the note. No. Her answer came too quickly. But he had spent years listening to people deny the obvious with calm professional voices. Club directors, agents, commentators, even Clara. Whenever she said she was not angry anymore, he removed the cotton gloves and left them beside the machine. The archive had arranged a room for him nearby. But he drove home. The roads north were wet and empty. By the time he reached his house, the film had become easier to dismiss. Restorers saw familiar faces in damaged frames. Athletes repeated movements. Equipment designs returned. Memory filled gaps because it hated blank spaces. That was all. His house stood beyond a closed railway station, with dark tracks behind the garden and frost whitening the unused platform. Lucas had chosen it because trains no longer stopped there. Nothing arrived unexpectedly. Clara's car was parked beside the gate. He found her in the kitchen, fastening her coat over the small rise of her stomach. At 36, Clara Neumann still carried herself like the sports physician she had been when they met, shoulders level, gaze steady, patients treated as a limited clinical resource. "You ignored my messages," she said. "My phone was off. You always say that, as though it happens by itself." On the table lay a folder from the prenatal clinic. Lucas looked away. Clara noticed. The scan was normal. "Good. You could ask more than that." He opened the refrigerator without knowing what he wanted. The interior light made his hands look bloodless. She had left him 7 months after the final. Though neither of them used the word left. They said distance, treatment, space. When she told him she was pregnant after one brief attempt at reconciliation, Lucas had felt joy first and terror immediately afterward. He had spent his life believing a goalkeeper's worst inheritance was slow hands. Since the final, he knew it was blame. Clara asked about the archive. He told her only that the reel was damaged. "Football again," she said. "It's restoration. It always becomes football with you." He shut the refrigerator. "You came to tell me the scan was normal." "I came because our son will eventually notice that his father lives like a witness under protection." The sentence struck more cleanly than anger. Lucas turned toward the dark window above the sink. His reflection floated over the garden, positioned between 2 white goalposts made by the frame. Clara left without asking him to attend the next appointment. Later, unable to sleep, Lucas opened his laptop and searched for the final. There were thousands of copies. The match had been replayed so often that he remembered every angle, the cross from the right, the ball descending through rain, Lucas stepping forward, then stopping. His hands rose too late. The ball passed between them and bounced behind him for Sergio Abarca to score. The phrase attached to the clip had followed him for 9 years. Adler missed the ball. He selected the most viewed recording. The stadium appeared. Rain silvered the floodlights. The cross came from the right. But before the ball reached Lucas, defender Matthias Kern stepped backward and glanced it with the crown of his head. The deflection was slight, enough to change the flight. Lucas replayed it. Then again, he searched another upload. Kern touched the ball there too, the commentator said, with weary certainty. That hesitation from Kern has left Adler no chance. Lucas sat perfectly still. Millions of people had watched him miss an untouched cross. He knew because they had never allowed him to forget it. On the paused screen, Matthias Kern was turning toward goal with both hands already raised to his face, and Lucas could no longer find a single version in which the defender did not touch the ball. Lucas returned to the archive before sunrise. He had not slept. Every recording of the club final now showed Matthias Kern's deflection, and every article described Lucas as unlucky rather than incompetent. Old insults had vanished from comment sections. A newspaper column once titled "The Hands That Failed" had become Kern's fatal touch. Even the messages stored on Lucas's phone had changed, where strangers had called him a coward. They now asked why he had never defended himself. "Doctor," Voss was already waiting in the restoration room. "You watched it," Lucas said. She stood beside the inspection viewer, her white gloves folded at the wrists. "I reviewed 3 minutes. How much was enough?" Her eyes moved toward the black canister. "Apparently. 1 save." Lucas opened his laptop and showed her the altered footage. She watched Matthias Kern touch the cross without surprise. "That is how the match has always been recorded," she said. "No, it isn't. You remember differently. So do you." Doctor, Voss looked at him. Memory is not protected by evidence. Mr. Adler, evidence replaces it. She dimmed the lights. The reel had been transferred to a larger editing bench. Its first sequence was mounted between two brass plates, each frame illuminated from beneath. Lucas advanced the film by hand. The penalty taker emerged in fragments: boots, knees, a dark shirt, then a face burned pale by overexposure. On normal playback, the features had seemed blank, frame by frame. They changed. In one image, the man was young. In the next, his cheeks had collapsed with age. Lucas stopped breathing. He knew the face from archive photographs. Ernst Voller had been a national team forward before the war. In the qualifying match that ended his career, he had struck a late penalty over the bar. Newspaper reports claimed the miss caused his breakdown. He died in a sanatorium decades later. He cannot be in this film, Lucas said. Dr. Voss placed a folder beside him. Inside was Voller's death certificate. The date preceded the manufacture of the film stock by 19 years. Lucas advanced farther. Other players waited near the center circle, perfectly still. The damaged frames briefly exposed their faces. Oscar Ryman, remembered for losing possession before a decisive goal. Emil Hartung, whose own goal had ended a tournament run. Friedrich Bender, who had refused to take the final penalty in a shootout. All dead. All attached to failures repeated until they had become larger than the men themselves. Behind the goal, the mechanical clock pointed to the decade of Voller's miss. What happened when you watched this yesterday? Lucas asked. Dr. Voss answered without looking at him. The goalkeeper saved Voller's penalty. And Kern was not connected to your final before that. A faint clicking came from the film gate, though neither of them was turning the reel. The frames began moving. Voller approached the ball. The silent crowd leaned forward as one body. Lucas's older double bounced on his heels, opened his right glove twice, and dived low. The shot was caught cleanly. The instant the ball entered the goalkeeper's hands, the clock behind him spun forward by almost a century. The film went white. Somewhere above them, a telephone began ringing. Dr. Voss turned on the lights. On her desk, an archive database had opened by itself. The entry for Ernst Voller's qualifying match was changing line by line. The missed penalty disappeared. A defender named Wilhelm Kranz had now taken it instead. Lucas recognized the name because Kranz had been praised in every surviving account. He had cleared 2 shots from the goal line and assisted Germany's only goal. He had never taken a penalty. The database now described him hesitating, slipping, and sending the ball into the crowd. A photograph loaded beneath the article. Krantz was leaving the stadium alone while supporters reached over the barriers toward him. Dr. Voss opened another file. Every record agreed. Wilhelm Krantz had caused the defeat. His career had collapsed under public hatred. His wife had left him. His children had changed their surname. He had died alone in a boarding house. On the editing bench, the film clicked again. A new player had appeared at the penalty spot. Matthias Kern placed the ball carefully on the white mark and looked directly through the screen at Lucas. Matthias Kern did not move. He stood at the penalty spot inside the silent stadium, one hand resting on his hip, the other hanging loose beside his body. Rain darkened his shirt. though no rain fell anywhere else in the frame. His face was older than Lucas remembered from the final, lined by years that had not yet happened. Lucas reached for the switch. Dr. Voss caught his wrist. If you stop now, we learn nothing. We already know enough. No, she said. We know that one record has changed. We do not know the mechanism. Wilhelm Krantz died for something he never did. He was already dead. The words were quiet, almost gentle. That made them worse. Lucas pulled free. His children were not. Doctor Voss looked at the image of Kern, and neither are yours. For a moment, the room seemed to narrow around them. The fluorescent light gave off a thin electrical hum. Lucas thought of Clara's folder on his kitchen table, of the black and white shape on the scan he had refused to study closely. Dr. Voss turned the crank. Kern began his run. The goalkeeper on the screen waited until the last possible instant, then threw himself left. The ball struck both white gloves and stopped dead between them. The clock behind the goal advanced. The lights in the restoration room dimmed. On Lucas's laptop, the file of his club final refreshed by itself. Kern's deflection vanished. The cross now passed untouched through the rain. Lucas stepped forward beneath it, raised his hands, and gathered the ball cleanly against his chest. The match continued. His team won in extra time. A second browser window opened. Headlines filled the screen. Adler's redemption, the save that built a dynasty. Captain Lucas lifts European Cup. Photographs appeared of a career he had never lived. Lucas in national colors. Lucas holding trophies. Lucas smiling beside Clara. At an awards dinner, he clicked one image and enlarged it. Clara was wearing a wedding ring. You wanted proof. Dr. Voss said, "This isn't proof. What would you call it? A replacement." She considered that. History is always replacement. One account survives because another is discarded. On the screen, the next penalty taker emerged from the center circle. Oskar Reimann, the midfielder whose lost pass had led to a famous semi-final defeat. He approached slowly, carrying the posture of a man walking toward a verdict already delivered. Lucas should have stopped the reel. Instead, he watched. The goalkeeper saved again. A familiar defeat changed. Reimann's lost pass became an intercepted ball played by a substitute named Karl Eder, a man previously remembered for scoring the team's only goal. Search results rewrote themselves. Memorial articles turned accusatory. Photographs changed their captions. Eder's surviving grandchildren appeared in old interviews describing years of threats and broken windows. The film clicked to a stop. Lucas stared at the reel between the brass plates. Something about it was wrong. He measured the exposed strip against the ruler fixed to the bench. Then he checked the footage remaining on the supply spool. There were 11 meters when we started, he said. Dr. Voss did not answer. There are nearly 14 now. He rewound the last sequence and counted the frames. The splices he had marked earlier were still present, but new images had appeared between them. Crowds outside Eder's home, newspaper presses running through the night, a child scratching his surname from a school book. None had been there before. The reel had not merely recorded the altered match. It had grown to contain the life destroyed by the correction. Lucas held one newly formed section to the light. The emulsion was wet and glossy, as if freshly developed. In one frame, Carl Eder sat alone at a kitchen table, while stones struck the windows behind him. In the next, Eder looked up. His eyes were fixed beyond the camera, on Lucas. Then, a line appeared along the bottom edge of the frame. Scratched into the film in handwriting, Lucas now recognized as his own. "Keep watching, and they will forgive you." Behind him, Dr. Voss began threading the longer reel back through the projector. The projector began turning before Dr. Voss touched the switch. Its motor gave a low mechanical growl, pulling the newly lengthened film through the gate. On the wall, the silent stadium returned. The next player was walking toward the penalty spot, but Lucas no longer looked at him. He crossed the room and opened the door. Cold air pressed against his face. The corridor beyond was empty. Every fluorescent tube had gone dark except the one directly above him, which buzzed with a weak blue light, far off, somewhere above the concrete ceilings. Thousands of people inhaled together. Lucas stepped into the corridor. The sound stopped. He walked toward the stairwell. Behind him, the projector continued clicking, steady as a clock. When he reached the fire door, he pushed the handle down. The door did not move. He tried again. Harder. The metal bar flexed beneath his palms, but the frame felt fused into the wall. A green exit sign glowed above it, its arrow pointing back toward the restoration rooms. "Dr. Voss." No answer. The crowd breathed again. This time it came from the corridor ahead. Lucas followed it past cataloging offices and temperature-controlled vaults. Frost had formed along the lower edges of the walls. His breath clouded in front of him. Through the glass doors of storage rooms, shelves vanished into darkness, their labeled boxes resembling rows of seated spectators. A murmur moved with him, not cheering, not words. The low, disappointed sound a crowd made when a goalkeeper failed to claim an easy ball. Lucas quickened his pace. Every turn brought him back to the same junction. Restoration room to the left. Photographic records to the right. Object storage straight ahead. He marked one wall with his thumbnail. On the next circuit, the mark waited for him beneath a thin skin of ice. The archive had closed around him. At the end of object storage, a narrow steel cabinet stood open. Lucas was certain it had been locked earlier. A paper label had been fixed to the upper drawer. Adler. Lucas Burdenmaterial. The drawer resisted before sliding out with a wet metallic scrape. Inside lay a football. Its white panels had yellowed. Mud remained dried inside the seams, and a long black mark crossed one side where a boot had struck it. Lucas knew that mark. He had stared at it in photographs until it seemed carved into his vision. It was the ball from his ruined final. He lifted it with both hands. The leather was cold and slightly soft, as though the match had ended only minutes ago. Beneath it lay an evidence envelope and a small brass key stamped with the name Rabenfeld. The envelope contained photographs. In the first, Lucas stood at the training center as a boy of 15, wearing a goalkeeper's shirt too large for him. Beside him was his old penalty coach, Hans Drexler. Behind them, half hidden by the goal net, stood Dr. Voss. She had not aged. The second photograph showed a room beneath the Rabenfeld penalty hall. A projector faced a blank wall. 11 pairs of white gloves hung from hooks, each labeled with a player's name. The final pair bore Lucas's. A typed report had been folded behind the photographs. Candidate displays high blame retention. Subject internalizes team failure without resistance. Suitable for future correction event. The assessment was dated 23 years before his club final. At the bottom was Hans Drexler's signature. Lucas remembered the coach's favorite exercise. After training, Drexler made him stand alone in goal while the other boys took penalties until darkness covered the pitch. Every missed save had to be named aloud. Every scorer had to be thanked. A goalkeeper must learn to carry what others cannot. Drexler used to say. From somewhere behind the cabinets came the soft bounce of a ball. Once, then again. Lucas followed the sound and found another document pinned to the back wall. It was a transport order for the match ball. Transferred from Robbenfeld to his club on the morning of the final. Under purpose, someone had typed. Placement of designated failure. The crowd behind the walls rose to its feet. In Lucas's hands, the old ball began to tremble. Then, from inside its leather casing, his own voice whispered, "You were chosen before they ever crossed the ball." The ball stopped whispering the moment Lucas dropped it. It struck the concrete floor without bouncing. The crowd behind the walls fell silent. At the far end of the corridor, a service door stood open, where there had been only blank wall before. Beyond it waited a loading bay and, inexplicably, the night. Lucas stepped through. Cold rain touched his face. The archive building was gone. He stood beside the rusted fence of the Rabenfeld Training Center, 30 kilometers from where he had been moments earlier. The brass key remained clenched in his fist. The old complex lay across the field like a structure abandoned after an evacuation. Dormitory windows gaped black. Weeds pressed through the running track. Beyond the main buildings, the penalty hall rose beneath a collapsed roof. Its broken floodlights angled toward the ground. Lucas crossed the field. Each step disturbed water pooled in the grass, but the splashes made no sound. The only noise came from behind the penalty hall, the regular click of a projector changing frames. The brass key opened a door beneath the western stand. A staircase descended through concrete, stained with long vertical trails of damp. White paint peeled from the walls in strips resembling torn goal nets. At the bottom, Lucas found a narrow passage leading beneath the pitch. He remembered this place, not the corridor itself, but the pressure of earth overhead, the smell of cold dust, and Drexler's hand resting on his shoulder. A childhood memory surfaced in fragments, being led downstairs after the other trainees had gone. A white screen, instructions to keep his eyes open. The memory ended before the room appeared. Now the passage opened into it. The projection chamber was circular, built directly beneath the penalty spot. Goalkeeper gloves covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Some were cracked with age. Others looked recently worn, their palms stained with soil, in grass, or something darker. Each pair carried a name: Ernst Voller, Wilhelm Kranz, Karl Eder, Oskar Reimann, Matthias Kern. There were hundreds. The names belonged not only to goalkeepers but to defenders, forwards, coaches, referees, and substitutes. Men remembered for missing, slipping, hesitating, refusing, or standing in the wrong place at the wrong second. At the center of the chamber stood a projector. It was larger than the machine in the archive and built from black iron. No cable ran from it. No generator hummed nearby. Yet its reels were turning. A cone of white light crossed the room and struck the curved wall between the hanging gloves. The film showed Rabenfeld in summer. The image was old, softened by scratches and chemical bloom. Boys trained on the penalty pitch while coaches watched from the touchline. Lucas searched their faces, expecting to see himself at 15. The date board beside the goal showed a year more than a decade before his birth. A goalkeeper stood beneath the crossbar. He wore Lucas's face, not the older face from the final. This version appeared young, perhaps 17. He had Lucas's narrow shoulders, the small scar above his left eyebrow, and the nervous habit of rubbing his thumb against the seam of his glove. A coach entered the frame, Hans Drexler. He looked no older than Lucas remembered him. Drexler placed a ball on the spot and addressed someone behind the camera. There was no recorded sound, but subtitles had been scratched directly into the emulsion. Subject form acceptable. Muscle memory will be retained. Face may be applied later. The young goalkeeper dived left before the ball was struck. Drexler nodded. Lucas backed away from the screen and brushed against the hanging gloves. Every pair nearest him closed at once, fingers folding toward empty palms. The film changed. Now the projection showed a hospital room. Clara lay asleep beneath a white blanket, one hand resting over her stomach. A monitor beside her displayed no numbers, only a spinning mechanical clock. Drexler stood beside the bed. He turned toward the camera and lifted an infant goalkeeper's glove no larger than his hand. At the bottom of the frame, new words appeared. Next candidate identified. Lucas lunged at the projector. Before he reached it, the machine stopped. Every glove in the chamber turned so that its palms faced him. Then, from the darkness beneath the screen, "Doctor," Voss said, "you were never the first Lucas Adler we prepared." Dr. Voss stepped into the projector's light. For a moment, her shadow covered the hospital room on the wall. Clara disappeared behind the outline of her body. But the small goalkeeper's glove remained visible beside Dr. Voss's head. "What do you mean? The first Lucas Adler?" he asked. "A name is easier to preserve than a person." She crossed the chamber and pressed her palm against a section of hanging gloves. The wall moved inward with a sigh of displaced air. Behind it was a narrow records room lined with iron shelves. Ledgers filled every shelf. Their bindings carried tournament years, stadium names, and handwritten labels such as public necessity, national continuity, and corrected responsibility. Some were older than the Football Federation itself. Dr. Voss opened the nearest volume. Each page contained 2 columns. The first identified a protected player, captains, celebrated forwards, national goalkeepers, men whose faces had appeared on stamps and schoolroom posters. Beside each name was a failure that official history did not attribute to them. The second column listed a replacement, usually a reserve player, sometimes a referee, occasionally a coach, groundskeeper, or supporter seated near the pitch. People whose reputations could be destroyed without damaging the larger story. After certain defeats, Dr. Voss said, the country required a single cause. A nation cannot hate 11 men equally. It needs one face. So you gave it one. We gave the defeat somewhere to live. Lucas turned pages. A goalkeeper remembered for saving a decisive penalty had, according to the ledger, dived the wrong way. The mistake had been transferred to a defender who later died in poverty. A legendary captain had abandoned his marking assignment before a winning goal. History blamed a young substitute who played only 3 minutes. Notes described the results with clinical precision. Protected subject retained symbolic value. Replacement demonstrated adequate isolation. Family consequences within acceptable range. Lucas found the volume bearing the year of his club final. His name appeared in the replacement column. Across from it was Stefan Wächter, the national goalkeeper Lucas had worshipped as a boy. Wächter had joined Lucas's club for one final season before retiring. He had been on the bench during the final, officially injured. The ledger told another story. The cross had passed through Lucas's hands because the failure did not belong to Lucas at all. Wächter had made the error during a closed rehearsal match at Rabenfeld weeks earlier. The film had recorded it, then carried its shape into the final through the designated ball. The trained movements, and Lucas's conditioned hesitation. Lucas remembered Wächter embracing him afterward. He had whispered, "You carried us as long as you could." At the time, Lucas had mistaken it for kindness. Beneath the entry, Hans Drexler had written, "Adler accepts imposed failure without accusation. Transfer stable." Lucas felt the old shame inside him shift. It did not disappear. It hardened into something colder. "You ruined me to protect a retired goalkeeper. To protect what he represented." Dr. Voss said. Wächter's final season was being used to rebuild confidence in the national program. His disgrace would have contaminated more than one club. My life was acceptable contamination. You survived. So did Karl Eder. Until you rewrote him. Dr. Voss closed the ledger. Every history contains casualties. We merely select them. A mechanical sound passed through the shelves. One page turned by itself. Then another. Across the room. A new ledger slid from an empty space and landed open on the table. Its paper was clean and damp. Letters began appearing in black ink. Current correction cycle. Restora, Lucas Adler. Transfer status, active. Below it were the names of Voller, Kern, Eder, and the others whose penalties Lucas had watched. Each completed save was marked with a small black cross. At the bottom of the page was a blank entry labeled Final Recipient. The projector behind them started again. On the wall, Clara stirred in the hospital bed. She opened her eyes as if hearing someone call from far away. The mechanical clock beside her spun backward through months. The image changed to a prenatal examination room. Clara sat beside an empty chair. A doctor moved an instrument across her stomach while a monitor displayed the pale shape of the unborn child. His tiny hands were raised beside his face. White goalkeeper gloves covered them. Ink spread across the ledger's final line. Adler. 8. Male infant. Lucas seized the page. But it would not tear. The paper stretched like wet skin and returned to shape beneath his fingers. Dr. Voss watched him without pity. "The transfer began when you restored the first frame," she said. From the projected examination room came a sound the silent film should not have possessed. A heartbeat. Then the unborn child turned his face toward the camera and opened his eyes. The unborn child's eyes were not those of an infant. They were old, exhausted, and unmistakably Lucas's. The projected heartbeat deepened until it resembled a ball striking leather. With each beat, another pair of gloves on the chamber wall tightened. Fingers curled. Seams creaked. Names whispered through the room. "Stop it." Lucas said. Dr. Voss did not move. It will not stop until the inheritance is complete. Clara's image dissolved. The stadium returned. This time Lucas saw the goalkeeper clearly. The face shifted between frames. Wilhelm Kranz, Karl Eder, Matthias Kern, Ernst Fuller, Oskar Reimann, then referees, substitutes, coaches, and forgotten defenders whose names filled the ledgers. At last, Lucas's features settled over them, not replacing the others, containing them. The goalkeeper's body was built from the condemned. One shoulder hung lower from an old defender's injury. The left hand trembled with a striker's illness. The right knee carried the stiffness of a substitute blamed for entering too late. Beneath the black shirt, dozens of bodies appeared and vanished like figures trapped under ice. The goalkeeper was never you. Dr. Voss said. Lucas watched it open and close its white gloves. It was everyone. Everyone chosen to hold what the country refused to carry. The crowd began turning its heads, not toward the penalty spot, toward Lucas. Their faces were no longer blank. They belonged to supporters from different eras, parents lifting children above barriers. Soldiers beside radios. Teenagers painted in national colors. Their expressions followed the same sequence. Hope, disbelief, then the relief of finding someone to hate. The clock behind the goal spun backward through decades. Each passing mark released another failure into the air. A missed tackle, a poor clearance, a shot sent wide. A goalkeeper arriving half a step late. In every scene, the guilty face changed before Lucas could hold it in memory. Why a goalkeeper, he asked. Because he stands apart. Dr. Voss said, a loss can be made to look as though it passed through one pair of hands. The composite keeper bent beneath an invisible weight. The reel spread across the chamber floor. New frames formed wetly along its edges, showing broken windows, abandoned marriages, and children scratching surnames from school books. The saves had erased nothing. They had compressed every insult, every ruined career, every inherited shame into the figure before the goal. And it was full. A whistle sounded. The players near the center circle stepped aside. A child walked onto the pitch. He appeared first as a small boy. With every step, he grew older. A schoolboy, a teenager, a young man. Lucas could not recognize a face that did not yet exist. But he recognized Clara's careful posture and his own habit of rubbing thumb against forefinger when afraid. The son they had not named carried the ball beneath one arm. He is the final penalty taker. Lucas whispered, he is the next vessel. The young man placed the ball on the spot. Behind him, possible futures flickered. A first day at school. A youth match. Clara applauding from a touchline. Lucas standing too far away to enter the picture. Then headlines covered those futures. They accused the boy of failures from matches played before his birth. Crowds followed him through stations. Friends turned away. Employers searched his name and found only disgrace. Each stolen mistake settled into his life until his own choices disappeared beneath inherited guilt. The film needs someone connected to the restorer. Dr. Voss said, someone whose future can contain the corrected past. You knew Clara was pregnant. We knew the reel had begun growing again. On the screen, the goalkeeper raised his head. All the borrowed faces looked through Lucas at once. The unborn son spoke. "Father, which of us do you want them to forgive?" Two futures appeared on the wall. In one, Lucas saved the penalty. Stadiums erupted. His name returned to trophies and headlines while his son's face vanished beneath the names of the disgraced. In the other, Lucas let the ball pass. Every failure returned to its original owner. Legends fell. National victories became stained. Lucas's own mistake returned exactly as he remembered it. Along with the hatred, the film paused between the two futures. Dr. Voss placed a pair of white gloves at Lucas's feet. "The archive does not need you to choose truth," she said. "It only needs you to decide who will carry it." Dr. Voss lifted the white gloves from the floor. "They are yours," she said. "They always were." Lucas did not take them. On the wall, two versions of his future continued to flicker. In one, commentators praised the courage with which he had endured years of unjust blame. Former teammates embraced him on television. Clara stood beside him while their son remained somewhere beyond the camera, his name appearing only beneath photographs of defeat. The other future held no applause. Lucas saw his house marked with fresh paint. His face returned to old headlines, and strangers repeating the phrase that had once emptied his life. Adler missed the ball. Dr. Voss stepped closer. "Watch the penalty," she said. "Do nothing else. The goalkeeper will save it. The transfer will close, and everything taken from you will be restored. Taken from me, your career, your marriage, your place in history, my son's life. A life changes under every inheritance. Names, debts, expectations. This is only a more precise form." Lucas looked at the child on the screen. He was no longer changing age. He stood as a young man now, perhaps the age Lucas had been when Drexler first brought him beneath Rabenfeld. The ball rested before him. He stared toward the goal with the patient fear of someone who had been told that whatever happened next would become his fault. Lucas understood then why the archive required spectators. The transfer did not happen when the ball was struck. It happened when someone accepted the result. He seized the hanging film with both hands. The emulsion was warm and slick. Images moved beneath his fingers. Supporters shouting. Newspapers printing. Children learning whom to blame. The strip tightened around his wrists. Dr. Voss reached for him. "Do not damage the sequence." Lucas pulled harder. The film did not tear. Instead, the projected stadium widened across the chamber wall. Its white light swallowed the ledgers, the gloves, and Dr. Voss's outstretched hands. The concrete floor tipped beneath Lucas like a platform giving way. He fell forward. Cold grass struck his knees. The roar of the crowd arrived all at once. After so much silence, the sound felt physical. It entered his chest and teeth. Floodlights burned above an endless stadium. Snow lay beyond the touchlines, but rain fell inside the penalty area. Lucas stood between the penalty spot and the goal. The composite goalkeeper waited behind him. Up close, it was barely human. Faces surfaced beneath its skin, mouths opening without sound. Its white gloves were stitched together from hundreds of different pairs. Every finger carried another name. Lucas turned toward his son. The young man's face was still unfinished. Clara's eyes. Lucas's jowl. Features borrowed from futures that had not yet settled. "You shouldn't be here," The boy said, "Neither should you." Lucas thought, but his voice would not come. Dr. Voss appeared beside the touchline, untouched by the rain. "You cannot replace the goalkeeper," she called. "The position is already occupied." Lucas walked backward until his heels touched the goal line. The composite keeper raised its hands behind him. Its arms passed through Lucas's shoulders like cold smoke. For one moment, Lucas felt every imposed failure inside it, the missed penalties, the slips, the wrong decisions, the years of hatred received by men who had never earned it. The weight nearly forced him to his knees. Then he understood the mistake he had been making. He had believed saving the shot would protect his son, but the archive had always survived through saves. Every stopped ball preserved the victory, protected the legend, and found another body for the shame. His son began his run. The crowd rose. Dr. Voss shouted something Lucas could not hear. The ball came fast and low toward the corner. Instinct took control. Lucas pushed from his right foot. His body stretched across the wet grass, hands reaching with the perfect movement trained into him since childhood. The white gloves of the composite keeper closed over his own. Together, they caught the ball. For one breath, the stadium became silent. Lucas looked toward his son, expecting relief. The young man was gone. In his place stood a small boy wearing a black goalkeeper shirt. Across his chest was a name Lucas had never chosen but somehow recognized as belonging to him. The mechanical clock behind the goal stopped moving backward. Then it began counting forward. Dr. Voss smiled from the touchline. "You did exactly what every father does," she said. "You saved him into becoming you." The ball remained in Lucas's hands after the boy disappeared. It was heavier than leather should have been. Beneath its panels, thousands of voices pressed against one another, names spoken in stadiums, insults muttered in kitchens, apologies never delivered. The composite goalkeeper stood behind Lucas with its arms still threaded through his. Then the crowd began chanting. Not his name. The old phrase, "Adler missed the ball." The stadium changed around him. Rain thickened. Snow vanished from the touchlines. The wooden crossbar became steel. Advertising boards appeared, and the silent final transformed into the club match that had destroyed him. The cross came from the right. Lucas knew every movement. His step forward, his hesitation, his hands rising too late. He tried to turn away, but the goalkeeper behind him tightened its grip. His body repeated the error exactly as history remembered it. The ball passed through his hands and bounced into the net. The crowd released a sound of relief, not joy. Recognition. The burden had returned to its proper face. Across the touchline, Dr. Voss closed one of the ledgers. "The archive is stable again. What about my son?" His voice came from the stadium speakers, distorted by age. "He has been spared the inherited record." "Then let me leave." Dr. Voss looked almost sorrowful. "Someone must remain available for the next correction." The floodlights went out one by one. With each darkness, Lucas lost something. The smell of Clara's coat, the road to his house, the shape of the prenatal folder on the kitchen table. Even the name they had once discussed for the child faded before he could hold it. Only goalkeeping remained. Angles, weight, anticipation. The instinct to move toward disaster and accept whatever followed. The final light died. Years passed through the reel without passing through Lucas. Matches appeared, vanished, and returned in altered forms. Each time, someone threaded the film through a projector. He woke beneath the crossbar. Dead players approached the spot. The mechanical clock counted backward. Lucas saved what he was required to save and watched another life darken beyond the frame. Outside the film, the archive issued a brief statement. Lucas Adler had entered the Rabenfeld grounds without authorization and disappeared. No evidence connected the facility to the National Archive. Dr. Miriam Voss was not listed among its employees. The restoration room contained no unidentified film. Only an empty canister filled with frost. Within days, public memory settled. Footage of the club final once again showed Lucas missing an untouched cross. Matthias Kern had never deflected it. Articles about Lucas's later redemption vanished. His trophies, alternate career, and marriage photographs ceased to exist. Clara remembered him as a man who withdrew after his failure and abandoned her before their son was born. She named the boy Elias. Elias Adler grew up knowing his father through one short recording. He watched it only once as a child. The rain, the cross, the raised hands, the ball passing through. At school, other boys repeated the old phrase until Elias learned not to react. His mother told him that people preferred a failure with a face. She never knew where the sentence came from. Decades later, Elias worked in digital preservation for a museum outside Berlin. He specialized in damaged sports media, though he claimed the subject held no personal meaning. One winter morning, a plain gray envelope arrived on his desk. There was no crest and no return address. His name had been typed slightly too low. Inside was a request from the National Football Archive. A nitrate reel had been recovered from the abandoned Rabenfeld training center. The match could not be identified. The goalkeeper could not be identified. At the bottom, someone had added a sentence by hand. You will recognize the save. That evening, Elias opened the black canister. A smell of vinegar and damp wool escaped. On the leader, 3 words had been written in grease pencil. The last, final. When the first image appeared, Elias saw an enormous stadium filled with perfectly still spectators. A goalkeeper waited beneath a square wooden crossbar. White gloves opening and closing. The man raised his face toward the camera. Elias had seen him only once before. In the instant before the goalkeeper turned to meet the first penalty, his lips formed a silent warning. But Elias had already begun restoring the next frame. The horror in Lucas's story is not simply that history can be changed. It is that people often prefer a clean legend to a complicated truth, especially when preserving that legend requires only one person to suffer. Lucas spends years wanting his innocence restored, but the archive teaches him that innocence purchased through another life is merely transferred guilt. His final save becomes the very act that traps him, because instinct is easier to control than conscience. And once the world receives a familiar version of the past, it stops asking what was removed to create it. How much truth would you sacrifice to be forgiven? Story 3. The first trophy turned its back on Giulia Ferretti before she had finished cleaning it. She did not see it move. Movement could be blamed on an unstable plinth or the heating pipes beneath the gallery. Instead, she noticed the change only when she looked up from her workbench and found the silver cup facing the wall. 5 minutes earlier, its handles had framed the room like raised arms. Now they pointed toward the faded velvet curtains. Julia lowered the sable brush in her hand. The museum was closed, and northern rain tapped the tall windows beyond the glass. The old stadium stood in silhouette, its terraces black beneath the weak car park lamps. The building had once been a private athletic club, then a military hall, and finally the Museo de la Gloria Sportiva. Its corridors smelled of beeswax, dust, and metal warmed by ancient radiators. She had been hired for 6 weeks to restore the museum's trophy replicas before the centenary celebration. Most were ceremonial copies in silver, brass, and lacquered wood, objects designed to suggest permanence while quietly surrendering to fingerprints, humidity, and time. Julia understood that kind of dishonesty. It was one reason she preferred metal to people. She crossed the gallery and placed both hands on the plinth. It was level. The cup was too heavy to turn by accident. Its base sat on dark felt, which showed no drag marks. "Very funny," she said, though there was no one to hear. Her voice traveled into the painted ceiling, where footballers ran through clouds beside laurel-crowned angels. The museum director, Lorenzo Bellandi, had apologized for leaving her alone on the first evening. The night porter had called in sick. Bellandi had shown her the alarm panel, the exits, and the locked Western Gallery. He had been especially clear about the Western Gallery. "The old trophies are stored there," he had said. "Nothing you need tonight." Julia turned the cup back toward the room. Its tarnished surface caught her reflection in pieces, one gray eye, the line of her mouth, a white scar disappearing beneath her left sleeve. She looked away before the distorted face could settle into something familiar. At the workbench, she resumed cleaning a replica of the Coppa del Nazione. The corrosion around its stem was superficial, but someone had polished it too aggressively years ago, thinning the gilding along the engraved names. Julia worked slowly, lifting black residue with cotton and solvent. The rain strengthened somewhere deeper in the museum. Wood creaked. Then came the applause. It began as a few uncertain claps, far away and out of rhythm. Julia paused. The sound might have come from the stadium maintenance workers, perhaps, or a television left playing in an office. But the clapping gathered quickly, spreading through the building in rolling waves. It was not joyful. It was formal, relentless applause. The kind offered to a man whose speech had gone on too long, or to a funeral procession passing beneath a balcony. Julia stood. The sound came from behind the locked doors of the Western Gallery. She walked toward them, her shoes muted by the red carpet. Portraits of former captains watched from the walls. Their painted faces had the grave. Obedient expressions of men instructed not to smile. At the doors, Julia pressed her ear to the wood. The applause stopped. The silence afterward felt occupied. She tried the brass handle. Locked. "Is someone in there?" No answer. She considered calling Bellandi from the front office, but the idea embarrassed her. She had spent 20 years working alone in crypts, archives, bomb-damaged churches, and private collections whose owners whispered about curses. Old buildings made sounds. Metal shifted. People heard patterns when they expected history to speak. Julia stepped back. That was when she noticed the statues. 3 bronze footballers stood along the opposite wall, each captured in triumph. One raised a ball above his head. Another extended both arms toward an imagined crowd. The third knelt with his face lifted in exhausted gratitude. Julia had passed them several times. Now all three had lowered their heads. Not dramatically, only a few degrees. Enough to resemble a bow, enough to resemble shame. Behind her, from the other side of the locked doors, a single pair of hands began to clap, slowly, patiently, and with every clap, the trophy she had turned back toward the room rotated once more toward the wall. The trophy completed its turn with a faint scrape against the felt. Julia did not move. For several seconds, the only sound was rain against the windows and the measured applause beyond the western doors. One clap, a pause, another. Each landed with the intimacy of knuckles against a coffin lid. Then the museum lights brightened. The applause ceased. Julia unplugged her task lamp and left without signing the conservation log. By morning, daylight had reduced the previous night to technical problems. A loose base, expanding wood, sound traveling through heating ducts, the bronze statues, she decided, had always inclined forward. Shadows had altered their posture. She wrote each explanation in her notebook. This was the Ferretti method. Isolate the fact. Remove the story. Test what remained. Her father had taught it to her before she learned to distrust everything else he said. Over the next several days, Julia settled into the museum's routine. She arrived shortly after 8 in the morning, drank bitter coffee in the staff kitchen, then crossed the Hall of Captains. At noon, school groups filled the galleries with sneaker squeaks and rehearsed wonder. By late afternoon, the building returned to silence. Lorenzo Belandi rarely entered the restoration room without bringing sponsors, officials, or former players. He introduced Julia as though she were part of the exhibition. The finest metal conservator in the region, he told them. Julia smiled when required. She spent her days measuring corrosion, testing cleaning agents, and recording every intervention. Each object received photographs, numbered files, and notes written in precise language. No speculation, no mythology, no words like haunted, cursed, or ashamed. The silver cup remained fixed in place. She marked its base with archival tape. It did not move again. The statues also appeared unchanged. Yet each evening, Julia photographed them from the same floor tile. The differences in the angles of their heads were too small to prove anything. On Thursday, Belandi brought her the inventory for the centenary exhibition. Near the end was a photograph of an old-fashioned trophy with winged handles and a narrow lid. Dark blooms of oxidation covered its surface. "Where is this one?" she asked. Belandi glanced at the page too quickly. "Western storage. You said that gallery held nothing I needed. I was mistaken." He placed one hand flat on the folder. "The piece is ceremonial. It hasn't been exhibited since the 1960s. We need it stabilized, not interpreted. Objects don't require interpretation." Something tightened around his mouth. "Your father used to say that." Arturo Ferretti had spent his final years claiming that several celebrated national artifacts were not what museums said they were. He accused curators of replacing plaques, altering inscriptions, and assigning heroic histories to objects with unacceptable origins. At first, colleagues called him obsessive, then irresponsible. When he named institutions and families, they called him a liar. Julia had been 32 when she was asked to review one of his reports. She found unsupported conclusions, missing samples, and chains of custody that would not survive scrutiny. Her assessment was calm, exact, and devastating. Within a month, Arturo lost access to every major collection in northern Italy. He died 3 years later without forgiving her. That evening, Belandi unlocked the Western Gallery himself. The air inside was colder than the rest of the museum. Dust lay thick across the display cases except for a narrow path to the rear wall. The trophy stood beneath a canvas cover. Belandi removed it but did not touch the metal. "The insurance photographer comes tomorrow," he said. "Finish by midnight." After he left, Julia began her inspection. The trophy's blackened surface concealed patches of dull yellow, suggesting gilding over an older alloy. Along the base, an inscription had been ground away so carefully that only shallow scars remained. At 11:30, she applied solvent to the lower rim. The tarnish softened. Under magnification, pale ridges emerged. Not scratches, whorls, fingerprints. The oils were still glossy beneath the loosened oxidation, sealed under a layer that should have taken decades to form. Julia checked the locked doors. No one had entered. Then she noticed the prints were smaller than her own and pressed from inside the metal, as though someone beneath the trophy's skin had placed both hands against it. At midnight, the applause began again. This time, the fingerprints moved. The smallest fingerprint stretched first, under Julia's magnifying lamp. The pale whorl lengthened across the trophy's inner curve, dragged by pressure from somewhere beneath the alloy. A second print appeared beside it, then a third, each blooming through the tarnish with the slow clarity of breath fogging glass. Julia stepped back so quickly that her stool struck the workbench. The applause continued beyond the western doors. It no longer sounded distant. The clapping seemed to come from the walls themselves, traveling through the display cases and into the bones of the building. Several trophies trembled on their shelves, their lids ticking softly against their rims. Julia reached for her phone. The screen showed midnight, but the camera refused to focus. Whenever she aimed it at the moving fingerprints, the image blurred into a yellow smear. She tried again, bracing both elbows on the table. The prints vanished from the screen. To her naked eye, they remained. She lowered the phone. The marks stopped moving. Julia covered the trophy with the canvas and left the gallery without switching off the lamp. The next morning, she returned before the museum opened. The canvas was still in place. The archival seal she had fixed across the gallery doors remained unbroken. Beneath the cover, the fingerprints were gone. What remained were scratches. Julia leaned close. Fine lines crossed the lower rim, almost invisible beneath the blackened surface. At first, they resembled damage from an abrasive cloth. Under magnification, however, the lines formed deliberate shapes. Letters, a capital R, a broken M, the curved beginning of a surname ending in something like Ellie. She adjusted the light. More fragments emerged along the handles and beneath the lip, initials cut at different depths, as though many hands had worked on the object using nails. Pins, or sharpened metal edges. G, S, A, V, 2. More. The rest disappeared beneath a patch of gilding. Julia began photographing each section with the museum's conservation camera. Unlike her phone, it had manual focus and a calibrated flash. The first image looked perfect on the preview screen. The second showed only tarnish. Julia enlarged it. The scratches had disappeared. She looked back at the trophy. The letters remained clearly visible. She photographed them again. On the screen, the metal was smooth. For the next hour, she tested lenses, batteries, exposure settings, and memory cards. Every image recorded the corrosion, dents, and old polishing marks with clinical accuracy. Only the letters were absent. She took tracing paper from a drawer and pressed it against the base. With a soft graphite block, she rubbed across the surface. Nothing appeared. When she lifted the paper, dark smudges covered her fingertips. But the sheet remained blank. Problem? Belandi stood in the doorway. Julia covered the base with a cloth. The inscription was removed. That was noted in the inventory. No. There are names underneath the gilding. His gaze moved toward the trophy, then away. Previous owners often scratched personal dedications into ceremonial objects. These aren't dedications. What are they? Julia hesitated. She disliked speaking before evidence was fixed. Words gave uncertainty a shape it had not earned. Fragments, she said, possibly player names. Belandi folded his arms. The exhibition opens in 12 days. Stabilize the surface. Do not strip it. I need permission to take a microscopic sample. No. His answer came too quickly. Julia studied him. You haven't even asked where. There will be no sampling. He left without looking directly at the trophy. After closing, Julia returned to the Hall of Captains. She carried the photographs she had taken earlier in the week and stood on the marked floor tile. The 3 bronze statues had changed again. The first player no longer held the ball above his head. His shoulders had slumped, bringing the ball closer to his chest. The second had lowered both arms. The kneeling figure's chin nearly touched his collarbone. All 3 bowed toward the marble floor between them. Julia placed the old photographs beside the statues. The difference was undeniable. Then she noticed scratches in the marble beneath their feet. They formed a shallow circle around a rectangular section of flooring darker than the rest. At its center, someone had carved a surname, Ferretti. Julia stared until the letters seemed to deepen. Behind her, inside the western gallery, metal rang softly against metal. When she turned, every trophy along the corridor was facing the statues, and the statues were no longer bowing toward the floor. They were bowing toward her. The statues remained bent toward Julia until the museum lights flickered. Then, with a sequence of soft metallic groans, their heads returned to their original positions. Julia stood alone in the Hall of Captains, staring at the surname carved into the marble. She knelt and ran one finger across the letters. Dust had gathered inside the cuts, but the edges were sharp. Recent, when she looked again, the name was gone. The following morning, Lorenzo Belandi found her in the conservation room with the Western trophy beneath 3 lamps. She had removed nothing, yet the scratches seemed clearer than before. Initials crowded beneath the gilding like writing trapped under ice. Belandi closed the door. You were instructed to stabilize it. I am stabilizing it. You have exposed the lower surface. The corrosion loosened under ordinary solvent. His eyes moved to the engraved fragments. For the first time, Julia saw fear break through his professional calm. "This object is an official replica," he said. "Its value is ceremonial, not historical. Replicas have records. It has records. Then, show them to me." Belandi placed both hands on the workbench. "The centenary ceremony will be attended by ministers, former captains, and representatives of the Federation. That trophy will stand at the center of the exhibition. You will not remove its gilding. You will not take samples. You will not describe speculative markings in the public report. A conservation report is not public relations. It is when the institution paying for it says so." Julia looked at his hands. His fingertips were stained black, as though he had recently handled tarnished silver. Belandi followed her gaze and slipped them into his pockets. "My father called objects like this false histories," she said. "Your father destroyed himself by confusing suspicion with proof." "No. Other people destroyed him because proof was inconvenient." The words surprised her. She had spent 15 years refusing to say them. Belandi's expression softened, but not with sympathy. Arturo understood too late that museums do not preserve the past, he said. They preserve what the living can survive remembering. He left the room, locking the Western Gallery from the outside. Julia waited until the museum closed. At 11:15 that night, she entered the audio archive beneath the administration offices. The room held wax cylinders, magnetic tapes, match commentaries, victory speeches, and crowd recordings used in old exhibitions. Dust lay thick on most of the shelves. She searched the catalog for the trophy's inventory number. There was no object file. Instead, the number appeared beside an unlabeled reel dated 1928, 7 years before the museum opened. Julia threaded the tape through an aging machine. The reel turned reluctantly, producing a low mechanical hiss. At first, there was only static. Then applause emerged. The same applause she had heard beyond the western doors, formal, synchronized, and strangely without cheering. It rose and fell in waves, as though an unseen conductor controlled the audience. A man began speaking in Italian. His voice was distant, distorted by age. He listed victories and the sacrifices, and unnamed men who had withdrawn for the dignity of the nation. Each phrase was followed by applause. Julia increased the volume. Beneath the clapping, another layer of sound became audible. Men were reciting names, not together, one after another. Some whispered. Some cried out before their voices were swallowed by the crowd. Rinaldi, Moretti, Savino. Julia wrote each surname in her notebook. The tape slowed. A new voice entered the recording, closer to the microphone. It belonged to an older man who sounded as though he were reading from a document. "The medals shall be surrendered. The records shall be corrected. The remaining medal shall be entrusted to the Ferretti method." Julia stopped writing. The phrase could not refer to her. She had coined it privately as a student, after her father taught her to separate fact from interpretation. On the tape, the man repeated it. The Ferretti method. Then the applause stopped. In the silence, a woman whispered directly into the microphone. Giulia Ferretti. Julia's chair scraped backward. The recording had been made nearly 20 years before her birth. The woman continued, her voice weak but unmistakably patient. "When you hear them applaud, Do not let Lorenzo show you the fourth statue. Above the archive ceiling, something heavy crossed the Hall of Captains. 3 bronze footsteps, then a fourth. The fourth footstep landed directly above Julia. Dust sifted from the archive ceiling. The tape machine continued turning, though the reel had reached its end. From the speaker came a low sound, like cloth being pulled over stone. Julia removed the reel and climbed the stairs. The corridor outside should have led straight to the administration offices. Instead, it extended into darkness for twice its usual length. Portraits lined both walls, but their brass labels were blank. At the far end, a green emergency light glowed above a door she had never seen. She looked back. The archive door had vanished. Only paneled walls stood behind her. Cold beneath her palm, Julia walked toward the green light. Her footsteps returned with a delayed echo. 1 extra step following each of hers. 1 for her. Then another, heavier. From behind, the unfamiliar door opened into the Hall of Captains. The statues were in their original places, but the marble beneath them was wet. Dark trails ran from their bronze feet toward the western gallery. Julia checked her phone. It showed 12 minutes past midnight. She was certain she had left the archive before midnight. The recording had lasted less than 4 minutes. She crossed the hall and pushed through the staff entrance. The familiar corridor returned. The archive door stood where it belonged, slightly open. Inside, the tape machine was still running. Julia's notebook lay beside it. Beneath the surname she had written, someone had added a line in her handwriting, "Measure the empty one." She left the museum before dawn. The next evening, she brought a laser distance meter, calipers, and a mechanical watch. She told Belandi she needed to inspect the statue plinths for metal staining. He watched her arrange the instruments. "You should not remain after closing," he said. "Then give me access to the trophy during the day. The galleries are too busy." Convenient. Belandi looked toward the bronze players. There are places in this museum that become confused when no one is watching. Buildings do not become confused. "No," he said. "People do." He left at 7:30. Julia marked each corridor junction with white conservation thread. She tied one end to the restoration room handle, then carried the spool through the Hall of Captains toward the archive stairs. At 11:46, the thread went slack. It no longer led back to the restoration room. It disappeared around a corner where the wall should have continued unbroken. Her watch ticked against her wrist. 11:47. She followed the thread through the new passage. The walls narrowed until her shoulders nearly brushed the paneling. Applause pulsed beneath the floor. Too slow to be celebratory. At the next corner, Julia checked the watch again. Midnight. 13 minutes had disappeared between 2 steps. The passage opened into the Hall of Captains. A 4th pedestal stood beside the statues. It was pale stone, freshly cut, with powder around its base. Unlike the others, it held no figure. A brass plaque had been fixed to the front. Giulia Ferretti, metal conservator, height 168 centimeters, shoulder width 41 centimeters, left forearm scar 9 centimeters. Julia touched the scar beneath her sleeve. The measurements were exact. Below them, a final line had been left incomplete. Posture at acceptance. A tape measure lay across the pedestal. Its metal strip was warm and damp, as though someone had just held it. Behind her, Bronze joints groaned. The three players had turned toward the vacant plinth. Their heads remained bowed. But one had raised an arm and was pointing toward Julia's feet. She looked down. Her shoes stood inside two outlines carved into the marble. The outlines matched them perfectly. From the western gallery, Belandi's voice spoke through the locked door. "Do not move." Julia stared at the door. She had watched him leave hours earlier. "Lorenzo, whatever happens, do not let it learn how you stand." The applause rose beneath her. Julia tried to step backward, but her knees would not unlock. Her spine straightened against her will, her arms lowered to her sides, fingers curving into a formal position. On the brass plaque, fresh letters began cutting themselves into the unfinished line. Posture at acceptance, head bowed, and slowly, while the statues applauded with bronze hands, Julia felt her chin begin to descend. Julia forced her teeth together until pain broke the pressure in her neck. Her chin stopped an inch above her chest. The applause faltered. For one suspended moment, the bronze statues held their hands apart. As though surprised by resistance, Julia twisted her left foot out of the carved outline. The movement tore something inside her knee, but it released the rest of her body. She fell against the empty pedestal. "Open the western door," Belandi called. His voice came from behind it, strained and breathless. Julia stumbled across the hall. The plaque continued engraving behind her. Metal, scratching metal. She found a key protruding from the western lock, a long iron key she had never seen Belandi carry. The moment she turned it, the applause stopped. The door opened inward. Belandi stood nowhere beyond it. Only the western gallery waited. The room was narrower than Julia remembered. Trophy cases lined the walls beneath sheets of gray cloth, and the air smelled of wet stone and burned oil. Her conservation lamp still shone over the blackened trophy at the far end, though she had unplugged it the previous night. On the floor beneath the workbench lay Belandi's jacket. One sleeve pointed toward the rear wall. "Lorenzo?" A knock answered from below. Julia crossed the gallery. Behind the workbench, a large display panel showed a faded photograph of the museum's opening ceremony. Officials stood beneath banners while workers carried polished cases into the building. One worker had been scratched from the image. The empty shape was exactly Belandi's height. Another knock rose through the floor. Julia removed the display panel. Behind it was a narrow iron door without a handle. Heat breathed through the gap around its frame. The old key fit. Stone steps descended beneath the museum. Julia took the lamp and followed them. The walls changed first from plaster to brick, then from brick to raw earth reinforced with blackened beams. The smell of burned oil thickened. So did another odor, old coins held too long in a closed fist. At the bottom, she entered a foundry. A furnace occupied the central wall, its mouth sealed with bricks stamped with government markings from the former regime. Rusted tools hung above work tables. Ladles, crucibles, casting tongs, and polishing wheels waited beneath decades of soot. The museum had not been built over a private athletic club. It had been built over a workshop. Julia moved her lamp across rows of wooden crates. The first contained broken metals. Hundreds of them lay tangled together. Ribbons rotted away, their faces cut through with shears. Some still carried fragments of names. Rinaldi, Savino, more. The second crate held identity plates. club badges, and small photographs fused together by heat. In every photograph, one face had been violently scraped away. Along the opposite wall stood unfinished bronze players. Some lacked arms. Others had smooth blanks where their faces should have been. Each bowed at a different angle, progressing from reluctant inclination to complete submission. Julia counted them. 31. At the end of the row stood an empty armature wrapped in damp clay. Her height, her shoulders, a groove had already been pressed into its left forearm. She backed away and struck a hanging chain. The sound traveled through the foundry. Something knocked from inside the sealed furnace. 3 times. Then Bolandi spoke behind the bricks. "Julia, do not open it." She approached the furnace. Black mortar had been disturbed around one brick, and fresh fingerprints marked the soot. "Are you inside?" "No." His answer came from several places at once. Julia lifted the lamp higher. Beyond the furnace stood a series of upright plaster molds she had mistaken for storage panels. Each was divided into 2 body-shaped halves, reinforced with iron bands. The nearest mold bore a handwritten date from 1928. She opened it. The interior preserved the impression of a man's face. Ribs, fingers, and closed eyelids. Strands of hair remained embedded in the plaster. Around the throat, someone had written a surname in red pencil. Rinaldi. The next mold was labeled Savino, then Moretti. These had not been shaped around sculptures. They had been shaped around bodies. At the end of the row, one mold was still wet. Julia touched the plaster. It yielded beneath her finger. Warm as skin, on its outer shell, careful measurements had been written beside a fresh name, Giulia Ferretti. From inside the closed mold came the sound of her own breathing. The breathing inside the mold stopped when Julia placed her palm against it. For a moment, the wet plaster seemed to press back. Then a voice whispered from within, "Open the drawer beneath Rinaldi." It was her father's voice. Julia recoiled. The lamp shook in her hand, sending the unfinished statues swaying across the walls. The Rinaldi mold stood 3 places away, its plaster halves fastened with corroded iron clasps. Beneath it was a shallow wooden drawer blackened by soot. Inside lay a ledger wrapped in oilcloth. The cover bore no title, only a stamped emblem that had been gouged almost beyond recognition. Julia carried it to a work table and opened it carefully. The first pages contained lists of football clubs, match dates, and player registrations. Certain names had been crossed through in red ink. Beside each was a short administrative phrase: contract annulled, citizenship reviewed, voluntary withdrawal, unfit for national representation. Later entries abandoned euphemism. Medals surrendered, portrait removed, press reference corrected, family advised to remain silent. Julia turned the pages faster. The forgotten players had not vanished together. They had been erased gradually, one document at a time. First, their contracts disappeared from club archives. Then photographs were retouched, match reports rewritten, and trophies re-engraved. Some men were sent into exile. Others were arrested under charges unrelated to football. Several were transferred to institutions without release dates. A column at the far right recorded what had been taken from each player: medals, identification plates, uniform buttons, dental gold, commemorative coins. metal suitable for recasting. Julia looked toward the crates. The broken metals were not evidence gathered after the disappearances. They were part of the procedure. The ledger described a process in which each man's public achievements were stripped from him before his name was removed. The objects were melted together and cast into ceremonial symbols. Individual memory became anonymous victory. Near the middle of the ledger, the handwriting changed. It became narrow, controlled, and painfully familiar. Julia had seen it on birthday cards, workshop labels, and the few letters her grandfather had written before his death. Vittorio Ferretti. His signature appeared beneath an order authorizing the first melting. Materials received and purified according to the Ferretti method. Below the line was a list of 11 players: Rinaldi, Savino, Moretti. Julia pressed both hands against the table until the shaking stopped. Her grandfather had not invented a conservation technique. He had invented a way to erase the evidence carried by metal. Heat-removed engravings, new gilding, concealed mixed alloys. Official replicas replaced originals whose histories could not survive examination. Her father had not been obsessed. He had been trying to confess what his own father had done. A loose bundle of papers had been sewn into the back of the ledger. Julia separated them and found modern photocopies, conservation photographs, and laboratory results. Her father's investigation. Arturo had identified incompatible alloys in several national trophies. He had traced metal fragments to players missing from official records. In the margins, he had written the same warning repeatedly. The replicas are not copies. They are containers. The final document carried Julia's professional letterhead. She recognized it before reading a word. Her expert assessment, 15 years earlier, she had described Arturo's findings as speculative, contaminated, and technically unsound. She had argued that mixed alloys were common in repaired ceremonial objects and that altered inscriptions proved nothing beyond routine restoration. Her signature appeared at the bottom. The letter had been attached to every institutional rejection Arturo later received. Someone had underlined one sentence in red. No physical evidence supports the claim that human identities were deliberately incorporated into these objects. Beneath it, Arturo had written, "My daughter has perfected the method." Julia sat down. For years, she had told herself that she had protected professional standards. She had believed her father wanted loyalty instead of truth. Now she understood that he had brought her evidence, and she had helped bury it because accepting it would have destroyed the name on which her career depended. A final envelope slipped from the ledger. It was addressed to Julia in Arturo's handwriting. Inside was a single photograph of the Hall of Captains taken before the statues were installed. 4 men stood on the marble floor. 3 were unidentified players. The 4th was Lorenzo Belandi, unchanged from the man Julia knew now. Though the photograph was nearly a century old, on the back, Arturo had written, "Lorenzo does not direct the museum. He is the first statue that learned how to step down." Behind Julia, the sealed furnace cracked. A hand of blackened bronze pushed slowly through the bricks, wearing Belandi's ring. The bronze hand tore another brick loose. Belandi's face appeared behind the furnace wall. Not burned, but cast. One side remained flesh. The other reflected the lamp in dull brown planes. Molten seams ran from his temple to his collar as he pushed himself through the opening. Julia backed toward the ledger. "You were warned not to read that as Asian," he said. His voice echoed from the unfinished statues. the molds, and the trophy far above them. What are you? Belandi looked at the ring fused around his bronze finger. The first successful conservator. The furnace bricks collapsed behind him. Beyond them was not a fire chamber, but a tunnel leading beneath the Hall of Captains. Its floor was packed earth, interrupted by rows of long depressions. Graves. Julia lifted the lamp. Dozens of bodies lay beneath the glassy surface of the soil, preserved in attitudes of restraint. Some wore decayed football boots. Others still had leather straps around their wrists. Their chests were bare where medals had once hung. The players, she whispered, the ones whose names could not be allowed to survive. Belandi stepped into the tunnel. His bronze foot made no sound. The regime understood that victory is not only what a nation remembers, it is what a nation agrees to forget. These men refused to surrender matches, loyalties, origins, or opinions. So their records were corrected. Their medals were melted. Their bodies were brought here. Julia thought of the statues bowing toward the marble. They aren't bowing to the audience. No, they're bowing to the dead. Belandi's human eye closed briefly. The statues were made from the men who signed the orders, guarded the doors, altered the photographs, and applauded afterward. Their poses were designed as triumph. The metal remembers them as apology. Above them, applause rolled through the museum. Dust fell from the tunnel ceiling. And the trophy? Julia asked. Belandi's expression hardened. It preserves unanimity. The melted medals had carried more than names. They carried the public memory of each player, chants, newspaper photographs, children's admiration, the pride of towns that had watched them rise. When the medal was combined and recast, those separate memories were stripped of ownership. The result was not a monument to a particular victory. It was victory without witnesses, pride without names. Every celebration held near the trophy fed it. Every cheer strengthened the official story and pushed the erased men farther from memory. The nation could continue admiring itself because the object absorbed whatever contradicted that admiration. That is why photographs cannot hold the letters. Julia said, the trophy removes whatever identifies them. And why the applause begins at midnight. That was when the first casting was completed. The workers were ordered to applaud, so no one outside would hear the men inside the molds. Julia looked at the body-shaped plaster shells. Her own breathing had not been an illusion. The mold had been rehearsing her. Belandi reached toward the ledger, but stopped when Julia drew it against her chest. Why does it need a conservator? Because erasure decays. He pointed to the black tarnish on his metal skin. Names rise. Alloys separate. Scratches return. Memory is corrosion. Julia, every generation requires someone skilled enough to remove it and respected enough to call the removal preservation. Her grandfather had served willingly. Her father had refused. And Julia had completed the work without touching the trophy. Her report had polished the lie more effectively than any cloth. You chose me before I came here. Your father chose you first. He believed exposing the truth would free the dead. He never understood that the trophy had already learned your name through his fear. Belandi's bronze hand opened. The centenary ceremony begins tomorrow night. Thousands will applaud. The old surface cannot contain that much belief. It requires a new keeper. I won't do it. You already have. He nodded toward her hands. The black residue beneath her fingernails had spread into thin golden lines. They climbed her wrists like veins beneath translucent skin. Julia tried to wipe them away. The lines brightened. Bolandi stepped aside, revealing the final grave beneath the hall. It was empty. At its head stood a small metal plate bearing Arturo Ferretti's name. Beneath it, fresh letters were engraving themselves. Daughter accepted as custodian. The buried players opened their eyes. Not one looked at Bolandi. Every face turned toward Julia. And from beneath the earth they raised their hands, not in accusation, but in applause. The applause beneath the earth continued until the tunnel lights failed. When they returned, Bolandi was gone. Julia stood alone among the graves with the ledger pressed to her chest and gold lines burning beneath her skin. By evening, the museum no longer looked like a place where men had been buried. White banners hung from the balconies. Television crews filled the entrance hall. Former champions posed beneath portraits of themselves while officials rehearsed speeches about sacrifice, unity, and national memory. The Hall of Captains had been transformed into a ceremonial chamber. The 3 bronze statues stood polished beneath warm lights. Beside them, the 4th pedestal waited empty. At the center of the room, the restored trophy rested inside a glass case. Its tarnish had disappeared. No one admitted cleaning it. Julia moved through the guests wearing her conservation coat. Most recognized her only as museum staff. A young apprentice named Elena Rossetti hurried toward her, carrying a tray of archival gloves. Director Bolandi said you had gone home. Have you seen him? Not since this morning. Elena glanced at Julia's hands. The golden veins had reached her knuckles. You should see a doctor. Julia closed her fingers. Stay away from the statues tonight. The apprentice gave a nervous smile. Why? Because they are not looking at the trophy. Julia had noticed it the moment she entered. Although the statues' bodies faced the central display, their bronze eyes had turned toward the crowd. They studied each guest with the patience of buyers inspecting livestock. A minister stepped onto the platform and began speaking. He praised the museum for preserving victories that belonged to everyone. He spoke of unnamed sacrifice as though anonymity were noble. Each phrase tightened something beneath Julia's ribs. She climbed the service stairs to the projection booth. From there, she connected Arturo's files to the exhibition system. She uploaded the photographed ledger pages, player registrations, removal orders, and lists of confiscated medals. The names the trophy had refused to preserve in photographs appeared only because Julia typed them manually. Rinaldi, Savino, Moretti. 31 names filled the screens. The minister stopped speaking. Julia activated the public address system. This trophy is not a replica, she said. Her voice passed through every gallery. It was cast from medals taken from players whose contracts, photographs, and identities were destroyed. Their bodies remain beneath this room. The museum did not preserve their history. It preserved the people who erased them. Confusion moved through the audience. Cameras turned toward the screens. Several officials signaled for the sound to be cut. Bolandi appeared beside the trophy case. He wore evening clothes, but bronze covered both hands now. Ladies and gentlemen, he said calmly, the conservator has suffered an unfortunate episode. Security officers moved toward the booth. Julia lifted Arturo's ledger above the railing. My family helped build the lie. The admission hurt more than she expected. My grandfather melted the medals. My father found the evidence. I destroyed his reputation because believing him would have cost me my own. For several seconds, No one spoke. Then applause began near the front. An elderly former captain had started it, perhaps thinking Julia's confession was part of the ceremony. Others joined uncertainly. The officials encouraged them, eager to bury discomfort beneath noise. The clapping spread. The trophy vibrated inside its case. A crack appeared in the glass. Julia ran downstairs as the audience rose to its feet. The applause became rhythmic, identical to the recording from 1928. The trophy's handles lifted like shoulders. Across the hall, the statues stepped down from their plinths. Guests screamed, but the clapping continued. Hands struck together against their owner's will. The statues entered the crowd, touching faces, shoulders, and chests, searching. One grasped a former champion whose body stiffened immediately. His skin darkened, but the statue released him. Another tested the minister, rejected him. They need someone people still admire, Belandi said. He stood beside the empty pedestal, someone capable of receiving belief without questioning its source. Julia saw the third statue stop before Elena. The apprentice was young, frightened, and publicly innocent. Television cameras had already turned toward her. In the confusion, she looked exactly like what the museum needed. A new face onto which everyone could project courage. The bronze player placed one hand against Elena's cheek. Gold spread beneath her skin. Julia seized the trophy from the shattered case. It was heavier than any metal object of its size could be. Voices moved inside it, speaking names faster than she could hear. She carried it toward the furnace access hidden behind the western doors. Belandi blocked her path. Break it, and all that stolen admiration must enter someone. Then let it enter the people who earned it. They are dead. No, Julia said. They were made anonymous. She raised the trophy and struck it against the marble. A fracture split its base. The applause stopped. Every guest lowered their hands. From the crack poured not molten metal, but thousands of voices chanting the erased names. The statues turned away from Elena. Slowly, together, they looked toward Julia. The golden lines beneath her skin flared white. On the empty pedestal, the plaque completed its final engraving. Posture at acceptance, arms raised to receive the crowd. And before Julia could strike the trophy again, every person in the hall began applauding only her. The applause struck Julia like heat. It entered through her ears, her teeth, the fracture in the trophy, and the white lines beneath her skin. Every clap carried expectation, gratitude, hunger, the same blind admiration that had fed the object for generations. The statues advanced. Behind them, Elena collapsed beside the shattered display case, one cheek still veined with gold. Belandi reached for her again. Julia understood then that destroying the trophy would not destroy what it contained. The stolen pride had already been released. It needed a shape, a face, a body the crowd could praise without asking whom the praise had replaced. She looked at Elena. Then she stepped onto the empty pedestal. The carved outlines received her shoes. No, Belandi said. It was the first time she had heard fear in his voice. Julia lifted the cracked trophy above her head. The plaque instructed her to accept the crowd with raised arms. Instead, she lowered the object against her chest, covering the place where the gold had begun to gather beneath her ribs. My name is Julia Ferretti, she said into the silence between the claps. I helped erase them. The screens still showed the 31 names. She read each one aloud. With every surname, the applause weakened. Faces in the crowd turned toward the lists. Some mouths moved with her. Others remained closed. Unwilling to release the comfort of anonymous victory, Belandi seized her wrist. His bronze fingers melted on contact. Metal flowed across Julia's sleeve. Hot, but not burning. It filled the old scar on her forearm, climbed her shoulder, and joined the gold beneath her skin. Belandi tried to pull away, but his body had already begun collapsing inward, emptying itself into her like a mold being poured. You cannot choose what they remember. He gasped. No, Julia said, but I can choose what I carry. She pressed the trophy against her chest. The fracture widened. Molten gold poured through her coat. Ribs and lungs. She felt metals, buttons, rings, and fragments of identity passing through her, not as objects, but as interrupted lives. A goalkeeper washing mud from his hands before a rest. A striker kissing his daughter at a station. A reserve player burning his own photograph so his family would not be questioned. The weight drove Julia to her knees. Elena crawled toward the pedestal. Julia, stop. If you touch me, Julia said, it will choose you next. The apprentice froze. The statues gathered around the plinth. One by one, they bowed. Julia's skin cooled. Her fingers fused around the trophy. Her raised arms became rigid. Bronze sealed her mouth before she could finish the final name. Inside the metal, however, she kept speaking. By morning, officials had removed the damaged screens, collected Arturo's ledger, and closed the underground foundry behind fresh masonry. News reports described the ceremony as a tragic structural accident complicated by an unauthorized performance. Lorenzo Belandi was listed among the missing. Elena told investigators about the graves, the molds, and the moving statues. They found no staircase behind the western gallery. Her testimony was attributed to shock. The museum reopened 3 months later. At the center of the Hall of Captains stood a new commemorative sculpture, Julia Ferretti holding a restored trophy against her heart. The plaque praised her devotion to cultural preservation and said she had died protecting a national treasure. Visitors photographed her without noticing the names faintly visible beneath the bronze. Elena resigned. Before leaving, she scratched all 31 surnames into the underside of Julia's pedestal, where polishing cloths could not reach. Every night, when the museum emptied and midnight settled over the stadium, the 3 players stepped down from their plinths. Julia stepped down last. Together, the 4 statues crossed the hall and bowed toward the graves beneath the marble. Then Julia returned to her pedestal, raised her bronze hands, and applauded from inside her own body. The sound was not celebration. It was 31 names, spoken again and again, waiting for someone outside the metal to recognize them. The horror in Julia's story is not only that history can be falsified, but that admiration itself can become a tool of erasure. The trophy survives because people prefer a beautiful symbol to the complicated lives hidden inside it. Julia cannot undo what her family helped create. Yet she makes herself the final surface on which the lie is written and the place from which the forgotten names continue speaking. Perhaps remembrance is not the opposite of haunting. Perhaps haunting begins when the truth has nowhere else to live. What would you preserve if telling the truth destroyed the symbol everyone loved? Story 4. By the end of his first week at St. Aurine, Dr. Emile Laurent had learned that the academy woke before the sun. The kitchen lights came on first, pale squares glowing across the lower courtyard. Then came the laundry building, the physiotherapy wing, and the narrow chapel the directors called a meditation room. Last were the floodlights around pitch 3, turning the wet grass silver. Only the changing room remained dark. Emile noticed because he had been asked to inspect the first-team boys before morning conditioning. Their files described them with the language of investments rather than children. Explosive acceleration, elite spatial judgment, exceptional recovery profile. 15 names, 15 bodies still growing. The corridor outside the changing room smelled of eucalyptus disinfectant and old stone. St. Aurine had once been a monastery, and the academy had preserved the arches, cloisters, and bell tower, while replacing almost everything beneath them with biometric locks and glass. The result was expensive, clean, and faintly penitential. A kid attendant named Baptiste opened the door. "You will get used to the smell," he said. Emily expected sweat. Instead, the room smelled like rain trapped inside metal. Rows of blue training shirts hung from numbered pegs. They were darker across the chest and shoulders, as if the players had worn them through a storm. Beneath each shirt, a thin line of moisture had gathered on the bench. Emile touched one sleeve. It was cold enough to numb his fingertips. These were washed last night, twice. The dryers, working. Pipes above the ceiling? None. Baptiste answered too quickly, with the patience of someone repeating an explanation already rejected by others. Emile took one shirt down. The academy crest showed a silver cockerel above the words times LEJU continue. The game continues. Water slipped from the hem and struck the tile between his shoes. The sound was small, still. Every boy waiting in the corridor stopped talking. Emile looked toward them. Most stared at the floor. One compact midfielder with a scar through one eyebrow watched the shirt as though it were breathing. Then Emile saw his brother. Julien stood near the back of the line, taller than Emile remembered from their mother's kitchen 3 months earlier. At 17, he had begun to lose the softness around his face. The academy had sharpened him. Even his stillness looked trained. "You did not say you were first team," Emile said. "I found out yesterday." Julien's smile was careful. Their father had smiled the same way before delivering bad news. Emile felt the old pressure beneath his ribs, the phantom ache of the cardiac episode that had ended his own youth career at 16. He had spent half his life insisting football no longer mattered. Yet seeing Julien in the blue shirt line produced something hot and humiliating beneath his concern. Pride, he told himself. Only pride. The examinations began in the medical room overlooking the eastern pitches. Emile checked pupils, reflexes, ish, joints, hydration, and resting pulse. The boys answered politely. None complained. Each had the same fine tremor in the fingers of his left hand. When Emile asked about it, they gave nearly identical replies. Too much strength work, cold shower, bad sleep. Julien came last. His pulse was 52, unusually low, even for a conditioned athlete. His skin felt cool. When Emile placed the stethoscope against his chest, Julien flinched. "Bruise?" Emile asked. "Just contact. Lift your shirt." For a moment, Julien did not move. Then he raised the fabric. The mark over his sternum was dark blue at the edges and yellow near the center. It was too symmetrical for an impact injury. Two curved handles spread beneath the collarbones. A narrow stem descended between the ribs into a rounded base. It resembled a cup. Emile pressed lightly around it. Julien inhaled through his teeth. How did this happen? I do not remember. Outside. A whistle sounded on pitch 3. Every player in the room turned toward the window at the same instant. Not quickly, not with surprise. Together. Emile looked back at Julien and saw a bead of water emerge from the center of the bruise. It ran down his brother's chest, cold and clear, leaving the skin dry behind it. Then Julien spoke in a voice older than his own. We were wondering when you would come back. Dr. Laurent. The voice lasted no longer than a breath. Julien blinked, and whatever age had entered his face disappeared. What did you say? I asked whether the bruise was serious. The other boys had turned toward the window. Outside, the whistle sounded again, followed by the dull impact of footballs struck in perfect succession. Emile searched Julien's expression for humor. There was none, only irritation. And beneath it, the guarded fear of someone who knew that reporting weakness could cost him a place. He cleaned the drop of water from Julien's chest with gauze. The liquid left no color, salt trace, or smell. When he looked again, the center of the bruise was dry. You are not training today. The selection match is on Friday. You are not training until I understand this. Julien lowered his shirt. You sound like Papa. It was the first thing either of them had said that felt honest. By midday, Emile had been given a narrow office in the former monk's infirmary. His predecessor had removed almost everything, except a steel cabinet and a framed photograph of St. Oran's first graduating team. The boys wore dark wool shirts and serious expressions. Their coach stood behind them with both hands on the captain's shoulders, although the captain's face had faded into a pale oval. Emile turned the photograph toward the wall. He spent the afternoon reviewing Julien's records. There were no previous bruises, tremors, or unexplained fluid loss. Every page described extraordinary progress after Julien entered the Academy's Heritage Program 6 months earlier. Improved peripheral vision, faster recovery, instinctive positional awareness. The improvements had begun soon after their father stopped calling Emile. For years, Philippe Laurent had spoken of Emile's failed career as though it were a death in the family. After the cardiac episode, he packed away Emile's boots, medals, and national youth letters without asking. Then Julien turned 13 and began showing promise. The objects returned, not to Emile's room, but to Julien's. Their father drove him to trials, counted his calories, filmed his matches, and corrected his posture at dinner with the same gestures once reserved for Emile. Philippe never said one son had replaced the other. He had not needed to. Emile had studied medicine because bodies, unlike fathers, could be made to explain themselves. A damaged valve had a shape. A torn ligament had edges. Grief could be measured through chemistry. Ambition through pulse and oxygen consumption. Yet Julien's chart offered him nothing he trusted. Near sunset, Director Sabine Delorme visited the office. She listened while Emile described the bruise and tremor. Transition symptoms. She said, that is not a medical term. It is ours. The first team boys undergo intensive visualization. Their nervous systems sometimes imitate competition before it occurs. Visualization does not produce symmetrical bleeding beneath the skin. Was there bleeding? Fluid? She smiled faintly. Then perhaps we should wait for your analysis before naming it. Emil asked what the heritage program involved. Historical match intelligence. Delorme replied. Recordings? Something more immersive. Before leaving, she placed a blue access card on his desk. You are family. Dr. Laurent. Saint Aron respects family. That night, Emil found Julien sitting on the edge of his bed in the residential wing. Moonlight lay across the floorboards. His blue shirt hung from the radiator, dripping into a basin. It was dry when I put it there, Julien said. Emil sat beside him. Tell me what is happening. For a while, Julien listened to the water. Then he described the dream. He was walking through a tunnel beneath a stadium. 14 players walked beside him, but he could never see their faces. When they reached the pitch, the stands were full of people without eyes or mouths. They rose together and shouted one name. What name? Emil asked. I cannot remember when I wake up. Do you recognize the stadium? No, but I know where everything is. The benches, the tunnel steps, the place where the grass changes near the penalty area. Julien's left hand began to tremble. In the dream, I am not afraid, he whispered. That is the worst part. I feel as if I have been waiting my whole life to go back. The dripping stopped. Both brothers looked toward the basin. The shirt was no longer hanging from the radiator. It lay folded at the foot of Julien's bed and across its wet chest. Someone had written a name from the inside in dark, spreading letters. Emile. Emile did not touch the shirt immediately. The letters had not been painted onto the fabric. They seemed to have risen through it, darker than the surrounding blue. Each stroke spreading along the weave like blood beneath skin. Julien stared at his brother's name. You wrote that, he said. Emile looked at him. When? I don't know. The answer frightened him more than denial would have. He lifted the shirt with gloved hands and sealed it inside a specimen bag. By morning, the letters had vanished. The fabric remained wet. Although the bag contained no pooled liquid, Emile sent a cutting from the hem to an independent laboratory in Marseille under his own name. Then he summoned the entire first-team squad for cardiac screening. Director Delorme objected. The boys have tactical training. They have matching neurological symptoms. One tremor is not an epidemic. Then the examinations will prove that. Her gaze remained on him for several seconds. Your brother's inclusion has made this difficult for you. My brother's inclusion is why you should want certainty. No, she said quietly. It is why you may be incapable of it. She allowed the screenings. The boys arrived in groups of 3, carrying the smell of wet grass and the changing room's metallic rain. Emile examined their hands first. Every left hand trembled. The movement was slight, almost elegant, the index finger drawing inward, the thumb tightening, the wrist rotating a few degrees as if preparing to receive something. A pass, perhaps, or a hand offered by someone beside them. Beneath their shirts, 11 boys carried the same trophy-shaped bruise as Julien. 3 others had faint blue shadows where the handles would form. The final player, Luc Moreau, had no visible mark, but when Emile pressed the skin above his sternum, Cold water emerged from a pore and slid between his ribs. None of the boys reacted with surprise. "How long has this been happening?" Emil asked. Luke shrugged. "Since we became better at rest." Their heart rates varied normally. Some sat in the low 50s, others nearer 70. Their rhythms showed no obvious disease. Then a whistle sounded from the training pitch. Every monitor changed. 15 heart rates slowed at once. The lines on the screens rose and fell together, their peaks aligning so perfectly that the machines appeared to be recording a single body through 15 sets of electrodes. Emil watched for 6 beats. Then the rhythms separated. One boy laughed nervously. Another asked whether they had passed. Emil repeated the test without the whistle. Nothing happened. He asked a coach to sound it again from the corridor. The second synchronization lasted 9 beats. During the third, all 15 boys turned their heads toward the eastern window. Although the blinds were closed, Emil canceled training and ordered the squad confined to the residential wing. Delorme reversed the order before lunch. You cannot imprison healthy athletes because their pulses responded to a familiar stimulus. They did not respond. They synchronized. Teams synchronize, not cardiac conduction. Perhaps yours never did. The cruelty was precise enough to reveal preparation. Emil waited until she left before copying the recordings onto a private drive. That evening, he separated each audio track and listened through headphones. At first, he heard only the expected mechanical thud of valves opening and closing. Beneath it, however, there was another rhythm, fainter, older. It did not belong to the boys' hearts. It continued through pauses, premature beats, even moments when Emil muted the primary recording. The secondary rhythm was identical in every file. He searched St. Oran's archive for historical cardiac studies. Most required permissions his blue access card did not provide. But one public exhibition file contained medical audio from famous national players. The Academy had once produced an installation called Times the Heart of France, preserving the recorded heartbeats of captains from different generations. Emil listened to them one by one. The fourth recording made him remove his headphones. Armand Veyrac, national captain, midfielder, dead for 32 years after collapsing during a charity match. Emil played the recording again. Veyrac's heartbeat carried the same delayed second impact, the same faint drag before every fourth contraction. He overlaid it with Julien's test. The rhythms matched completely, not approximately, not in pattern alone, beat for beat. A sound came from the office doorway. Julien stood there barefoot, his blue shirt clinging wetly to his body. Behind him, the other 14 players filled the corridor in 2 silent rows. All their left hands were trembling. Julien tilted his head, listening to the heartbeat coming from Emil's speakers. Then every boy spoke at the same time. "You kept us waiting long enough." The boys did not remember speaking. When Emil demanded that they repeat what they had said, 15 expressions shifted independently again. Confusion returned first, then embarrassment. Then the defensive boredom of teenagers accused of something they considered ridiculous. Julien looked at the others. "We came because Luke said you had canceled training." Luke shook his head. "I thought Julien called us." No one admitted hearing the heartbeat from the office speakers. Emil locked the recording drive inside his desk and ordered them back to their rooms. They left in silence, their damp shirts brushing the corridor walls. For several seconds after they were gone, the sound of their footsteps remained perfectly synchronized. Director Delorme arrived before breakfast. She stood beside Emil's desk while he played the cardiac recordings, including the moment the boys had spoken together. The voices overlapped so exactly that they produced no echo, only a single deepened tone. Delorme listened without visible concern. "Group suggestion," she said. They used identical words at the same instant. They train together, eat together, sleep in adjacent rooms. Shared language is expected. They spoke in one voice. You were frightened. Perception narrows under stress. Emile watched her, and Armand Verac's heartbeat. A pause, almost too brief to notice. The Academy uses historical match footage during visualization sessions. You found a pattern because you wanted to find one. Heart rhythms are not learned from films. No, but expectation can influence interpretation. She recommended that Emile take the afternoon away from the Academy. Instead, he requested neurological scans for the entire squad. Delorme refused until he described the tremors as possible symptoms of an infectious condition. The word infection accomplished what concern for the boys could not. By noon, St. Oran's imaging suite had been cleared. The first tests appeared normal. No lesions, no swelling, no evidence of seizure activity. Then Emile moved from structural imaging to motor response mapping. He asked each boy to watch clips of ordinary movement, running, jumping, turning, striking a ball. Electrodes measured the brain's preparation before the body moved. Most responses matched the player's known habits. Some did not. When Luke watched a right-footed penalty, his motor cortex prepared the left leg. Luke had never taken a left-footed penalty in any Academy match. A defender named Nicholas showed the neurological response of someone protecting an injured right knee, although both his knees were healthy. During a heading sequence, Julian's neck muscles braced asymmetrically around an old fracture that did not exist. Emile repeated the tests with the screens hidden. The same responses returned. He searched historical match footage. Luke's phantom penalty technique belonged to Marcel Durate, a national striker dead for 41 years. Nicolas guarded his knee exactly as defender Etienne Roche had after surgery late in his career. Julian's neck compensation matched Armand Verac after a collision in a European semifinal, down to the slight turn of the jaw before impact. These were not imitations visible to spectators. They were private accommodations to pain, bodies remembering injuries they had never suffered. Emile brought the results to Delorme. She read them slowly, then placed the pages in a neat stack. Advanced visualization can create motor familiarity, not scar behavior. The brain rehearses what it observes. No public recording shows Verac's neck fracture clearly. The medical report was sealed. Delorme's fingers stopped on the paper. Emile leaned closer. How did Julien learn to protect an injury he has never seen? For the first time, the director's composure changed. Not fear. Calculation. You should be careful, she said, not to turn your history into his diagnosis. My history ended because my heart failed. Is that what you were told? The question opened something cold beneath Emile's ribs. Before he could answer, an alarm sounded from the imaging room. Julien was still inside the scanner. Emile ran back and found him lying rigid beneath the machine. Eyes open, left hand curled against his chest. On the monitor, His brain activity had divided into several overlapping patterns. One pattern belonged to Julian. The others were moving through remembered injuries, each activating in sequence as if different men were testing the same body. Then a new image appeared. Emil recognized it immediately. It was the neurological map from his own final academy examination. Recorded 15 years earlier. Julian turned his head inside the scanner and smiled. "You left before we finished learning you." The scanner shut down before Emile could answer. Julian's smile disappeared with the magnetic hum. His body relaxed, and the overlapping patterns on the monitor collapsed into a single irregular trace. When Emile pulled him from the machine, Julian remembered nothing after entering it. Director Delorme arrived with 2 security officers and a document authorizing the immediate suspension of all medical testing. She did not look at the neurological images. "The match has been moved forward," she said. "What match?" "The first team will play a private evaluation tomorrow night." "Against whom?" "That is confidential." Emile stepped between her and the examination bed. "Julian is not fit to play. All selected athletes have already entered isolation. He is a patient. He is a registered academy player." The security officers escorted Julian away before Emile could stop them. His brother looked back only once. There was apology in his face, but also relief. By evening, the first team residential wing had been sealed. The academy described the measure as psychological isolation. No phones, no visitors, no outside information. Staff members were told the boys required silence before the most important evaluation of their careers. The explanation satisfied everyone except Emile. The dining hall felt abandoned without them. 15 places remained empty at the center table, each set with a glass of water no one had touched. Above the chairs, the fluorescent lights flickered in sequence from one end of the room to the other. Emile used his blue access card at the residential entrance. The reader rejected it. From behind the locked doors came the sound of running showers. He found Baptiste in the laundry building feeding blue shirts into an industrial dryer. The attendant's face was gray with exhaustion. "How many cycles?" Emile asked. 7. The shirts emerged, turning slowly behind the glass, pressed flat against the drum by centrifugal force. Water streamed from them in continuous lines. "That is impossible," Emile said. Baptiste switched off the machine. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then Baptiste opened the door. Warm air escaped, carrying the smell of iron and something faintly sweet. The shirts were cold. Emile squeezed one sleeve over a collection tray. The liquid was not clear now. It had a diluted pink tint. He carried a sample to the medical room and ran a basic analysis. The result showed water, salts, glucose, plasma proteins, and fragments of human cells. Not rainwater, not condensation, extracellular fluid. The shirts were releasing what belonged inside the players. Emile returned to the sealed wing after midnight. An older service corridor connected the building to the monastery chapel, its stone walls too thick for modern locks. He followed the sound of distant dripping until he found a maintenance door hidden behind stacked exercise mats. Inside, the air was damp and warm. The boys' room stood open along a narrow corridor. No one was sleeping. All 15 sat upright on their beds, wearing blue shirts darkened from collar to waist. They were staring at the walls. Emile entered Julian's room and closed the door. "Do you know who I am?" Julian looked at him without recognition. Emile showed him a photograph on his phone, the two of them as children beside the Mediterranean. Julien missing a front tooth, Emile holding a plastic football above his head. Julien studied it politely. Who are they? The question made Emile's hand tighten around the phone. Our mother took that. I don't remember having a mother. You spoke to her 3 days ago. Julien touched the bruise beneath his shirt. Its blue edges had spread outward, crossing his ribs like handles widening to receive two invisible hands. Emile asked him to say his brother's name. Julien frowned as though searching through a crowded room. Then he smiled. Number 18. Emile stopped breathing. At 16, before his career ended. That had been his academy number. Julien had been too young to remember it. Their father had removed every photograph showing the shirt. Why did you call me that? Because that is how they know you. Who? Julien glanced toward the wall. From the next room came a soft knock. Another answered farther down the corridor. Soon the sound passed through all 15 rooms like a coded signal. Emile gripped Julien's shoulders. What is happening to your bodies? Julien's shirt clung to him. Beneath the fabric, the skin along his chest appeared strangely loose, as if something inside him had begun withdrawing from it. The shirts help make space, he said. For what? For the parts that remember better. A warm drop fell onto Emile's wrist. It was blood mixed with clear fluid, seeping through Julien's sleeve. Julien leaned closer, his breath carrying the metallic rain smell of the changing room. They are not wet because they absorb anything, he whispered. They are wet because we are being emptied. The lights went out. In the darkness, 15 beds creaked at once. Then the boys began walking toward Emile. Emile backed into the corridor as the boys emerged from their rooms. They did not rush him. That made it worse. They walked barefoot in 2 ordered lines, their movements smooth despite the darkness. Wet fabric whispered against their skin. Each left hand trembled beside the thigh, fingers curling and opening around an invisible weight. Emile called Julien's name. No one answered. At the far end of the corridor, an emergency lamp flickered red above the service door. Emile ran toward it. Behind him, 15 pairs of feet struck the stone at the same measured pace. The maintenance passage descended beneath the residential wing and narrowed until his shoulders nearly touched both walls. Water followed him down the steps, spreading around his shoes in thin pink streams. The boys stopped at the entrance. Emile turned. They stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the red light. Their faces remained hidden, but he could hear them breathing together. Then Julien lifted one hand and pointed downward, not warning him away, showing him where to go. The door closed between them. Emile continued beneath the monastery chapel. The passage ended at a wall of pale stone bearing the academy crest. At its center was a modern access panel without visible wiring. His blue card failed twice. On the third attempt, he entered his old squad number, 18. The lock released. Cold air passed over him, carrying disinfectant, iron, and the sweet decay he had smelled inside the dryer. Beyond the wall lay a laboratory far larger than the chapel above it. Rows of glass cabinets stretched beneath fluorescent lights. Inside them floated pale ropes of preserved neural tissue, each suspended in clear solution and labeled with a surname, playing position, and year of death. Veyrac midfield, Duret forward, Roche defense. Emile recognized names from the recordings and medical archives. Others belonged to players whose careers had ended before he was born. National captains, goal scorers, men whose movements still appeared in documentaries whenever France wished to remember itself as young and unbeatable. None of the containers held complete brains. Only selected structures: motor cortex, cerebellar tissue, spinal ganglia, the parts that knew how to play. A soft mechanical pulse came from the next room. Emile passed through a transparent partition and found 15 blue shirts hanging from steel frames. Tubes entered the collars and sleeves, connecting each garment to a circulatory machine. Clear fluid moved through the fabric in slow waves, darkening the chest before draining into refrigerated tanks below. The shirts were not uniforms. They were membranes. A monitor displayed the names of the current first-team players beside steadily falling measurements: intracellular water, electrolyte volume, native neural dominance. Julien's name appeared at the top. His native dominance had fallen below half. Emile searched the controls for a shutdown command. Every option required authorization from the heritage director. Behind him, a recorded voice began speaking. Muscle forgets quickly. Fear forgets faster. The trained nervous system is therefore our most perishable national resource. The voice belonged to Philippe Laurent. Emile froze. His father continued in the calm, instructional tone he had once used while correcting footwork in the garden. Memory must be preserved before personality contaminates performance. The host should be young, genetically stable, and emotionally receptive to authority. Emile followed the sound into a smaller chamber. Old video monitors covered one wall. On screen, a thin boy sat beneath a bank of medical lights. Electrodes had been fixed to his shaved chest. His bare feet did not touch the floor. Emile recognized himself only when the child looked toward the camera. He had forgotten how frightened he had been. Philippe entered the frame and placed both hands on his son's shoulders. "Number 18 is ready," his father said. The child asked whether the procedure would help him make the national squad. Philippe did not answer. The footage ended in static. At the center of the chamber stood a treatment chair surrounded by articulated needles and padded restraints. Its leather had cracked with age. Smaller straps had been fitted across the wrists and ankles, made for a child rather than an adult. Beside it rested a stainless steel tray containing a faded academy shirt. Number 18. Emile approached the chair. A brass plate had been fixed beneath the headrest. Patient Emile. Primary integration host. Procedure status: incomplete. The machine beside the chair switched on by itself. Fluid began moving through an empty blue shirt connected to its pumps. Then a second line illuminated beneath Emile's name. Return date: today. The words return date, today, remained lit beneath Emile's name. He stepped away from the chair, but the machine had recognized him. Restraints lifted from the armrests with soft mechanical clicks. Needles rotated toward the place where a child's chest would have rested. Emile shut off the wall switch. Nothing stopped. The pumps continued moving fluid through the empty shirt. And somewhere inside the laboratory, a printer began producing paper. He followed the sound to a records room hidden behind the video monitors. Metal shelves filled the narrow chamber. The academy had preserved everything: consent forms, neurological maps, tissue inventories, post-procedure reports, and photographs of children wearing numbered shirts. The earliest file was dated nearly 5 decades before Emile's arrival at Saint-Irene. Project Continuity. Its founding report described athletic brilliance as a national resource too valuable to die with the body. Coaches had first attempted to preserve movement through film and repetition. Later, academy doctors isolated neural structures associated with balance, spatial anticipation, pain, compensation, and learned instinct. The tissue had not been transplanted whole. It had been reduced into cultured fragments, suspended in conductive fluid, and introduced through the skin beneath the sternum. The trophy-shaped bruises were not side effects. They were injection maps. Emil turned page after page. The early hosts had developed seizures, personality changes, and violent aversions to their own names. Several forgot their families. One child insisted he had played in a final held 20 years before his birth. The Academy called these failures identity congestion. The dead players did not remain separate. Once placed inside the same nervous system, their memories searched for one another. Passing patterns emerged before language. Injuries answered. Injuries. 15 preserved careers began organizing themselves into a team. But no child had survived complete integration. Until patient 18. Emil found his file in a red folder marked primary host. The admission photograph showed him at 16, smiling beneath hair cut too short by his father. The next image showed the trophy bruise forming across his chest. His supposed cardiac collapse had occurred during the final phase. According to the report, 13 implanted motor profiles had synchronized inside him during a training drill. His heart had slowed to match Veyrak's preserved rhythm. His left hand had begun signaling passes to teammates who were not present. Then his native identity had resisted. Emil read the description twice. The host demonstrated acute autobiographical defense, maternal memories, sibling attachment, humiliation, response, and fear of paternal rejection disrupted collective formation. His body had not failed because it was weak. It had fought back with everything he had been ashamed to feel. The resulting cardiac arrest forced the doctors to remove what tissue they could reach. Philippe had authorized the emergency extraction and signed an agreement stating that Emil would be told he had an inherited heart condition. A handwritten note appeared beneath the signature. Residual network remains active. Do not return subject to St. Aron unless a compatible familial host becomes available. Emil's fingers tightened around the page. Julian had not been recruited because he was exceptional. He had been recruited because he was related. The printer behind him stopped. A new report rested in its tray. It contained live measurements from Emil's body, pulse, temperature, blood oxygen, neurological activity. He had not been connected to any monitor. At the bottom, a line of text appeared. Dormant load, 38%. Emil pressed 2 fingers to his neck. His pulse felt steady. Then, beneath it, he sensed another beat arriving slightly late. A delayed second impact. The rhythm from the recordings. Veyrak's heart had never been inside the boys alone. Part of the captain and fragments of the others had remained dormant in Emil for 15 years, waiting for the rest of the team to come close enough to wake them. Footsteps sounded beyond the archive door. Director Delorme entered with Philippe Laurent beside her. Emil had not seen his father in almost a year. Philippe looked older and thinner, but his eyes went first to the red folder. "You were never supposed to remember this way," he said. Emil raised the report. "You used Julian to bring me back." Philippe's face tightened with something resembling grief. "No," he said. "We used Julian to bring all of you back." Behind Emil, every preservation tank illuminated at once. The tissue inside them began contracting, and from somewhere beneath his own ribs, 15 men took their first breath. The first breath did not enter Emil's lungs. It rose beneath them. His chest expanded against his will. Ribs lifting in a sequence practiced by someone else. His left hand opened beside him. Palm angled toward an invisible teammate. Across the laboratory, the preserved tissue contracted in answer. Philippe watched with tears in his eyes. "You carried them longer than anyone," he said. Even after the extraction, Emile gripped the records table. "They are not men. They are damaged tissue." Director Delorme stepped closer. "They are patterns. Anticipation. Balance. Decision. The part of a player that acts before thought interferes. The part without a conscience. The part that wins." The tanks continued pulsing. Emile felt movements passing through him, a turn of the hip, the correction of an old knee injury, the urge to scan a field that was not there. None became complete enough to control him. They collided inside his body, each fragment searching for position. Delorme pointed toward the medical report. "That is why the earlier hosts failed. Memory fragments can survive. They can even cooperate. But a team needs a single point of reference. One identity strong enough to give every movement the same purpose. A captain. A face," she said. Philippe looked away. Emile understood before either of them explained. The Academy had not wanted his body because it was unusually strong. It wanted the structure of his identity, the stubborn network that had resisted them as a child. His shame, his attachment to Julianne, his need for his father's approval. Even his resentment had formed something the dead players lacked. A center. "You tried to erase me," Emile said. "We tried to preserve what mattered," Philippe replied. "What mattered to whom?" His father's silence answered. A monitor illuminated on the far wall. It displayed Julian's face, pale beneath the lights of the residential wing. Electrodes crossed his chest. The other boys lay on tables around him, all wearing wet blue shirts. Their native dominance readings continued falling. Emile stepped toward the screen. "Release them. They cannot be released now," Delorme said. "Their nervous systems have already opened." "Then stop the transfer. If we stop it, the fragments inside them will remain divided. Some boys will lose speech. Others will lose voluntary movement. Your brother may never recognize himself again." Emile turned on her. "You planned that." "We planned completion." Delorme touched the screen, enlarging a genetic compatibility chart. 2 names appeared at its center: Emil Laurent and Julian Laurent. Julianne's role was labeled Recall Host. His body was never intended to hold the full network. She said, "He was selected because his blood, voice, and childhood memories could awaken the residual fragments inside you. We needed you to return voluntarily. Forced retrieval would have destabilized the anchor." Every conversation with Julianne rearranged itself in Emile's mind. The forgotten mother, the old squad number, the dream of returning to a stadium he had never seen. The Academy had fed pieces of Emile into his brother until the dormant team recognized home. Philippe moved closer. "You think I chose him over you," he said. "I chose him to bring you back." The words should have sounded like love. They did not. They sounded like a correction made after 15 years. Emile stared at the screen. Julian's lips were mudeng. No sound came through the monitor. But Emile could read the repeated shape. His name. What happens after integration? Emile asked. Delorme's expression softened with reverence. The boys will retain the bodies. You will provide the face. The network will use your identity to remain unified across all 15 hosts. I cannot have 15 faces. You will not. Another screen activated. It showed a digital reconstruction of the first team walking onto a pitch. Their heights and bodies differed, but each head bore the same adult face. Emile's. The features were not copied crudely. They had been aged, perfected, stripped of uncertainty. It was the face Emile might have worn if his career had continued and nothing human had ever interrupted it. Publicly, the resemblance will be explained as visual conditioning, Delorme said. At first. Later, people will stop noticing the difference. Excellence teaches spectators what to accept. The speakers crackled. Julien's voice entered the room. Weak beneath many others. Emile. He pressed against the restraints on screen. Don't let them make me remember being you. The monitor suddenly changed. All 15 boys opened their eyes. Their faces began to shift. The changes began around the eyes. Julien's brow tightened first. The bones beneath the skin, shifting with small, deliberate movements. His cheeks hollowed. The bridge of his nose broadened. Across the surrounding tables, 14 other faces followed the same invisible design. Emile touched his own face and felt pressure beneath the bones. The network was not copying him from photographs. It was reading him from within. Director Delorme moved toward the control station. Synchronization has begun. Once the boys enter the tunnel, interruption will no longer be possible. On the monitor, attendants released the restraints and helped the players stand. Blue fluid ran from their sleeves, leaving pale trails across the floor. Beyond them waited a concrete passage lit by white strips. At its far end, stadium floodlights shone through an opening. There was no opposing team, no audience, only rows of empty seats hidden behind darkness. The closed-door match was not an evaluation. It was a stage on which the new consciousness would learn to appear as one person. Emile ran toward the laboratory exit. Philippe caught his arm. You cannot save Julien by stopping the machines, his father said. His memories are already mixed with yours. Without the anchor, he will collapse with the others. Then I will give them the anchor. Philippe's grip loosened. Emile crossed to the treatment chair. Delorme understood and stepped between him and the restraints. Connecting voluntarily will complete the integration. Not the integration you planned. He struck the emergency release beside the chair. The articulated needles lowered. Delorme called for security. Emile forced her aside and sat down. The cracked leather was colder than he remembered. His wrists fitted the small restraints only because the straps had been replaced. Beneath them, however, he could still see impressions left by a child's hands. Philippe approached the control panel. If you connect, he said, they will take everything. Emile looked at him. You taught me that only the useful parts mattered. For the first time, his father appeared ashamed. Emile closed the restraints himself. The first needle entered beneath his sternum. Cold spread through his chest. Then the laboratory vanished. He stood in a stadium tunnel surrounded by the boys. Their faces had nearly become his. Julien's eyes remained his own, but the rest belonged to a perfected adult Emile who had never failed. never become a doctor, never learn to distrust applause. The dead players moved behind their expressions. Emile felt them as intention rather than voices. Veyrak's awareness of space. Duret's hunger for the goal. Roche's instinct to sacrifice pain before position. They pressed against Emile's memories, searching for movements worth preserving. So he gave them what the academy had rejected. He remembered collapsing during his final drill and hearing his father ask about the match before asking whether he could breathe. He remembered watching Julien receive Emile's old boots and pretending they no longer mattered. He remembered becoming a doctor partly from compassion and partly because wounded athletes had to look at him with the respect healthy players never had. He gave them jealousy. He gave them humiliation. He gave them every quiet moment in which he had wished Julien would fail just enough to need him. The team recoiled. Their movements lost alignment. Players staggered against the tunnel walls, hands clutching identical faces. But the dead patterns adapted. They absorbed envy as competitiveness, shame as discipline, grief as endurance. Even failure could be converted into performance. Emile felt them strengthening. Then Julien called his name. Not number 18. Emile. The sound opened a different memory. Julien at 5. Asleep against Emile's shoulder during a long train ride. Julien at 9. Asking why their father never displayed Emile's medals anymore. Julien outside the hospital after Emile's surgery, offering him a plastic trophy because he believed every player should receive something for surviving. Emile had forgotten that trophy. He remembered taking it. He remembered loving his brother before he learned to measure himself against him. That memory entered the network. The dead players could reproduce technique, pain, ambition, even fear. But they had no structure for love that expected nothing in return. The tunnel buckled. The boys screamed with 15 different voices. Their borrowed faces softened, split, and began returning to their original shapes. Emile forced the memory deeper. He showed the network every imperfect thing he wanted Julien to keep. His own name. His mother's face, the right to lose, the right to become ordinary, the right to leave football unfinished. The lights along the tunnel burst one by one. Behind Emile, the faceless spectators rose. Their applause became a single, crushing roar. Julien reached for him as the other boys were pulled toward the pitch. Emile caught his hand. The network tightened around them both. Then Emile understood the final cruelty. The dead players were not trying to remain inside the boys anymore. They were abandoning them. All 15 were moving into him. The transfer entered Emily like a stadium collapsing inward. For one impossible second, he occupied every body at once. He felt Julien's hand in his. He felt Luke's heel slipping on the wet tunnel floor. He felt Nicholas's guarded knee, though the joint had never been injured. 15 hearts struck with different strengths, then corrected themselves around the rhythm buried beneath Emile's own. The dead players arrived last. They came without voices, carrying only decisions. Turn here, hold the line, strike before doubt. Their instincts pressed toward the boy's muscles, searching for permanent residence. Emile gave them nowhere to settle. He released every memory he had withheld, the shame of watching from the stands, the tenderness of washing Julien's scraped knees, the relief he had felt when medicine gave him a life outside football. He forced contradiction into the network until no movement could remain pure. The legends began to break apart. Veyrak's awareness detached from Duret's hunger. Roche's willingness to absorb pain separated from the other's need to advance. Patterns that had behaved like a team became isolated reflexes, each trapped inside its own preserved moment. The applause stopped. In the tunnel, the boys fell to their knees. Their faces returned unevenly. Julien's nose became his own, then Emil's, then something between them. Luke sobbed in a voice too young for the face he wore. Others clawed at their cheeks as though trying to uncover themselves beneath wet skin. Emil reached through the network and pulled. He drew the dead patterns away from them until their weight gathered inside the body strapped beneath the chapel. The treatment chair buckled. His chest opened with a sensation of cold rather than pain. Fluid flooded through the blue shirt and poured into the machines. The trophy-shaped bruise spread across his ribs, then upward over his throat and face. He could no longer feel his features. But the boys were breathing separately again. The stadium tunnel lights returned. Julien stood first. He looked toward Emil, though Emil no longer knew where his own eyes were. The network still connected them, thin strands of sensation running between 15 young bodies and the ruined one below. "Come with us," Julien whispered. Emil tried to answer through his mouth. Instead, all 15 boys spoke. "I am here." They flinched at the shared voice. Director Delorme's commands echoed through the laboratory speakers. Security entered the tunnel. The match program continued because St. Oran had no procedure for admitting its miracle had failed. The gates opened. The players walked toward the pitch. Their original faces had returned, but not completely. Under the floodlights, each carried some small part of Emil, the angle of his jaw, the fold above one eyelid, the shape of his mouth when concentrating. From a distance, the resemblance strengthened. 15 variations of one man entered the same field. The stands were empty, yet applause rolled through them. Emil heard it through 15 sets of ears. He saw the pitch from every angle. He smelled wet grass through 15 noses. When Julien looked toward the tunnel, Emil looked back from the other 14 bodies. The legends no longer controlled them. Emil had destroyed the unity that allowed the dead to command. But he had become the replacement structure, holding the boys together long enough for them to remain themselves. He could not withdraw without tearing away pieces of memory, language, and movement. So he stayed. Beneath the chapel, attendants found his body restrained in the chair. The blue shirt had become almost white, where his face should have been. The skin was smooth and pale, interrupted only by shallow depressions that moved when the players breathed. Philippe stood beside him until the match ended. "I wanted you to become unforgettable," his father said. Emil answered through the stadium speakers. "You never learned the difference between being remembered and being used." Above them, Julien kicked the ball out of play and walked off the field. One by one, the others followed. St. Oran closed the heritage wing and reported a technical failure. The boys returned to their families. Though none ever played professionally, they kept fragments of Emil in harmless ways. His handwriting, his dislike of sweet coffee, his habit of touching 2 fingers to his neck before entering a room. Years later, they still dreamed of faceless stands. And beneath the abandoned academy, a man without a face listened through 15 distant lives, waiting each night for one of them to whisper his name. The horror of St. Oran is not simply that dead athletes survive inside young bodies. It is that an institution decides which parts of a person deserve to survive at all. Talent is preserved, while fear, love, failure and doubt are treated as defects. Emil defeats the legends only by offering the memories that made him imperfectly human. Yet his victory still costs him his own identity. Perhaps the story's deepest question is this: when achievement becomes more valuable than the person achieving it, is immortality anything more than another form of erasure? Story 5. The first sign was the mud. Not old mud. Not the gray dust that collected along the brass hinges of the display cases. And not the theatrical soil we sometimes used for school tours. This was dark river mud, glossy with moisture, packed into the studs of 11 pairs of leather boots sealed beneath glass for 96 years. I noticed it 20 minutes before the night tour began. Above me, technicians were testing the floodlights for Saturday's international match. Each ignition passed through the old stadium as a faint electrical shiver. The bulbs hummed. Dust slipped from the ceiling. Then the underground gallery returned to its yellow silence. I had worked there for 14 years. First selling tickets, then guiding school groups, and finally managing the heritage tours. I knew which bulbs flickered before rain, where the walls sweated in winter, and which pipes knocked when the kitchens opened. I could identify every harmless sound beneath the stands. Mud inside a locked case was not harmless. The boots occupied the final exhibition room. Beyond photographs of the first World Cup and a tarnished turnstile said to have admitted the winning captain, visitors liked them because they looked humble: cracked black leather, frayed laces, soles repaired with square-headed nails. The label called them training footwear. National squad, 1930, though no surviving inventory connected them to any player. My father used to call that label a polite guess. He had been a groundskeeper, not a historian, and mistrusted any sentence printed on museum card. When I was a child, he sometimes brought me through the service corridors after sunset. He taught me that a stadium was never truly empty. Concrete cooled, pipes contracted, pigeons shifted under the roof. Wind moved through the entrances like breath through broken teeth. Listen long enough, he would say, and you'll hear what the crowd covered up. I stopped repeating that after he died. I stopped repeating many things. The gallery clock showed 20 minutes to 8 in the evening. My group would arrive at the south gate at 8. 12 guests from a sports foundation whose donation had paid for the new climate control system. I had promised them a private viewing and access to the oldest collection below the western stand. I should have called maintenance. Instead, I unlocked the outer frame of the boot case. The alarm light remained green. The glass lifted with a sigh of rubber seals, releasing a smell so immediate that I stepped back. Wet earth, rust, wool soaked in rain. Underneath it was something faintly sweet, like flowers left too long beside a grave. I touched the nearest boot with one gloved finger. The leather yielded. It should have been dry enough to crack. A bead of brown water gathered at the heel and fell onto the white display cloth. Then another formed beneath the next pair. Across the case, 11 pairs of boots seemed to darken together, as if invisible feet had stepped out of a flooded trench. From the corridor behind me came a hollow thump. I froze. A second followed, softer than the first. A football bouncing on concrete has a particular rhythm. The sound rises as the ball loses force. Each impact closer to silence. I had heard it all my life in training halls, tunnels, and empty concourses. This ball did not lose force. It bounced once every 4 seconds, steady and patient. Somewhere beyond the final gallery, I lowered the glass. My hands had begun to tremble, and I hated them for it. Fear was not useful. Fear had ruined my father's final years, made him see warnings in stains and cracks, made him accuse men dead for decades. Thump. Beyond the display stood a sealed service door painted the same cream color as the wall. It had not been opened since before I joined the staff. A brass plaque read "Authorized Personnel Only," though the lock had been filled with solder during renovations. Thump. The lights dimmed. For 1 second, the glass became a black mirror. I saw myself standing alone, one hand pressed to the case. Behind my reflection stood 11 men in mud-dark shirts. The lights steadied. The room was empty. I did not move until something clicked inside the sealed case. Slowly, all 11 pairs of boots turned toward the service door. For several seconds, I stared at the boots without understanding what had changed. They had not shifted far. Each pair had rotated only a few degrees. The toes angled toward the sealed service door as neatly as compass needles. No leather scraped against the cloth. No alarm sounded. The wet marks beneath them remained perfectly circular. Then voices reached me from the entrance gallery. My guests had arrived. I lowered the case lid, checked the lock twice, and wiped the mud from my glove onto the inside of my jacket pocket. By the time the foundation director entered with 11 donors behind him, I was standing beneath the championship photograph with my hands folded and my professional smile in place. "Welcome," I said. "Tonight, you'll be walking through the birthplace of modern football history." It was the approved opening. I had spoken it to children, diplomats, former players, and men who wept when they saw the old photographs. The words required no thought. They carried me from room to room while another part of my mind remained beside the boots. I showed them the first match ball, the handwritten tournament schedule, and a row of faded accreditation cards. I described Montevideo in the winter of 1930, ships arriving crowded with supporters, flags hanging from balconies, construction crews racing against impossible deadlines. I did not mention the men who slept beneath canvas, beside unfinished walls. My father had told me about them when I was 12. He claimed laborers worked through storms, sometimes without proper lighting, pouring concrete while the lower passages flooded around their boots. According to him, several men vanished during the final weeks of construction. Their families were told they had left the city or crossed the river in search of better work. Hector Acosta had spent 43 years maintaining the stadium. He knew every drain, void, and sealed corridor beneath it. Near the end of his life, he became convinced that the missing workers had never left. They're inside the western stand. He told anyone who would listen. Not beneath it, inside it. The newspapers called him the mad groundskeeper. I called him tired. That was the kinder word I used in public. In private meetings with the Heritage Board, I used others. The tour continued toward the interactive exhibition, where visitors could lift black handsets and hear recorded accounts of the tournament. The foundation director, Martín Varela, stopped beside the newest installation. "This is the system our grant supported," he said proudly. The console consisted of 11 numbered buttons beneath a brass speaker. Each button played a short biography of a famous squad member. "Try one," I suggested. A woman in a red coat pressed the first button. Static breathed through the speaker. Then a man's voice said, "Mateo Silva." The woman waited. Nothing followed. "That isn't the correct recording," I said. I pressed the button myself. The expected biography began immediately, describing a celebrated defender and his career. Someone laughed politely. "New technology," Martin said. "It always needs a sacrifice." The word made the back of my neck tighten. A guest pressed the second button, Rafael Barreto. The speaker announced, again, to silence. The third button produced another name, Elias Pereira. The fourth said, Tomas Roldan. With each name, the speaker's voice changed slightly. One sounded young. Another breathed heavily between syllables. The next spoke with the exhausted carefulness of a man trying to make himself understood through pain. No one in the group seemed frightened. They assumed the names belonged to forgotten players, technical staff, or errors in the archive. I knew they did not. My father had written those names on the wall of his workroom. Not all of them, but enough. He had kept lists everywhere during his final year, on receipts, cigarette packets, maintenance forms, and the backs of old match programs. I had thrown most of them away after his funeral because seeing his handwriting made me angry. The final guest pressed the 11th button. For several moments, there was only static. Then my father's voice came through the speaker. "Sofia," he said, "you left one name out." The lights above the console went dark. Someone gasped. But the emergency lamps activated almost at once. I apologized, blamed the renovations, and led the group toward the trophy room before anyone could press another button. The remainder of the tour passed inside a blur of rehearsed history. I spoke about unity, sacrifice, and national memory, while feeling the sealed tunnels beneath us like a second architecture. By 9:30 that night, the final guest had departed. I returned alone to the boot gallery. The mud was gone. The leather was dry and cracked again. All 11 pairs faced forward as they had for decades. For one grateful moment, I believed exhaustion had invented everything. Then I saw something hanging from the display case lock. A long iron key, dark with rust, suspended from a strip of red cloth. My father's tunnel key. I recognized the notch he had filed into its handle and the 2 letters scratched beneath it. H.A. I had placed that key inside his coffin with my own hands. I did not take the key home. That is the first lie I told myself. I placed it in the top drawer of my office desk, locked the drawer, then checked the handle 3 times before leaving the stadium. Yet, all the way back to my apartment, I felt its weight against my palm. The cold iron, imprinting itself into skin it had not touched. I slept badly. Shortly after dawn, Martin called to say the security supervisor had found something unusual on the overnight recordings. His tone was cautious rather than alarmed. The voice of a man preparing to dismiss a problem while still requiring someone else to witness it. I returned before the public tours began. The security room occupied a windowless chamber beneath the eastern stand. 12 monitors showed entrances, galleries, service passages, and sections of the pitch. Gustavo Mendes, the night supervisor, sat before them with a paper cup of coffee held beneath his nose as if trying to hide from the smell. "You'll tell me these are maintenance workers," he said. "Were maintenance workers scheduled?" "No." He played the recording. At 17 minutes past midnight, The Western Tunnel camera showed 11 figures emerging from the darkness beneath the stand. The image was colorless and grainy, but their clothing was unmistakable. Loose shirts, knee-length shorts, dark stockings, and heavy boots. They moved in two uneven lines, heads lowered, as though walking against rain that did not appear on the footage. For one hopeful second, they looked like performers in historical uniforms. Then the first man shifted what he carried across his shoulder. It was a shovel. The others held pickaxes, wooden levels, hammers, lengths of rope, and dented metal buckets. One pushed an empty wheelbarrow whose single wheel left a dark line across the concrete. Gustavo paused the video. "Promotional filming?" he asked. "No one authorized it." "That's what I thought." He resumed playback. The 11 men crossed the touchline and walked onto the field. Their tools disappeared from view as they spread into positions resembling an old formation. 5 forward, 3 behind, 2 near the defensive line, 1 standing alone before the goal. No ball was visible. They remained there for 43 minutes. Not one of them moved. The camera timer advanced, but the figures stood with the absolute stillness of people inside a photograph. "Did anyone go out there?" I asked. Gustavo pointed toward another monitor. Camera 8. The recording changed to show him stepping onto the pitch with a flashlight and radio. I watched him sweep the beam across empty grass. The 11 men remained visible on the first camera. On the second, Gustavo walked directly through the place where they stood. "They weren't there," he said, "but that camera saw them until I came back inside." I leaned closer to the screen. The goalkeeper figure had turned its head, not toward Gustavo, toward the camera. Martin arrived while we were replaying the footage. He watched without speaking, then asked Gustavo to export the file and restrict access. "A software overlap," Martin said. "Old footage written over new data." "There is no old footage of this," I replied. "There are archival films, not from that camera angle." He looked at me for several seconds. "Saturday's match will be broadcast internationally. Until we understand this, no one outside this room hears about it. The approved version, again, by late afternoon, technicians reported no fault in the system. The strange figures did not appear on any other camera, and no physical tracks had been found on the pitch. I waited until sunset before returning to the western stand. The iron key was in my coat pocket. I had taken it from the drawer without deciding to. The pitch lay empty beneath a violet sky. The floodlights remained off, leaving the terraces in shadow and the white field markings faint against the grass. Then I heard the bounce. Once, 4 seconds. Again. A leather ball rolled from the western tunnel and stopped at the center circle. The 11 men followed. This time I saw them without a screen between us. Their clothes clung to them as if soaked. Mud covered their boots and darkened their calves. Each carried a construction tool until reaching his position, where he laid it carefully on the grass. They arranged themselves exactly as they had in the recording. The goalkeeper raised one hand. The ball moved by itself. It rolled toward the nearest player, and the match began in complete silence. They passed, turned, and ran with the disciplined rhythm of men repeating movements practiced for decades. Yet, whenever one approached the edge of the shadows, his features disappeared. I stepped closer. Their faces were not hidden by darkness. They had no faces, only smooth, Damp skin stretched across the places where eyes, noses, and mouths should have been. The ball stopped at my feet. All 11 players turned toward me. From behind their blank faces came the sound of men breathing through buried earth. The breathing stopped when I stepped away from the ball. The players remained facing me for several seconds. Their blank heads tilted at slightly different angles. Then the goalkeeper lifted one arm and pointed toward the western stand. A sound moved through the empty terraces. At first, I mistook it for wind passing beneath the seats. It gathered slowly, spreading from one concrete section to another, until it carried the unmistakable rhythm of a crowd preparing to chant. The first name rose from thousands of invisible mouths. Mateo Silva. The faceless player nearest the center circle bent forward as if struck. Then came another, Rafael Barreto. A second figure lowered his head. The chanting continued, name after name, until all 11 players stood motionless beneath the unlit floodlights. When the last name faded, the ball rolled back into the western tunnel. The men followed it. I remained on the pitch until the automatic sprinklers began, letting cold water soak my shoes while I constructed explanations. Humidity could distort sound beneath the stands. Electrical faults could activate archived recordings. Exhaustion could make a woman see faces where shadows concealed them. The stadium was preparing for an international match. I had slept badly. I was carrying my dead father's key and thinking about stories I had spent years refusing to believe. By morning, these explanations almost sounded responsible. I asked Gustavo to inspect the stadium's audio system without telling him what I had heard. He found no scheduled playback, no open microphone, and no connection between the public address network and the Heritage Wing's malfunctioning audio guide. Then he showed me the overnight recording. The Western Stand microphones had activated at 2 minutes past 1 in the morning. For 11 minutes, they captured the sound of a full stadium chanting inside an empty building. Gustavo played the file through the security room speakers. The voices were clearer than they had been on the pitch. Men, women, and children repeated each name in unison. Not with celebration, but with the stern patience of a roll call. Mateo Silva, Rafael Barreto, Elias Pereira, Tomas Roldan. I wrote each one down. When the final chant ended, the recording continued for several seconds. Beneath the hiss of the empty stadium, something struck concrete once every 4 seconds. Martin entered before we finished listening. He removed the notepad from my hand, read the names, and tore the page in half. This is becoming an obsession, he said. They were recorded. Sound contamination. From where? The city. A radio transmission. Supporters outside. There was no one outside. His jaw tightened. Sophia. Saturday's match is not merely a match. Ministers will be here. International media will be here. We cannot allow a faulty sound system to become a supernatural legend because you are revisiting your father's decline. The cruelty of the sentence was sharpened by how calmly he delivered it. I told him I agreed. It was the answer he expected, and I had become very skilled at giving expected answers. That afternoon, I searched the museum archive. The official team lists contained none of the 11 names. Neither did the tournament registrations, medical records, hotel ledgers, or newspaper reports. I checked common spelling variations and family names. Nothing. Only after sunset did I find Mateo Silva. His name appeared in a provisional squad ledger dated several months before the tournament. Beside it, in faded blue ink, someone had written, "Reserve." Left side, there was no date of birth, hometown, club, or signature. A later hand had drawn a single line through the entry. I searched the construction records next. They were less complete. Entire weeks were missing, and several pages showed signs of having been removed. In a payroll book for the Western Stand, I found another Mateo Silva. Occupation, bricklayer. Status, absent without notice. The entry was dated the same day as the provisional squad record. I carried both volumes to the conservation table and placed them beneath the white inspection lamp. The handwriting was different, but the ink had aged to the same bruised blue. At the bottom of the payroll page, almost hidden inside the binding, was a penciled note, transferred to squad register by order of administration. Beneath it, another sentence had been added in my father's handwriting. They did not lose a worker. They turned him into a player. As I read the words, the archive lights dimmed. From inside the closed squad ledger came 3 slow knocks. Then Mateo Silva's crossed-out name began filling with fresh mud. The mud stopped spreading when I closed the ledger. For a moment, the archive was silent except for my breathing and the buzz of the inspection lamp. Then a crack sounded somewhere above me. It was not the snap of wood or glass. It was deeper, a slow, splitting noise traveling through the concrete. I carried the ledgers into the corridor. A pale line had opened across the wall beneath the Western Stand. It began near the ceiling, crossed a framed photograph, and continued down toward the floor. Fine dust sifted from it in a steady veil. By morning, 3 more cracks had appeared along the concourse. Engineers blamed vibration from the floodlight testing and pressure from recent rain. They marked the lines with red pencil and assured Martine that the structure remained safe. Saturday's match preparations continued. Yet each time I passed beneath the cracks, I heard fragments of play. A whistle, boots striking wet ground, a crowd inhaling together. Once, beside a closed refreshment kiosk, I heard an old commentator announce the beginning of a match. He described the teams entering the field, then stopped halfway through the first name. The sentence began again. It always ended at the same place. No one else reacted. The footprints began that afternoon. I found the first outside my office, a broad boot mark made of wet black mud. Another waited inside, although the door had been locked. A third appeared beneath my desk. I wiped them away. When I turned toward the filing cabinets, 5 more crossed the floor behind me. They followed me through the trophy room and into the education gallery. Whenever I stopped, the prints stopped. Whenever I walked, another appeared just behind my heel. I did what I had always done when the stadium presented something it did not want explained. I began a tour. A school group had arrived for a rehearsal visit. 30 children gathered beneath the championship mural, filling the room with whispering and squeaking shoes. This stadium, I began, was completed through extraordinary cooperation and national pride. Dust fell from the ceiling. The children looked up. Thousands worked together toward a shared dream. A second stream descended, coating my shoulder. Behind the group, a muddy footprint appeared on the clean floor. Then another. The teacher asked whether construction was taking place overhead. No, I said. The building is simply old. Something struck the wall behind me. Once, 4 seconds passed. Again, I ended the tour early. That evening, I searched the administrative files for references to the sealed service door. The most recent document was an internal structural review completed 6 years earlier. After my father entered the western tunnel without authorization, I remembered Martine placing the folder before me and asking whether Hector's claims had any historical basis. My father had already been suspended. He had stopped sleeping and spent his days drawing sections of the stadium from memory. I told myself I was protecting him from further humiliation. The final paragraph stated that Hector Acosta's testimony was inconsistent, unsupported, and likely influenced by age-related confusion. It recommended permanently sealing the tunnel. Below the recommendation was my signature, Sofia Acosta, Heritage Department. I stared until the letters no longer resembled my name. A second sheet had been attached behind the report. I had never seen it before. It confirmed that the tunnel had been filled with concrete 3 days after my signature was received. At the bottom, someone had written in pencil, "Obstruction heard moving beyond the barrier during sealing. Administration instructed crew to continue." The handwriting belonged to my father. As I touched the page, dust began falling inside the locked office. It gathered across the floor in 11 narrow lines, outlining the positions of a team. Then the muddy footprints entered through the closed door. They crossed the room, stopped behind my chair, and turned toward the western wall. From inside the concrete, my father knocked 3 times, and something on the other side knocked back 11. The knocking stopped when I took out my father's key. I had carried it for 3 days without using it, as if possession were different from intention. The iron was warm from my palm. Mud had dried inside the notch Hector filed into the handle, though I had never placed it near the display case after the first night. The western wall of my office contained no door. According to the modern plans, there was only reinforced concrete beyond it. Then a service void too narrow for a person. The original construction drawings told a different story. I found them rolled inside a drainage map from 1948. Their edges brittle and browned. 10 access tunnels were clearly numbered. A faint 11th line had been scraped away. I waited until the evening inspection crews moved to the eastern side of the stadium. Above me, workers tested the broadcast equipment for Saturday's match. Fragments of music and recorded applause traveled through the concrete, fading as I followed the muddy footprints into a disused cleaning room. The prints ended beneath a row of metal shelves. Behind them, the wall sounded hollow. I removed the shelves one by one. Old detergent bottles rattled. A dead moth fell from the highest ledge. When the last cabinet shifted, a narrow iron door appeared beneath layers of paint and plaster. There was no handle, only a keyhole filled with gray cement. I scraped it clear with a screwdriver. The sound seemed impossibly loud. Each piece that broke away released a smell of wet earth, rust, and rotting flowers. My father's key entered without resistance. The lock turned before I applied pressure. The door opened inward. Cold air moved across my face. Beyond it, a passage descended beneath the western stand at an angle too steep for modern safety codes. The walls were unfinished concrete, still bearing impressions from wooden boards used to shape them. Black water ran along a shallow channel at one side. I switched on my torch. 11 sets of muddy footprints led downward. At the bottom, the passage widened into a series of low chambers. The ceiling beams had sagged, forcing me to bend. Broken shovels leaned against the walls. Rusted buckets sat beneath mineral stains. A wooden level rested on a crate as if its owner had put it down only moments earlier. The tools matched those carried by the faceless players. Farther in, I found the sleeping quarters. Canvas bedrolls lay beneath collapsed timber supports. Tin cups stood beside them. A jacket hung from a nail, its fabric stiff with age but dark at the shoulders as though recently soaked. 11 beds. I counted twice. The walls were covered with names scratched into the concrete. Some were incomplete. Others had been crossed out and replaced by football positions. Mateo Silva left side. Rafael Barreto, centre half. Elias Pereira forward. The workers had not merely been entered into the squad register. Someone had begun rewriting them while they were still alive. A distant whistle sounded. The tunnel filled with the roar of a crowd. Dust fell around me as the unfinished match began again somewhere overhead. Boots hammered against the ceiling. A commentator spoke too quickly to understand, his voice rising toward a goal that never came. Then everything stopped. In the silence, I heard breathing. It came from behind the final wall. 11 narrow recesses had been cut into the concrete there, each tall enough to hold a standing man. 10 were empty except for scraps of cloth, corroded nails, and dark stains along the floor. The 11th had been sealed. A thin crack ran down its center. Fresh mud bulged through it. I raised the torch and saw words scratched above the recess in my father's handwriting. I opened this once. They made me close it. Below that, added in a shakier hand, do not remove the ball. The sealed concrete shifted. A section near the base crumbled outward, exposing several pale fingers. They were not bones. The skin was gray, swollen, and wet with mud. The hand opened slowly. Inside its palm rested the cracked leather football from the museum's central display. The same ball I had watched technicians lock behind glass that morning. It gave one soft bounce against the concrete. Then, from inside the sealed recess, someone whispered my name. The voice inside the recess belonged to my father. Sophia. It whispered, "Look behind the names." I nearly answered. Instead, I stepped back until my shoulders struck the opposite wall. The pale hand withdrew into the crack, taking the leather ball with it. Concrete fragments settled across the floor, and the tunnel returned to the silence of an abandoned place. On the wall beside the sealed recess, I found a metal document box hidden beneath a collapsed bedroll. The lock had already been broken. Inside were 3 ledgers wrapped in oilcloth, a bundle of photographs, and the brown folder my father carried during the final months of his life. I recognized the water stain shaped like a hand across its cover. His evidence had never been destroyed. Someone had hidden it beneath the stadium. The oldest ledger belonged to the construction administration. Its final pages recorded the closing weeks before the tournament, when storms delayed the work and officials feared the stadium would not be completed in time. The entries grew shorter as the deadline approached. Rain damage, night shift extended, western supports unstable, 11 laborers missing after lower wall failure. The next entry had been written in different ink. No fatalities recorded. Workers abandoned employment. Beneath it, a payment authorization transferred money to an unnamed official for the correction of personnel documents. The second ledger contained temporary football registrations. Each missing laborer had been assigned a playing position, a false club, and a new date of birth. Mateo Silva became a reserve defender. Rafael Barreto became a midfielder who had supposedly returned to the interior. Elias Pereira became a striker removed before the final squad selection. Their identities had been moved from one record to another like objects transferred between storage rooms. The dead workers had not disappeared. They had been disguised as unsuccessful players. A typed memorandum explained why. If questions were raised, officials were to claim that inexperienced clerks had confused construction employees with obscure members of regional football clubs. The overlap of names would be described as an administrative mistake. A mistake could be corrected. A burial beneath a national monument could not. The third ledger listed materials used to seal the western chambers: concrete, steel rods, quicklime. 11 pairs of work boots removed before sealing. At the bottom of the page, someone had added, footwear transferred to Heritage Collection. Future attribution to National Squad recommended. I thought of the boots beneath glass, polished and photographed by generations of visitors. We had called their cracks evidence of competition. We had praised the worn soles as proof of humble champions. They had belonged to men buried without shoes. My father's folder contained photographs of the tunnel before it was filled. One showed 11 recesses occupied by bodies standing upright in wet concrete. Their faces had been covered with shirts, but their hands remained visible. Another showed the same wall years later. Hector stood beside it, younger than I remembered him, holding a hammer in one hand and the original false team sheet in the other. Behind the photographs were copies of letters he had sent to the Heritage Board, the police, and 3 newspapers. None had received a reply. The last item was a handwritten statement. I read it beneath the torchlight. Hector described opening the recess, finding the preserved hand and the leather ball, and hearing 11 men recite their names. He believed the stadium forced them to repeat a match because football was the only identity the official record had allowed them to keep. His statement ended in the middle of a sentence. One page was missing. I knew where it was. After his funeral, I had found that page inside his desk. It named the board members who ordered the tunnel resealed and included a copy of my internal report. Hector had written that his daughter had been pressured into discrediting him. He had tried to protect me even while recording what I had done. I removed the page before surrendering his papers to the archive. Then I burned it in my kitchen sink. The tunnel trembled. Dust poured from the ceiling. In the darkness behind me, 11 men began repeating my name. Not angrily, formally, like officials reading an entry into a permanent record. I turned the final photograph over. On the back, my father had written one sentence. The dead cannot leave while the false team is still playing. Below it was a fresh line in wet mud. You have already joined them. The chanting of my name stopped when I spoke Mateo Silva's aloud. The tunnel answered with a whistle, not the shrill plastic sound used by modern referees, but a thin metal note, worn and distant, as if blown through a mouth full of soil. The walls disappeared. For one impossible moment, I was no longer standing beneath the western stand. I stood on the pitch beneath a colorless winter sky, surrounded by terraces crowded with people whose faces dissolved whenever I tried to focus on them. The 11 men waited around the center circle. They still wore old football clothes, but now I could see what lay beneath the disguise. Their shirts were work clothes cut and re-sewn to resemble jerseys. Their stockings were strips of stained cloth wrapped around injured legs. The numbers on their backs had been painted over, company marks and payroll codes. Their faces remained smooth. The first player approached me. Mud covered him to the waist. A mason's line had been wound around one wrist so tightly that it had cut into the skin. He pointed toward his own chest, where the name Mateo Silva had been stitched above an invented club badge. Then he pressed 2 fingers into the blank place where his mouth should have been. The skin parted. From inside came the voice of the stadium commentator. Reserve defender. Mateo tore the false name from his shirt. Underneath, another name had been written directly across his skin in charcoal. Mateo da Costa, not Silva. The second man opened his faceless mouth. Center half. He removed his painted number. Rafael Baruti appeared beneath it, one after another. They showed me the names the official records had changed. Elias Pereira was Elias Pereira dos Santos, a carpenter who had crossed from Brazil for seasonal work. Tomás Roldan was Tomás Roldos, father of 4. The rest had been shortened, misspelled, translated, or replaced entirely so they could fit inside a football register without attracting questions from families searching payroll books. History had not preserved them. It had dressed their absence in uniforms. The match began around me. The men ran without choosing to. Each pass dragged them forward. Each time the invisible crowd chanted a false name. The named worker stumbled, recovered, and resumed his assigned position. They were not players haunting the place where champions had triumphed. They were builders trapped inside the only story that had not completely erased them. The ball reached Mateo. He tried to stop. His body kicked it onward. When it struck the ground, I heard a shovel biting wet earth. Another pass sounded like a hammer hitting steel. A header produced the crack of timber breaking beneath weight. The match was construction replayed as sport, every movement translating labor into spectacle. Every injury converted into athletic sacrifice. The crowd roared whenever one of them fell. I understood then why their tools had appeared on the pitch. They were trying to bring the truth into the shape history had forced upon them. The scene shifted. I stood inside the Heritage Gallery before the display case. The 11 pairs of boots rested beneath glass, freshly polished, their labels glowing under soft museum light. But behind the glass, I saw the removal. Officials standing beside the open recesses. Bodies lifted from wet concrete only far enough to pull off their boots. Leather cut from swollen feet. Laces severed. A clerk counting each pair while another man dictated the words that would later appear on the label. Training footwear. National squad. 1930. The boots had never touched the field. The men had never entered the stadium as players. Only their possessions had been permitted to become glorious. A golden light spilled from the trophy room behind me. For years, I had assumed everything beneath the stadium pointed toward that room, the cup. The victory, the national myth. The workers turned their blank faces away from it. Mateo da Costa pointed instead toward the broadcast booth high above the western stand. Then the crowd vanished. The stadium became empty and dark. A single microphone stood at the center of the pitch. Beside it lay 11 cards, each bearing a true name. I understood what they wanted. Not the trophy. Not revenge upon the champions. Not even the destruction of the stadium. They wanted correction. They wanted their names spoken where the false ones had been celebrated, before a crowd too large to ignore and cameras capable of carrying the confession beyond the walls that had contained them. The international match would provide that audience. I picked up the first card. The moment my fingers touched it, 11 faces began forming across the players' heads. Not complete faces. Fragments, An eye, a broken tooth, a scar, the curve of an ear, human details returning through recognition. Then a 12th card appeared beneath the others. My name was written on it. On the reverse, in my father's handwriting, were the words, "A confession without the speaker's guilt is only another official version." The pitch cracked open beneath my feet. Far above, the stadium public address system activated by itself, and through every speaker, my own voice began announcing the match. I woke on the grass with my mouth full of dust. Above me, the stadium lights burned white against the night. Technicians crossed the touchline carrying cables and equipment, none of them looking in my direction. The 11 cards were gone. So were the players. Only the 12th remained in my hand. Sofia Acosta. By the following afternoon, the stadium was full. Supporters filled the terraces in waves of color and noise. Television crews occupied the touchline. Security personnel stood at every tunnel entrance. From the heritage offices, the crowd sounded less like cheering than weather pressing against the walls. I brought the ledgers, photographs, and Hector's statement to Martin. 3 board members waited with him in the conference room. No one asked where I had found the documents. That frightened me more than disbelief would have. Martin closed the blinds and spread the photographs across the table. For several minutes, only the muffled stadium music moved through the room. Finally, one board member said, "If these chambers are disturbed, the western stand may fail. They have already been disturbed." I said, "The cracks are spreading. Then we stabilize them after the match. There are remains inside. There may be remains." "You know there are." Martin folded his hands. "We know there is a structural risk." He spoke carefully, shaping each sentence as though it might later be read in court. The engineers had confirmed voids behind the sealed wall. Opening them during evacuation could shift load onto weakened supports. Moving tens of thousands of people at once might cause panic. The safest option, they insisted, was to leave the tunnels sealed until the stadium emptied naturally. Then Martin pushed a document toward me. It stated that I had entered restricted areas without authorization, removed archival property, and experienced stress-related perceptual episodes connected to my father's death. In exchange for my signature, the board would preserve my position, protect Hector's reputation, and arrange a private archaeological investigation after the match. "All evidence will be secured," Martin said. "Destroyed, secured, and the tunnel resealed tonight." The crowd roared above us. Dust drifted from the ceiling and settled across the document. Martin looked at it, then at me. "You can still protect what your father meant to you." The old version of me would have understood the offer. I had spent years choosing the cleaner sentence, the safer explanation, the history that allowed everyone to leave the room feeling proud. I had told myself institutions required patience. I had told myself truth delivered at the wrong moment became irresponsibility. That was how silence learned to sound like professionalism. I picked up the pen. Then I wrote Mateo da Costa across the signature line. The conference room lights went out. In the darkness, 11 men breathed. When the emergency lamps activated, the board members were alone. I was already running. The broadcast booth stood above the western stand, accessible by a narrow service staircase. Security tried to stop me near the final landing, but the concrete beneath us cracked with a sound like thunder. The corridor tilted. People screamed in the terraces. I reached the booth and locked the door behind me. Through the glass, the stadium spread below. Players warming on the pitch. Officials gathering near the center circle. Spectators turning uneasily as dust began falling from the roof joints. The public address console was live. Beside it lay 11 cards. A technician shouted through the door. I switched off the stadium music. The sudden silence moved across the crowd in sections. Then I opened the microphone. "My name is Sofia Acosta," I said, and heard my voice return through every speaker. "I am the heritage supervisor of this stadium. For 6 years, I helped conceal evidence that men were buried beneath the western stand." The booth door shook under the first impact. Below, officials gestured for the sound to be cut. Cameras turned toward the broadcast level. My father discovered the truth. I declared him unreliable. I signed the report that allowed the tunnel to be sealed. After his death, I destroyed a page that proved he had been right. The floor trembled. A crack opened across the western concourse. The crowd began to rise. I lifted the first card. The first man was Matteo da Costa, a bricklayer. A section of concrete split beneath the lowest seats. Mud surged through the opening. The second was Rafael Baruti, a stoneworker. Another crack raced along the stand. With each true name, the stadium groaned. The 11 pairs of boots appeared at the edge of the pitch, walking by themselves through the mud. By the 7th name, evacuation alarms began sounding. By the 9th, the western tunnel doors burst open. I raised the 10th card. From beneath the stadium came the roar of a crowd that had waited nearly a century. Then I saw the final card. The 11th name had been washed away. In its place, wet mud formed 2 words: Hector Acosta. For one terrible second, I almost read my father's name. It would have been easy. The crowd knew Hector Acosta. Newspapers had mocked him. Stadium employees remembered his suspension. His name carried a story people could understand. A faithful groundskeeper silenced for discovering the dead. But he had not built the western stand. He had not died inside the concrete. Even at the end, the stadium was offering me a version of the truth that placed my family at its center. I lowered the card. "No," I said into the microphone. Hector Acosta was not the 11th worker. The mud trembled across the paper. He found them. I betrayed him. But this place has already stolen one man's name to protect another story. I will not do it again. The letters dissolved. Beneath them appeared a name written in faded pencil. Joaquin Viera. Wow. A laborer from Canelones. I read. 26 years old. Married. Father of an infant daughter. The western stand dropped. It did not collapse outward. It sank almost gently, as though the earth had opened a mouth beneath it. Rows of seats tilted into the chambers below, while concrete supports folded through clouds of dust. The evacuation alarm screamed. People poured toward the eastern exits. Police and stewards pulled spectators from the lower rows seconds before the concourse disappeared. On the pitch, the 11 pairs of boots walked to the center circle and stopped. Then 11 men emerged from the open tunnel. For the first time, they had faces. Matteo da Costa carried a mason's line around his wrist. Rafael Baruti limped on one leg. Joaquin Viera held a dented lunch tin against his chest. Their expressions contained no triumph, only the exhausted caution of workers leaving a night shift unsure whether daylight still existed. Each man removed his cap. The invisible crowd beneath the stadium fell silent. A ball rolled from the tunnel. Mateo touched it once with the side of his bare foot. It crossed the wet grass, passed between the abandoned boots, and stopped beneath the broadcast booth. The men turned toward the broken western stand. Then they were gone. I remained at the microphone until the police entered. The excavation lasted 7 months. 11 bodies were recovered from the vertical recesses, preserved by lime, water, and the sealed cold of the chambers. The tools, payroll books, false registrations, and boots were taken as evidence. Families were traced through church records, immigration papers, and letters my father had copied before the originals disappeared. The match was canceled. The Heritage Board resigned. Martin testified that he had acted to prevent panic. I testified that panic had become our excuse long before any crowd was in danger. I pleaded guilty to destroying evidence and entering the tunnels without authorization. Prosecutors also argued that my broadcast had endangered thousands by accelerating an evacuation during a structural failure. I did not contest the charge. For years, I had believed confession should earn forgiveness. It does not. Confession is only the moment punishment becomes honest. I served my sentence. When I was released, the stadium had reopened with the western section rebuilt around a memorial chamber. The trophy remained upstairs. But the underground gallery no longer led visitors toward it as the natural conclusion of history. It led them to 11 names. The boots rested below those names without polished glass or invented labels. Beside them stood a photograph of Hector Acosta, identified not as a madman or hero, but as the groundskeeper who preserved the evidence. My own name appeared only in the legal record. That was enough. Years later, during heavy rain, the night guards began reporting a football bouncing beneath the memorial. Always 11 times, 1 for each man. They said the sound ended after that, and the tunnels became still. But on the anniversary of my confession, I returned after closing and stood alone before the names while rain pressed against the stadium roof. The ball bounced once for Mateo, again for Rafael, again, until Joaquin received the 11th. Silence followed. I turned to leave. Behind me came one final bounce. The 12th was not an accusation. It was not forgiveness. It was only the sound of history making room for the person who had finally stopped correcting it. Some monuments preserve victory so carefully that they also preserve every silence required to create it. Sophia's confession does not erase her betrayal, rescue her father, or return the stolen years to the dead. It only gives the truth a place where the official story once stood alone. The workers were trapped not merely beneath concrete, but inside identities chosen for them by powerful men. Their release begins when their real names are spoken without replacement, embellishment, or excuse. Would you still confess if telling the truth could save the forgotten but could never save you? Story 6. The first thing Daniel Hargreaves noticed about Renford was that nobody cleared the snow from the football pitch. They cleared everything else. Before dawn, men in orange jackets scraped the narrow road through the village, salted the stone steps outside St. Ormond's Church, and dug careful paths between cottages whose roofs leaned beneath the white weight. Even the abandoned bus shelter had been swept clean, but the pitch behind the church remained untouched. It lay inside a low wall of black stone, smooth and white from one goal mouth to the other. No footprints crossed it. No dogs disturbed it. The rusted goalposts stood like thin bones against the slope, and a single leather football rested on the center spot. Daniel saw it from the upstairs window of the schoolhouse on the morning after he arrived. "Someone will fetch it," said his daughter. Lucy. Without looking up from the cardboard box she was unpacking. Daniel kept watching. Snow had fallen all night. It still sifted past the glass in fine, dry grains. Yet the ball was perfectly clean. You'd think it would be buried. Lucy shrugged. At 14, she had perfected the art of making every answer sound like a door being closed. Maybe they put it there this morning. There are no tracks. That made her glance over. The schoolhouse had been empty for 3 years before the council offered it with the teaching post. Its radiators clanked. Its pipes groaned. And the wallpaper in Lucy's room carried pale rectangular marks where pictures had once hung. Daniel had told her the move would be temporary. A year. Perhaps 2. Long enough for things to settle. He did not say which things. Below. The village school stood beside the churchyard. A squat building of soot-darkened stone with 42 pupils and no proper sports hall. Daniel had accepted the position because few people had applied. He had told himself the isolation would be good for Lucy. He had also told himself that leaving Leeds had been his decision. By midday, the head teacher, Mrs. Kettlewell, came to show him around. She was a narrow woman in her 60s with silver hair clipped close to her skull and a voice that never rose, even when addressing the entire assembly. The tour ended at the equipment shed behind the school. Inside were plastic cones, skipping ropes, 2 boxes of fluorescent bibs, and a row of modern footballs netted against the wall. On the highest shelf sat a black referee's case. Mrs. Kettlewell noticed him looking at it. "You have officiating experience." "I understand. School matches. Nothing serious." That is usually how serious things begin. He waited for her to smile. She did not. From the case, she removed a folded shirt, a notebook swollen with damp, and an old brass whistle attached to a black cord. The whistle was dull except at the mouthpiece, where the metal had been polished by use. "Our winter final is in 3 weeks, she said. "The coldest night, according to the old calendar." "Whose final?" "The village's. Children or adults?" "Adults. Mostly." Daniel looked through the shed window toward the untouched pitch. The ball was still there. Mrs. Kettlewell placed the whistle in his palm. It was unexpectedly warm. "The previous referee left us without notice." "Left the village?" Her gaze moved to his face, then to the whistle. "That is what we assume." Daniel handed it back. "I've only just arrived." "Which is why you are suitable." That evening, he walked to the Lamb and Lantern to buy milk and bread from the small shop behind the bar. Conversation faded when he entered, then returned in careful pieces. Above the fireplace hung a framed team photograph, yellowed at the edges. 11 men stood on the snowy pitch. Beneath them, typed on a card, were the names Moore, Charlton, Hurst, Peters, Ball, Wilson, Stiles, Hunt, Cohen, Banks, and Jack Charlton. Daniel leaned closer. The photograph had been taken in 1987. "Local joke?" he asked the landlord. The landlord's smile appeared slowly. Tradition. Outside. Dusk had thickened over the church. Daniel stopped at the low wall. The antique ball still rested on the center spot. Then, from the unmarked snow behind him, a referee's whistle sounded once. When Daniel turned, there was nobody there. But across the pitch, 12 fresh footprints had appeared around the ball. All 12 faced the schoolhouse window where Lucy stood watching. By the time Daniel reached the schoolhouse, the footprints were gone. Not covered. Gone. The snow around the center spot had returned to a smooth white surface. Lucy was no longer at the window. He found her in the kitchen, spreading butter onto bread with such concentration that he almost wondered whether he had imagined her watching. "Did you see them?" he asked. "See what?" "The footprints. You said nobody had walked there." "I said that before." She bit into the bread and turned away. "Maybe this is why we had to leave." The words landed quietly. Daniel took off his coat. "We didn't have to leave. You applied for a job in a village that barely has phone signal. It was a good opportunity." "For who?" The truth lay between them in the shape of a report he had rewritten late one evening in Leeds. After the head teacher had gone home, Lucy had swung first during a school match. The other pupil, Callum Price, had fallen and struck his head against a bench. Daniel changed the sequence in his statement. He wrote that Callum provoked her, that Lucy acted in fear, that he could not be certain who had thrown the first punch. Callum was expelled. Lucy knew what Daniel had done. That was the part he could not forgive her for knowing. His first week at Renford Primary passed beneath low clouds and the constant smell of wet wool. The children were polite in a way he found more unsettling than misbehavior. When he introduced himself in assembly, several pupils glanced toward Mrs. Kettlewell as though waiting to see whether his name had been pronounced correctly. Daniel soon discovered that football occupied a place in Renford closer to ritual than recreation. Every child knew the winter final lineup. They recited the surnames with the solemnity of a prayer. Even pupils who could not explain the offside rule knew which names belonged on the left side of the old team photograph. Lucy joined his afternoon class but stayed at the edge of the group. She had once been the quickest player in her year. Now she avoided the ball whenever it came near her. Daniel pretended not to notice. At the end of the week, Mrs. Kettlewell asked him to supervise an adult training session. "They prefer to practice before dark," she said. "Who are they playing?" "Each other." "And who chooses the teams?" "The names do." The players arrived while snow began falling again. 11 men entered through the gate in red shirts and 11 in white. Daniel recognized the landlord, the postmaster, the church sexton, and a quiet farmhand called Owen Marr who had repaired the school boiler. No one wore his own surname. Moore, Hurst, Banks, Stiles. The names had been stitched across the shirts in faded black thread. Daniel set out cones and brought a modern ball from the equipment shed. "No," said Owen. The others stopped warming up. Daniel followed their gaze toward the church wall. The antique leather ball rested on the other side, half hidden in snow. "I'm not using that, Daniel said. "It will be waterlogged." No one answered. He turned to collect the modern ball. Behind him came the soft creak of leather. The antique ball rolled over the top of the stone wall. It dropped onto the pitch without disturbing the snow and continued toward the center spot. There was no slope and no wind strong enough to move it, yet it traveled in a straight line and stopped exactly where Daniel had seen it from the schoolhouse window. One of the older players crossed himself. Daniel felt every eye settle on him. "It was pushed," he said. "From where?" Lucy asked. She stood beside the gate, her face pale above her scarf. Daniel walked onto the pitch. His boots sank several inches, leaving deep marks. The ball remained on the surface. He bent to pick it up. The leather was warm. Behind him, Owen whispered, "Don't touch it." "Mr. Vale." Daniel straightened. "My name is Hargreaves." Owen's face emptied of color. Across the pitch, the other players began backing away from Daniel. Not from the ball, from him. Then the brass whistle sounded inside Daniel's coat pocket. He had never taken it from Mrs. Kettlewell. The whistle stopped the moment Daniel pulled it from his pocket. For several seconds, nobody moved. The brass mouthpiece rested against his palm, warm from a breath that had not been his. Mrs. Kettlewell had shown it to him in the equipment shed and put it back inside the black referee's case. Daniel remembered the click of the latch. He remembered walking home without it. Yet there it was. Its black cord looped around his wrist. Owen Marr would not meet his eyes. "Who is Vale?" Daniel asked. Snow gathered on the player's shoulders. The landlord cleared his throat. "The last man who used that whistle. You said the previous referee left." "He did." "That is not an answer." Nobody offered another. Lucy remained beside the gate. Daniel could feel her watching him with the same expression she had worn in the head teacher's office in Leeds. After he had signed the report, not gratitude, not relief, but the cold attention of someone discovering what another person was capable of. Daniel put the whistle in his pocket. "We are using the modern ball," he said. No one objected. The practice began badly. The players moved with surprising speed, but almost no conversation, passing and tackling through the snowfall as if following instructions Daniel could not hear. Whenever the antique ball lay near the wall, their movements became stiff and cautious. No one turned his back on it. By the second half, villagers had gathered along the touchline. Daniel had not seen them arrive. They stood behind the low wall in dark coats, silent, except when a decision went against the red team. Then came a murmur, low and collective, too measured to be ordinary protest. He tried to ignore it. A white-shirted player called Arthur Bell drove the modern ball toward the corner. Owen challenged him, and the ball struck Bell's shin before crossing the line. "Red throw," Daniel called. The villagers began to mutter. Bell raised both hands. "It came off Marr." Daniel pointed toward the red team. "I saw it." The muttering grew louder. Not words at first, just breath and disapproval, passed from one person to the next. Then someone said, "Look again." Daniel turned. Mrs. Kettlewell stood among them, her silver hair uncovered in the snow. "You cannot look again," Daniel said. "The decision is made." "Not yet," she replied. The phrase traveled along the wall. "Not yet. Not yet. Not yet." Owen waited with the ball above his head. Bell stood several yards away, breathing hard. Daniel knew what he had seen. The contact had been obvious. But the villagers were no longer looking at the players. They were looking at him. The old familiar pressure settled behind his ribs, the same pressure he had felt in Leeds when the head teacher asked whether he was certain about Lucy's statement. The desire to make the room calm, To select the version that would let everyone go home, Daniel lowered his arm. "White throw," he said. For one instant, the pitch became completely silent. Then the church bell rang once. Arthur Bell stared at him. "You know that is wrong. It is a practice match." Bell's expression changed. Not anger. Fear. Owen released the ball. Play resumed. But Bell barely moved after that. When the final whistle sounded, the white team had lost by 1 goal. The villagers left without speaking. As Daniel collected the cones, he noticed the antique ball had moved from the wall to the edge of the pitch. Beside it lay one deep footprint. Only one. The following morning, Lucy refused breakfast. So Daniel walked alone to the school. He took the lane past the cottages and stopped outside number 17. Arthur Bell's front door stood open. Snow had blown into the hallway. A lamp burned beside the window, and a mug sat on the sill with ice across the tea. Daniel called Bell's name and stepped inside. The cottage was furnished, warm at the back, and utterly empty. At school, he told Mrs. Kettlewell. She studied him for a long moment. "No one lives at number 17. I met him yesterday. You officiated 21 players yesterday. Mr. Hargreaves. There were 22. Mrs. Kettlewell opened the attendance ledger. Daniel counted the names twice. Arthur Bell was not listed, but at the bottom of the page, beneath Daniel's signature, a line had been added in damp black ink. First decision accepted. Daniel tore the page from the attendance ledger. Mrs. Kettlewell watched without attempting to stop him. The paper came away unevenly, leaving a ragged strip beside the binding. But the words remained visible on the page beneath, pressed through in black. First decision accepted. "You wrote this," Daniel said. "No." "Then, who did?" Her eyes shifted toward the classroom windows. Beyond them, snow lay over the playground, untouched, except for a line of children walking toward morning assembly. "You should not have changed the throw-in." Daniel laughed once. "So Arthur Bell vanished because of a football decision?" "I did not say he vanished. You said he never existed. That is what the register says." Daniel folded the torn page and pushed it into his pocket. He told himself that Arthur had left during the night. The villagers were protecting him, perhaps as part of some cruel initiation for outsiders. The empty cottage might have been staged. The frozen tea, the burning lamp, even the missing name could all be explained by cooperation and planning. What could not be explained, he decided, did not deserve to be believed. 2 days later, another practice match was held. Daniel refused at first, but Mrs. Kettlewell reminded him that the winter final required preparation and that several players had already arranged time away from work. Lucy stood beside him in the school corridor, listening. "You don't have to do everything they ask," she said. The accusation beneath the words was familiar. "You only resist when resistance costs nothing." Daniel agreed to referee. This time, he carried his own plastic whistle and left the brass one locked inside his kitchen drawer. Before kickoff, however, he found the black referee's notebook lying beside the center spot. Its damp pages contained old scorecards written in different hands. Most were faded beyond reading. The final page was blank except for Daniel's name at the top. The first incident came when Owen Marr collided with another player inside the penalty area. Daniel saw Owen lose his footing before contact, but the villagers behind the walls shouted for a foul. He awarded the penalty. The church bell rang once. That evening, Owen's farmhouse was dark. The following morning, its gate hung open and its sheep wandered unattended along the lane. Daniel told himself Owen had gone to stay with relatives. At the next practice, he disallowed a goal after the red team insisted the scorer had been offside. Daniel had been too far away to judge properly. He accepted the loudest version. The bell rang again. A cottage near the post office stood empty by dawn. There were clothes in the wardrobes, vegetables softening in the kitchen, and a child's drawing pinned beside the fireplace. Mrs. Kettlewell claimed the house had been vacant for 9 years. When Daniel brought Lucy to prove otherwise, the drawing was gone. "You're doing it again," she said as they stood in the bare sitting room. "Doing what?" "Choosing the explanation that lets you stop looking." He turned on her too quickly. "You think I don't know what you're referring to? I think you know exactly." Back at the schoolhouse, Daniel opened the kitchen drawer. The brass whistle lay where he had left it. Beside it was the referee's notebook. He carried it to the table and examined the final page. 3 decisions had been written beneath his name. Throw-in reversed. Arthur Bell removed. Penalty awarded. Owen Marr removed. Goal disallowed. Edith and Samuel Crow removed. Daniel had never learned the names of the couple in the second cottage. His hands began to shake. He turned the page. At the top of the next sheet, new writing appeared slowly, as though an invisible pen were pressing into the paper. 4th decision. Below it, a sentence formed 1 letter at a time. The referee's daughter strikes first. Daniel stared until the words blurred. A final line appeared beneath them. Punish the innocent player. Protect Lucy Hargreaves. From upstairs came the sound of something rolling across Lucy's bedroom floor. Daniel reached the landing as her door opened. Lucy stood barefoot in the corridor, holding the antique leather ball against her chest. Written across its dark surface, in fresh white paint, was the name, Callum Price. Daniel took the ball from Lucy and dropped it. It struck the floorboards without bouncing. The name remained visible across the leather, each white letter wet enough to shine. When Daniel touched the paint, nothing came away on his fingers. "Where did you get this?" Lucy pointed toward her room. "It was under the bed." "That isn't possible." "I know." The words contained no accusation this time, only fear. Daniel wrapped the ball in a blanket and locked it inside the coal shed. Before dawn, he woke to the sound of it rolling across the kitchen below. By morning, the snow had deepened beyond the lower windows. A council plow attempted the road out of Renford shortly after sunrise. Daniel watched from the schoolhouse as it climbed toward the northern pass, its orange light turning slowly through the white. Less than an hour later, it returned backwards, one headlamp broken and its windscreen covered in ice. The driver refused to leave his cab. "The drifts are higher than the bonnet," he told Mrs. Kettlewell through a narrow gap in the window, "and there are people standing in the road." Daniel looked toward the pass. "What people?" The driver locked the door. By midday, the telephone lines had failed. Mobile signals disappeared soon afterward. The church bell rang 3 times, and villagers emerged carrying wooden benches, coils of rope, lamps, and baskets of folded red and white shirts. Preparations for the final had begun. The pitch remained free of footprints. Daniel confronted Mrs. Kettlewell in her office. "Lucy and I are leaving. The road is closed. Then we will walk. You would not reach the ridge." "Because of the weather?" She placed both hands on her desk. "Because the village has not finished with you." Daniel removed the torn ledger page from his pocket and unfolded it. Arthur Bell, Owen Marr, Edith and Samuel Crow. Who were they? Mrs. Kettlewell studied the names without surprise. People who objected to my decisions, to the match. She unlocked a cupboard and removed a thin folder tied with green ribbon. Inside were council complaints, church petitions, and handwritten letters spanning more than 50 years. Arthur Bell had asked for the winter final to be canceled after his wife became ill during a previous match. Owen Marr had refused to wear the surname assigned to him. Edith and Samuel Crow had written to the regional newspaper claiming that villagers disappeared whenever the referee changed a decision. None of the documents had been sent. They challenged it, Daniel said. So the village let them be taken. The village did not choose them. You all pretended they never existed. That is how Renford survives losing. The phrase sickened him. Outside, hammers struck timber as men raised a viewing platform beside the pitch. Women tied strips of white cloth to the churchyard gate. Children pressed fresh programs in the school office, turning the handle of an old duplicating machine while chanting the lineup beneath their breath. A village without losers, Daniel thought, because every loss was given to someone who could be removed. He found Lucy helping a younger pupil fold programs in the assembly hall. When she saw him, she hid one beneath her jumper. "Give it to me." "It's nothing." "Lucy." Her face hardened, but she handed it over. The cover showed the antique ball surrounded by holly leaves. Beneath it were the words, "The Renford Winter Final," inside. The two lineups were printed beneath the famous surnames. The referee's name appeared at the bottom. Daniel Hargreaves. Daniel turned to the back page. The printing date was from early September. He had not seen the Renford job advertisement until November. Mrs. Kettlewell stood in the doorway. "How did you know my name?" "We did not," she said. "It is printed here. The program chooses before we do." Daniel looked again. Beneath his name was a smaller line he had not noticed. "Assisted by Lucy Hargreaves." Lucy stepped closer. "Dad." There's writing underneath. The ink was spreading through the paper, darkening as if the program had begun to bleed. A new sentence appeared below their names. "One referee will leave the field." Then another formed beneath it. "The other has already been chosen." From outside came the sound of 22 men shouting at once. Daniel ran to the window. The players stood around the center circle, facing the school. On the untouched snow between them, a child-sized referee's shirt had been laid beside the antique ball. The child-sized referee's shirt disappeared before Daniel reached the pitch. The players denied seeing it. The antique ball remained at the center spot, its leather dark beneath the falling snow, while 22 men stood around it with their heads lowered. Lucy had not followed him outside. When Daniel returned to the school, she was gone. He found her scarf on the assembly hall floor and a trail of wet footprints leading across the corridor. They were small, bare, and darkened with melted snow. The prints ended at the rear door facing St. Ormond's Church. Daniel crossed the churchyard without a coat. The church was unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of stone dust. extinguished candles, and damp hymn books. No service had been held. Yet every pew contained a folded winter program. At the altar, the sexton knelt beside a brass floor ring. He looked up as Daniel approached. "Where is Lucy?" The sexton's face tightened. "You should not be here yet." Daniel seized his collar. "Where is my daughter?" A sound came from beneath the floor. Not a voice, a whistle. One short blast. The sexton lowered his eyes toward the brass ring. Daniel released him and pulled. A square section of flagstone lifted on hidden hinges, revealing steps descending into darkness. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of mold, old paper, and something faintly metallic. Mrs. Kettlewell said the church records were kept upstairs. Daniel said, "The records people are permitted to read are..." The sexton reached for the stone. Daniel shoved him aside and descended. The stairway narrowed after several steps. His shoulders brushed wet walls. Above him, the opening closed, and the church vanished behind stone. A single electric bulb burned at the bottom. The chamber beneath St. Ormond's was larger than the church above. Shelves filled the walls from floor to ceiling, packed with ledgers, match programs, newspaper cuttings, referee reports, and boxes marked with years. In the center stood a wooden table scarred by knife cuts. Lucy sat at it. She wore the child-sized referee's shirt. It fitted her perfectly. "Take that off," Daniel said. She looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. "I tried." Her fingers were hooked beneath the collar. The fabric had tightened against her skin. On the table lay a ledger open to a newspaper clipping, dated February 1953. The headline read, "Referee costs Renford the county cup." Below it was a grainy photograph of a thin man in a black uniform being escorted from the pitch while villagers pressed around him. Someone had drawn a circle around his face in red pencil. Elias Valley. The caption said, Daniel turned the page. There were letters demanding that Vale resign from his post at the railway office. A petition calling him dishonest. A church notice requesting that local tradesmen refuse service to his household. A school register showed that his children had stopped attending 2 weeks after the match. The final document was a coroner's statement. Elias Vale had been found hanging in a railway storage shed. Daniel read the next page more slowly. Vale's wife had been dismissed from the village laundry. Their windows had been broken. Their eldest son was accused of theft without evidence. The family left Renford before spring and disappeared from the parish record. What was the decision? Lucy asked. Daniel found the referee's original scorecard. Near the bottom, written in faded blue ink, were the words, "Goal disallowed." Ball did not cross the line. A witness statement had been attached later. The ball had never crossed. Vale had been correct. The village had known. Behind Daniel, something moved among the shelves. He turned, but saw only rows of boxes and hanging strips of cobweb. Lucy spoke quietly. They didn't punish him because he was wrong. No, they punished him because they lost. On the far shelf, a black folder carried Daniel's name. He pulled it down. Inside was the disciplinary report from Leeds. Not a copy. The original, his signature dented the paper. His corrections were visible beneath the ink. Callum's name moved into the space marked aggressor. Lucy's into the space marked witness. Even the smear from Daniel's coffee remained near the bottom. A new sentence had been written across the page in the same handwriting. His handwriting, A referee who changes the truth has already entered the match. Daniel dropped the report. From somewhere deeper beneath the archive came Lucy's voice. "Dad?" He looked at the girl beside him. She had not spoken. The voice came again from behind the shelves. "Dad, please don't let them blame me." Then the wall of records shifted inward, revealing a narrow passage filled with footprints that ended at a black referee's shoe. Daniel stepped into the passage. The black referee's shoe lay on its side, half sunk in mud. Its leather was cracked, and one lace had been tied around the ankle as though someone had repaired it in darkness. "Stay at the table," he told Lucy. She gripped the edge of the referee's shirt. That voice sounded like me. "I know. Then why should I stay where it can find me?" Daniel had no answer. The passage descended beneath the archive in a low curve. Shelves had been cut into the earth on either side, holding boxes too rotten to lift. Water dripped from the ceiling at regular intervals. Each drop struck the mud with the same small sound as a ball landing on wet grass. Lucy followed despite his warning. At the first bend, Daniel found another shoe. Beyond it lay a black sock, a referee's watch, and a whistle cord stretched across the floor like a boundary line. The passage ended at an iron door. Pinned to it was a sheet of paper headed, "Winter Referees of Renford." The first name was Elias Vale. Below it ran a list spanning more than 70 years. Some referees had served once. Others had returned for several winters. Beside many names were brief notes. Resigned from employment. Family departed. House reassigned. No longer recalled. At the bottom was the most recent entry. Martin, Shaw match. Incomplete. Daniel recognized the surname. A photograph of Shaw still hung in the school staff room. A broad, cheerful man who had taught geography before disappearing the previous winter. Beneath Shaw's name, fresh ink had been added. Daniel Hargreaves accepted. Daniel pulled the page down. A second document had been hidden behind it, an account written by Elias Vale's widow. The handwriting was cramped and uneven. She described the days after the county final. Villagers spat at Elias in the street. Shops refused them food. Their children returned from school with mud in their hair and the word cheat written across their exercise books. Elias stopped sleeping. Each night, he heard a crowd outside the house demanding that he reverse his decision. When he went to the railway shed, he carried his scorecard in his pocket. The final line of his wife's account had been underlined repeatedly. They did not need him to be wrong. They needed him to carry what they had done. Lucy read over Daniel's shoulder. What happened after he died? Daniel turned to the remaining papers. The first winter final took place the following January. The village called it a memorial match, though Elias's name was omitted from the program. The appointed referee awarded a disputed goal. The losing household disappeared before morning. With each match, responsibility moved, from players to referee, from village to stranger, from memory to someone easier to condemn. The final did not preserve victory. It allowed Renford to experience defeat without admitting envy, cruelty, cowardice, or shame whenever the village lost anything: a match, a harvest, a child. A business it gathered in winter and placed the blame inside one person's decisions. The referee became a container, and when the container broke, another was chosen. Daniel stared at his own name on the list. They chose me because of the report. No, Lucy said. He looked at her. They chose you because you would do it again. The words hurt because they sounded true. Daniel pushed open the iron door. Cold struck him first. Beyond lay a chamber directly beneath the football pitch. The ceiling sagged between thick wooden supports, and packed earth trembled whenever footsteps crossed above. 22 narrow openings had been cut into the walls, each shaped like a standing coffin. All but one were empty. In the last opening stood Martin Shaw. At first Daniel thought he was dead. Then Shaw raised his head. His cheeks were hollow, his beard white with frost, and a referee's shirt clung to his body. Roots had grown through the sleeves and around his wrists, pinning him upright. "Don't blow the whistle," Shaw whispered. Daniel moved closer. "What happened to you?" "I refused to finish." "Why didn't they erase you?" Shaw laughed weakly. "A match cannot forget its referee before the final decision." Above them, boots began crossing the pitch. Shaw looked toward Lucy. "They brought the next one early. She is not refereeing. She does not have to." His eyes fixed on the shirt fused to her skin. "She only has to be blamed." The earth ceiling shook as the antique ball rolled overhead. Shaw pulled against the roots until blood appeared around his wrists. "The village never wanted your decisions, Daniel. It wanted your daughter." From inside the wall behind him came the muffled sound of dozens of whistles. Then Lucy's shirt tightened around her throat. Daniel tore at the collar of Lucy's shirt. The cloth would not stretch. It had become cold and rigid beneath his fingers, tightening with each shallow breath she took. Martin Shaw lifted his bound hands as far as the roots allowed. "Do not fight the shirt," he whispered. "It feeds on resistance." "What does that mean?" "Tell her she is innocent." Daniel turned to Lucy. The word lodged in his throat. Innocent. He had once used it in the Leeds report, but not for Callum Price. He had written it beside his daughter's name because the alternative would have meant suspension, public shame, perhaps the end of the football scholarship she had wanted. He had known Callum was innocent. He had simply decided Lucy mattered more. "Say it," Shaw urged. Daniel placed both hands against Lucy's shoulders. "You are not responsible for what I did." The shirt loosened. Lucy dragged in a breath. Red marks circled her throat, but the fabric no longer appeared fused to her skin. Daniel pulled it over her head and threw it into the mud. The shirt landed upright. For a moment, it held the shape of an invisible child. Then it collapsed. Above them, the villagers began singing. The melody was slow and solemn, but Daniel recognized the names threaded through it. Moore, Hurst, Peters, Banks. The celebrated surnames passed from voice to voice until they no longer sounded like people. "They aren't pretending to be the old players," Daniel said. Shaw shook his head. "They inherit them." He explained that every household in Renford was assigned a place in the remembered team. The names passed from father to son, uncle to nephew, neighbor to neighbor. When one bearer died or disappeared, another took the shirt. The men were not chosen for skill. They were chosen for obedience. To wear a famous name was to become part of the village's preferred memory, the one victory against which every later disappointment could be judged. A failed harvest became betrayal. A closed factory became humiliation. A child leaving Renford became disloyalty. Ordinary loss could not remain ordinary because the village believed it had once proved itself entitled to triumph. "They say the match honors victory," Shaw said, "but no one here remembers the joy. Only what came after. The need to win again, Lucy said. The need to explain why they did not. Daniel looked at the coffin-shaped spaces in the walls. He imagined them filled with referees, dissenters, and families whose absence had made each winter easier to endure. Arthur Bell challenged the match. Owen refused his assigned name. The Crows tried to expose it, and your decisions gave the village permission to remove them. Shaw said, I made mistakes. No. The word echoed beneath the pitch. Shaw looked directly at him. A mistake is made before you know the truth. You knew. Daniel remembered the throw-in leaving Arthur Bell's shin, Owen falling without being touched. The goal scorer level with the final defender. Each decision had been clear until the villagers began murmuring. He had not judged incorrectly. He had surrendered correctly. That was why the bell rang. The curse did not care about football laws. It did not punish bad eyesight, hesitation, or honest error. It waited for the precise moment when a referee recognized innocence and condemned it anyway because the crowd demanded satisfaction. Elias Vale had refused. The village destroyed him without magic. Only afterward had the match learned what Renford was willing to do. It had repeated that cruelty every winter since. Daniel looked at Lucy. The match chose me because I changed Callum's report. It chose you because you still call it protection, she said. The ceiling trembled. Soil fell between the support beams. Somewhere above, the antique ball was kicked, and the singing stopped. Shaw's eyes widened. They are taking their positions. Daniel pulled at the roots around Shaw's wrist, but they tightened beneath his fingers. How do we end it? You cannot end what the village refuses to admit. Then how do I get Lucy out? Shaw looked toward the narrow passage. Finish the match. Daniel felt the brass whistle grow warm inside his pocket. And if I refuse? You remain here. She takes the shirt next winter. Lucy stepped closer to him. What final decision do they want? The answer came from overhead. 22 voices spoke through the earth in perfect unison. Give us someone to blame. The wall behind Martin Shaw cracked open. Inside were dozens of referee notebooks, each opened to its final page. Every page contained the same unfinished sentence. The innocent player was. Daniel's notebook lay on top. As he watched, ink spread across the blank space. It wrote his daughter's name. The passage opened directly beneath the center circle. Daniel climbed first, forcing aside a square of frozen turf. Snow spilled into the tunnel. Lucy followed. Then Martin Shaw's voice called weakly from below. Do not believe the score. The opening closed before Daniel could answer. Night had fallen over Renford. Lamps burned along the stone wall, their flames motionless despite the wind. Every villager stood around the pitch in dark coats, packed shoulder to shoulder. No one spoke. No child cried. Even the snow seemed to fall more slowly above the white rectangle. The two teams waited in position, red against white. The famous surnames shone across their backs. At the halfway line, Mrs. Kettlewell held the antique ball in both hands. You have returned, she said. Daniel looked for a way through the crowd. There was none. Behind the villagers, the road disappeared beneath drifts higher than the wall. The church doors stood open, revealing darkness where the nave should have been. I will not referee. Mrs. Kettlewell placed the ball at his feet. You already have. The brass whistle tightened against his neck. Daniel had no memory of putting on the cord. The scoreboard beside the church showed 1 goal for each team. Beneath the numbers, a hand-painted clock had almost reached the end of the match. Lucy stood beside him in her coat. Then the church bell rang. Once, the lights went out. When they returned, Lucy was gone. Daniel found her at the far goal. She wore the blue school kit from Leeds, the same mud-stained shorts, the same long socks, the same shirt she had worn when Callum Price struck the bench. Her hair was tied back exactly as it had been that afternoon. Goalkeeper's gloves covered her hands. "I can't move," she called. Her boots had sunk into the snow. White roots twisted around her ankles and entered the ground beneath the goal line. Daniel ran toward her. The whistle blew against his chest without touching his lips. The players moved. They surged down the pitch in silence, boots striking the snow without leaving marks. Daniel found himself running beside them, his body obeying the rhythm of the match. The antique ball traveled between red shirts, untouched by mud or frost. Lucy pulled against the roots. Dad, a white-shirted defender, stumbled. No one touched him. The red team continued. Daniel saw the pattern before the final pass was made. They were reconstructing Leeds. Not the football incident as it happened, but the version he had written, the innocent player positioned as aggressor, Lucy placed where judgment could reach her. The ball came to the man wearing Hurst. He struck it. The shot traveled low across the snow. Lucy dived too late. The ball rolled toward the open goal. The entire village inhaled. It slowed near the line, then stopped. No part of the ball crossed. Daniel saw the white chalk visible beneath its curve. There was no uncertainty, no obstructed angle, no decision requiring interpretation. It was not a goal. The players turned toward him. So did the crowd. Mrs. Kettlewell raised one hand. Goal. The words spread around the pitch. Goal. 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 It became a chant, then a demand. Fists struck the stone wall. Boots stamped without marking the snow. Daniel felt the old pressure gather behind his ribs, larger than it had ever been in Leeds. Award the goal, and the match would end. The road might open. The villagers might release Lucy. He only had to confirm what everyone wanted to believe. Lucy looked at the ball, then at him. You know it didn't cross. The crowd grew louder. Goal. Daniel lifted the whistle. The notebook appeared in his left hand. Its final page had changed. Goal awarded. Lucy Hargreaves responsible. Callum Price cleared. Beneath those lines waited a space for Daniel's signature. For one terrible instant, he imagined signing. Lucy would carry the blame, but Callum's name would be restored. The village would have its guilty person. Daniel might still tell himself that one child had been exchanged for another because the truth demanded balance. Then he recognized the lie. Truth did not demand a victim. Crowds did. He lowered the whistle. No goal, he said. The villagers fell silent. The scoreboard went dark. The roots around Lucy's ankles tightened, pulling her down until the snow reached her knees. Mrs. Kettlewell stepped onto the pitch, then named the one responsible. Daniel looked at Lucy, at the ball before the line, at the blank space beneath the false decision. The brass whistle burned his chest. He understood what the final required. Not another judgment, a confession. Daniel turned toward the crowd and raised the notebook. The innocent player was Callum Price. he said. The church bell began to ring, and the referee who condemned him was me, across Renford. Every empty house lit up at once. Then the pitch split open beneath Daniel's feet. The ground opened like a mouth beneath Daniel. He fell through snow, turf, and darkness, striking the archive floor hard enough to drive the air from his lungs. Above him, the pitch split from one penalty area to the other. White roots tore apart. The leather ball dropped through the gap and landed beside him without a sound. Then came the houses. Not the buildings themselves, but everything Renford had denied. Voices, footsteps, doors opening, kettles beginning to boil. The empty cottages filled at once with the people removed from memory. Arthur Bell woke in his hallway with snow around his shoes. Owen Marr appeared among his sheep. Edith and Samuel Crow returned beside their cold fireplace, still holding the letter they had tried to send. Their names rushed back into the village like breath returning to a body. Above the broken ceiling, the crowd shouted in confusion. Daniel dragged himself upright. Lucy hung at the edge of the rupture, the roots around her ankles withering into gray fibers. He climbed over fallen beams and caught her as she slipped. She clung to him, trembling, and he felt the full weight of what he had nearly allowed. "Is it over?" she asked. "No," said Martin Shaw from the wall. The roots binding him had loosened. Daniel pulled them away until Shaw collapsed into his arms. The missing referee weighed almost nothing. When they reached the surface, the final had stopped. The scoreboard showed no score. The inherited names on the players' shirts had begun to fade. Men who had been Hurst, Moore, Banks, and Charlton stared at one another as if meeting for the first time. Mrs. Kettlewell stood near the center circle. "You have broken the record," she said. "I told the truth. You named yourself. I was responsible." The villagers had heard him. That should have ended it. Instead, the brass whistle sounded beneath his shirt. Across the pitch, the antique ball rolled back to the center spot. Snow sealed the rupture behind it, covering the exposed chamber and every mark left by the returned dead. For the first time, Daniel saw pity on Mrs. Kettlewell's face. "Confession restores the innocent," she said. "It does not absolve the referee." Lucy gripped his hand. "We are leaving." She pulled him toward the gate. Daniel could not move. His boots had settled onto the snow without sinking. White frost climbed over the leather and closed around his ankles. The notebook opened in his pocket. A final decision appeared across the page. Match suspended. Referee retained. Shaw touched Daniel's shoulder. "There is one way out." Daniel looked across the villagers. Arthur Bell stood among them now. Owen Marr. The Crows. Returned people whose faces carried anger not at defeat, but at having been sacrificed to protect everyone else. What way? They must lose, Shaw said, and leave the field without choosing someone to punish. The villagers heard. A murmur moved along the wall. Someone blamed Mrs. Kettlewell. Another blamed the players. A third pointed at Daniel and called him a cheat. The scoreboard flickered back to life. 1 goal for the visiting side. None for Renford. The final whistle appeared between Daniel's teeth. He understood then that the match had never needed a winner. It needed a village capable of surviving defeat without turning disappointment into a sentence. Renford was not yet such a place. Lucy tried to pull him free until her palms bled against the frost. Daniel removed the whistle and placed it in her hand. "Go to Leeds," he said. "Tell him what I did. I won't leave you here. You already stayed once because I was afraid of the truth." He looked at the villagers gathering for another kickoff. Already searching for a reason the score was unfair. "Do not stay again." By dawn, the road reopened. Lucy left Renford with Martin Shaw and the restored families. Daniel's confession reached Callum Price, the school, and the police. Callum's name was cleared. Daniel's was not. Each winter, on the coldest night, the lamps are lit around the pitch. The villagers take the famous shirts from the church. Daniel stands at the center spot, unchanged by the passing years, holding the antique ball and waiting for them to learn the lesson they once demanded from everyone else. Before every kickoff, he asks the same question. If you lose tonight, whose fault will it be? So far, someone has always answered. Renford's curse survives because the village treats disappointment as evidence that someone must have betrayed it. Daniel breaks part of that cycle only when he stops calling cowardice protection and names himself instead of another innocent person. Yet confession is not the same as forgiveness, and truth does not erase consequence. The final punishment asks whether a community can endure losing without inventing a villain. Perhaps that is the deeper horror. Not that people make mistakes, but that crowds often prefer a scapegoat to an honest defeat. If Renford lost fairly, would you be strong enough to leave the field in silence? And now, another quiet night together has come to an end. Thank you for staying with me here at Chilly Midnight. I hope tonight's story kept you company, carried you away from the worries of the day, and gave your mind a peaceful place to rest. Before you leave, I'd love to know how the story felt to you. Did it match your mood tonight? Was it the kind of darkness you enjoy? Or would you like something gentler, stranger, or more haunting next time? Your thoughts always mean so much to me. For now, let everything else wait until tomorrow. Relax your shoulders, soften your breathing, and allow your eyes to grow heavy. You have made it through another day, and now you deserve a little peace. Sleep peacefully, my dear friend. May the night protect your rest. May your dreams be gentle, and may morning find you feeling lighter and renewed. Until we share another story beneath the midnight sky, take good care of yourself. Sweet dreams, and good night.